Because that's almost okay. Everybody, we're gonna get started. So grab your seats. Okay, as people are grabbing their seats, it looks like we have a quorum, and welcome everybody to the IBCC meeting in Durango, Colorado. Good morning. We are going to add a section for public comment at the end of the at the end of the basin report out. And I just wanted to let you all know that we're also going to have a photographer here taking some photos today, just to for our, for our documents and stuff. So keep that in mind, and I'll turn it over to Becky. It's larger as the day goes on, and just really to emphasize that we want to make sure that we add that opportunity for public comment. I know we got some good response on that, so it's good to be here in Durango, and I really want to take a minute to thank everyone for the last meeting that we had in Golden. It was a lot of energy, and I'm hoping that we can keep that up and keep bringing that, especially today because we have an incredibly full agenda. We've got a lot of that is work, and good thing we all love our work, but we also got some fun. We're able to take a trip out to Lake Nighthorse, where you get to hear from the Southern Ute and the Ute Mountain Ute tribes, and I think that's incredibly exciting, especially since we're in this area. And then hopefully most of you all can make it to James Ranch for dinner. I'll also be begging somebody for a ride to the airport at 6 a.m. tomorrow. So just avoid me if that is not your thing. Oh, yay, Jim, woo! Winner, you're gonna get special treatment all day. Yeah, he's got my vote. He's got my vote. I wish I was in your district so I could double vote. So today, a lot of stuff we'll be covering. We built this agenda, as you recall, from the last meeting. I think that's a good way to do IBCC meetings. You tell us what you want to do, and let's do it. And so while we've always done that, I think we were very, very intentional about it this time, and made sure that folks knew what was going to be on this agenda. And like our last meeting, we put more of the discussion and presentation parts into the morning, and the workshop in the afternoon. So more of the discussion and the back and forth. One big thing I pushed at our last meeting was that many of you feel that if we're going to take the time to meet, we want it to be worthwhile, and we want to do something, and we want to do something meaningful. So I think that's why we're here. I believe we've started doing that work. Hopefully you all feel that. Following our conversation last time we met, the staff helped refine what we heard. We sent out 2 documents for input: the new 2024 qualities of a successful IBCC member and projects, and the low regrets 2.0 document. And I think you all probably recall me mentioning that in my communication with all the IBCC members, one of the questions was, when did you feel like the IBCC was most beneficial? And that one of those responses was the no and low regrets, the first one. And so definitely there's been a lot of emphasis on the low regrets 2.0 document. So I think that's going to be incredibly important. Starting with the new 2024 qualities of a successful IBCC member and projects, you all helped draft that. And you may also recall the story of it being found on the desk of a former Southwest IBCC rep. So it's interesting that we're here in John Porter's area, and but that was found after he passed, and it helped us reframe. You all helped us reframe that document. The criteria that are listed in these qualities of a successful project, though, in the project part of that document, identify where topics are right for us to do work and where we might be more in a conversational space, or where we may be asking for presentation. So the second document that came out of our February meeting was the draft concept for low regrets 2.0. Is a summary of the conversation we had about developing that low regrets document, and can help us approach drought resilience under any future. We're going to spend our afternoon really talking about that. And I want to briefly say two things that relate to that and that I think are important to note. The first being that it was made, a point was made at the C9 summit, and then again at our February IBCC meeting, is that the IBCC doesn't work in a vacuum, and it serves as a go-between, not just across the roundtables, but between the roundtables and the CWCB board. So when you think about the conceptual framework or the original no and low regrets strategy, those were successful not because the IBCC did something on its own, but because the IBCC and staff worked with all the roundtables and the CWCB to really gain consensus. So again, that's where I think we do our best work, is in that collaborative space. And my hope for this is that we'll really be harnessing the power of the roundtables. But that's going to mean that IBCC taking some lead on that. So I hope you're ready to take that role on. The second point I wanted to make that's related is, because we don't work in a vacuum, there are some sideboards that we need to operate within. So going back to the 2024 qualities of a successful IBCC member and projects, I like to just lay it out there. A lot of the comments were positive. Some were neutral. But what people really want to talk about is maybe not those things, right? So there was one comment that stood out, is a little more pointed. I'll paraphrase because maybe it's not appropriate to use those words in this setting. But I think the comment was, you're asking us to dream big and be thought leaders, but then you're telling us we have sideboards. Which is it? And so really the answer is both at this point. And so when I thought and reflected about the CWCB and actually multiple arenas, when I ask anyone for advice as it relates to anything that we're doing, when the CWCB is sitting in their seats, everyone is almost wearing two hats, right? They wear the where they're from hat and the statewide perspective hat, or where they're from hat and the IBCC hat, whether it's your basin roundtable and the IBCC. So what we're trying to get folks to do is recognize not only where they sit, where they're from, the standards that they hold, what they want for their own individual basins, but how do we move forward together? And so does it mean that we can't disagree, that we shouldn't disagree? I actually feel like we should. I think we need to have some of the hard conversations. Not every conversation going to look like collaboration from the outside. But that's where we need to try to be, because we have to move together as a state. So, and in order to do that, and I thought a little bit about this last night. In order to do that, I think there's a lot to be said for not only having the hardest conversation. If we can find some areas where we have some success, I think that makes the harder conversations a bit easier. So I know that folks feel like these are the hardest issues, that the nuts that we want to crack are the hardest ones that are out there, the most important, but we don't have much of a shot if we can't find some success in areas that might be a little bit easier. So I think we have to give focus in all areas. And one example of this is maybe the drought task force work, where they were really ultimately trying to find some consensus. And there were areas that had already been discussed, but the hardest conversations were not the areas where that group agreed. And so I think they took some steps forward, and I think that was amazing, and they're going to make the harder conversations easier. It set the foundation to have some of the harder conversations, and I think that's what we're trying to do. So so what I'm asking for each of you is as a group as a group collectively to choose a path forward that may not be the easiest path. But it's going to require collaboration, commitment, and each one of you to go above and beyond. I don't think very many people are getting paid to be here. Or paid to do the work on the side after hours. I know you guys have regular jobs, and that this is a part of wanting to move the state forward. So we need to dig into places where we can have some real long-term impact. So that's all I have. I would love to go straight to the basin updates. And the question that I have for the basin updates is, what is one thing you think your basin or basin roundtables would want the CWC to do? And I can go alphabetically, or we could go around the table and then online. But the way that everyone sat is kind of spaced by basin, or they're not sitting together. No fraternization, right? Nepotism, whatever you want to call it. But we can, maybe we can start with Kevin. Yeah, we do.
So my name is Kevin Terry. I don't know all of you. I am the Southwest Basin Program Director for Trout Unlimited, but I live in South Fork, San Luis Valley. On the roundtable, I serve as the vice chair and also the wildlife representative. So things in the Rio Grande are going well. We have a bunch of really cool infrastructure replacement projects. And we've been doing that successfully for years, following stream management plan and the basin plan. And a lot of that money's been great leverage to get a bunch of federal investments. The roundtable is having a hard conversation for the first time in a while with a for-profit business being an applicant, but it's a very interesting project concept where we've been struggling with alternative crops, water saving crops, and most of that risk has been on producers. And this concept is more about building a market for rye, for malted rye, and then bringing along producers so that there's a little bit of risk as a community. So we've had a hard conversation, but a progressive conversation at the roundtable. That's kind of interesting to see. In terms of your question for us, we pulled the roundtable last week. everyone unanimously agreed that we would like this IBCC to consider a discussion around making airborne snow observations standardized and permanent across the state and funded. And so not sure really how that structure looks and how each of us to the basins involved, but it's just seeing the powerful benefits of that tool. We live under daily curtailment. The snowtails were weird this year. We had a decent snow year, but the snowtails played out before the water did. So, you know, we're just seeing how amazing that forecasting tool is, and we're interested in trying to figure out how to make that just permanent and standard. So that was, you know, unanimously supported.
Perfect.
With the basin under constant curtailment. Any water that's over delivered is water that was taken, right? And so, you know, miraculously, we have been doing airborne snow for a long time and satellite stuff. And miraculously, last year, the division engineer managed over 1 million acre-feet of water and missed the payment at the state line by only 200 acres. So pretty precise, pretty cool to use those tools. So I think that's, you know, really a good demonstration of the power of these forecasting tools. That was what the roundtable wanted to bring forward.
Perfect. Carrie, anything to add to that? Oh, yay. Good. Jim, so let me summarize that real quick. Kevin, you want to make sure that the CWCB here's the emphasis of airborne snow ops and try to find ways to make them permanent. And we hear you're working on alternative cropping and building markets, and I think that's a cross basin thing. And so I think people need to be thinking about what and the only reason I'm not going to pause after everybody and recap, but the reason I say that is because, way to go, Sean. Ken, why do you have to watch and I'm right here. So I gotta call attention to that. But the reason I bring it up right now is because as people are talking, it's not about tuning out. It's about and thinking about what you're going to say and how you're going to be better than whatever that person said. It's about hearing what they said and saying, we're working on alternative markets too. How could we do that together? Maybe that's something that the IBCC brings together. Snow ops, what actual benefits did you get from that? Maybe our basin roundtable needs to be learning something from your basin roundtable because we don't know that information. So that's why it was a good play for me to make you go first, Kevin, because I think there was a lot in there that was something that was cross basin and could have statewide benefits, and you potentially had many opportunities in what Kevin said to say that's a way we need to cross collaborate. That's something that we could work on. I'm going to urge people to be as quick as they can going through this. And I'll try to, I'm not going to summarize after everyone, but I'll probably do it at the end.
No pressure.
Of the day.
No pressure.
I'll make up.
6 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can be quick. No, I will. I'll try
No,
to be
you
quick.
can. You can do whatever.
No, just first to begin with, it's been a good year so far as water on the South Platte. The snow melt's about out, but we still have some, so it's been pretty good. And we've had some rains up in the Northeast, but we've got some big hail storms here and there as well. So it's for some it's been pretty rough. Others it's like under the North Sterling, it's been pretty good. One of the things that we're doing, and this is thanks to the CWCB because of the loan program, we lifted our restriction on the Pruitt Reservoir for another 3,500 acre feet of storage. So we're up to 32,164 acre feet on the Pruitt. So that's thanks to the loan program. Also, we automated all of our on-farm head gates on North Sterling. So 67 farm head gates are now automated Some of them are larger laterals that are then divided among many farmers, but. So I get texts whenever a farmer touches the head gate.
Yeah.
And I can see exactly what they're, and I just got one. And so I just need some kind of app that I can yell at them over my phone, and it has a speaker at the head gates if they do something wrong. But that's one thing for efficiency reasons that could be applicable statewide. And it works really well for us. We've had it for 3 years, but now we're doing all of our accounting through there. So when our farmers get water, we can account for how much stored water that they're removing real time, and they can look at it like a bank balance at any moment. So it works really well for us, and we're doing all that through a CWCB loan.
Yes.
Some of the things that maybe our roundtable would like to hear is the South Platte Basin Roundtable has struggled over the years with deferred maintenance projects. And at the beginning, we just didn't do those kind of projects because we thought there were more important things, and we didn't want to allow people to continue deferred maintenance and then get a grant for it. And so, but we've opened that up, and we still have a little bit of struggle with what kind of projects should we actually fund, and should we be doing this when they should have been doing something all along? So those are something that we deal with. And then the last thing that we struggled with at the last meeting was our role in the water plan grants as a roundtable. And so, it's important for our roundtables to really buy into the projects, that not just the WSRF fund projects, but the water plan grant funds. And we write support letters, of course, when they come to us, if we think it's a good project. But we struggle a little bit is if we're too harsh, they'll just not even come to us, and they'll go to get a water plan grant, if they think they can get one just go by that route through the CWCB. So those are the kind of things that we feel that maybe the roundtable should have. Perhaps we don't want to make it too cumbersome, but at least there should be some buy-in with and I think CWCB probably looks at all this through, okay, what is our basin implementation plan? Those kind of things. Does it match up? But we struggled with that a little bit at our last meeting. So I'll just leave it at that.
Sean, anything to add for South Platte?
Yes. Do I have time or?
Yeah, you have a minute.
A minute. I echo what Jim said.
Oh, no, say something, Sean.
The roundtable is having an open house. Our chair, Sean Chambers, is here, and he's been advocating for that to sort of resurrect energy for the roundtable process. So we're going to advertise that widely throughout the roundtable, particularly within the counties who have underrepresentation on the roundtable. I think there's a few items that, Becky, to your question about where do we have consensus, or perhaps there's areas for conversations. Many of you probably saw in the newspaper that the town of Ward had passed a rights of nature resolution, then later retracted that resolution when they found out that there were groups using it against the own town. And I think rights of nature has been sort of out there in the public space for some time, and I think it's getting more and more traction in Colorado. And I think we all know in Colorado, their citizen initiatives are a real possibility. And I think between local rights of nature activities and statewide, I think there's a conversation to be had there. Similarly, this is more local to St. Brendan Left-Hand Water Conservancy District. We all know in the water space that every year when the ditches go out, there are trout who perhaps lack a certain level of intellect to get out of the ditch before the head gate closes. And those poor guys get left there for to starve or get eaten by other animals. In my mind, when we, the water community, spend millions and millions of dollars on fish passage and just sort of say, so the not smart trout died. I think that gives legs to rights of nature. I think the general publics think that that's not great. And I've been thoroughly surprised at the lack of enthusiasm by agencies to sort of salvage fish every season. So we're going to do it locally. We're working with our large diverter, 40,000 acres, working with them to figure out a way to save the trout and figure out what that all means. But I think most of the trout are non-native and they probably cost a nickel to put there, and we'll probably spend more than a nickel to save them. And so great conversation to have. Is that really worth it? I think there's lots of operational considerations. We don't know exactly the day the ditch is going to go out. So how do we deploy people to go out there and salvage the fish? And apparently just going out with some people with buckets is not kosher with the state. You need a permit to actually salvage the fish, and they need to be a fish expert. So we're going to pay a consultant to go out, shock the fish, and walk them 5 feet to the creek. So we'll be able to put math to that and say, really, is this what we need to do to show and demonstrate that we actually can manage water through stream management plans and other things and care for the environment? So it's a bit of a soapbox for me, but that's past my mind.
I have so many ideas right now.
Thank you. Yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Those beautiful people online can't get all the meaningful things that you're saying.
Thanks, Kevin. Yeah, all the things we've looked at all those, and yeah, certainly willing to talk offline. Appreciate it.
This is amazing. Cross basin. Wow. Joanne?
I'll make up for the time.
Sorry. Could I correct something for the record?
Yeah.
It was which town again? Netherlands. I don't know my own towns.
Oh,
I was told Netherland and Ward, all the people who live up there went there after Boulder got too conservative, so I get them both confused. So should have mentioned the right town.
Joanne?
I think the Gunnison Basin, in terms of talking, letting CWCB know their concerns, is with the funding for aging infrastructure, it typically doesn't qualify for a water plan grant because it's not collaborative or multi-benefit. But the reservoirs on Grand Mesa and up the Rue Creek and even up farther up the North Fork are all quite old, and the pipes don't last forever. And being able to keep those reservoirs functional with their very old water rights is really important to the Gunnison Basin. So that would be their biggest priority. I think they're also a little concerned about maintaining the grassroots functions of the roundtables and ensuring that things are coming from the bottom up and not being dictated from the top down.
Perfect. Mark online, do you have anything to add to that? All right.
Lisa.
Good morning, everyone. I was actually going to take Carrie's role and say I have nothing to add. Oh,
Eric's coming
do you-
down the mic.
but I will say, I just really quickly, I want to say, I'm always really surprised when we come to these meetings and I hear from Sean and Jim, you know, the South Platte and Metro roundtables share a basin implementation plan. And yet a lot of times this is when I hear, you know, what you guys are doing. And so I love Sean's idea about the open house, and maybe I should go because you're doing a lot of great work. And two things that, and then Rick does have our report up, but two things that I'm really excited about. The Urban Landscape Conservation Task Force kind of pointed out a lot of things about turf removal, model landscape ordinances, and education. And so we've seen quite a few grants coming through on that, and we've been really happy to support that work. So a lot of things are moving forward, but then I will just go ahead and defer to Rick. Down there.
All right, well, I wanted to be able to add after you, Lisa, but I'll tack on to the, real quick, the landscape transformation turf removal. So since we met last, House Bill 24-005 passed, and so we have a couple of grants coming in and a couple letters of support coming in. Just got an email again this morning for that to look at non-functional turf removal. So that's one thing that we're working on hard. But then the other thing that we wanted to mention for the IBCC is kind of, and it goes along with funding, but also what are kind of reinvigorating the priorities of the Metro Roundtable. And it ties into the guidebook that CUCB is working on for the roundtable. So we're kind of, once that kind of comes out and we have that finalized, we are one of those basins that have added at-large seats, quite a few of them. So we need to bring that into kind of compliance over probably through attrition, and then really focus on kind of maybe the Metro Basin Roundtable strategic plan and what our priorities are going forward.
Pat, do you want to add into any of those? But you are governor's rep, so I was going to call you at the end, but I would prefer to just go around.
No, I think your timing's perfect, Becky. Just building off of what Lisa said, I'd just like to add that I think it's more important than ever for basins to be kind of coordinating their activities and talking about what's going on in their basins. And I think there's a real opportunity in particular for increased coordination between the South Platte Roundtable and the Metro Roundtable. I'm really intrigued by kind of your strategic planning process and identifying your priorities. And I would hope that one of your priorities would be, you know, more interaction with the South Platte Roundtable. I think even on kind of an East Slope level, there's a lot of discussions we could have between the Metro, the South Platte, and even the Arkansas. I know there's a lot going on. There's some water rights acquisitions in the Arkansas Basin that I think folks in the South Platte Basin, I've received a lot of phone calls on what's going on down there and what would it look like if something like that made its way to the South Platte. So I think it's just really important to understand kind of how is water used as a community building block in various communities? What are the drivers, and how can we kind of keep each other informed and keep each other in the know about, you know, where we can work together and what's going on with our plans, whether they be big master plans on kind of a basin-wide level or integrated water resource plans on more of a single system or utility level. So that's what I have to add.
Thank you, Pat. Ken?
Thank you, Becky. Thanks, everybody, for coming down to the local neighborhood. It's always good to get together and know that as water managers, we're not alone. Even though salvaging trout out of a ditch hadn't occurred to me, we've got our own fish issues. I think I would echo more or less what Jim Yon said. I think most of our projects that we're seeing, the interest in Southwest is around infrastructure. It tends to take two tracks. in my view, in the Southwest. A lot of it's just traditional consumptive users, a lot of ag and similar projects. The nice thing is we do get some efficiencies, a lot of ditches in the pipe, that kind of thing, and maybe some technology, although we don't have automated gates all over. Those are all beneficial, and it's all a combination of aging infrastructure, and we're still in one of these famous mega droughts that have been recorded through time. Whether, the cause is, we're in another drought year down here in the Southwest. We went from feast to famine in 1 year. So with that, we're also trying things like SCPP crop switching. And then the other line of projects, we do have a couple of smaller sub-basins that are focused on SMPs and a little bit more environmental and recreational amenities. So depending on which community you're in and your water uses kind of directs where you focus your efforts and requests. With that said, the Basin Roundtable, like so many others, and even our organizations are going through transitions. We do have some retiring managers. We've had retiring Basin Roundtable members. So we are looking to reinvigorate and look for some new directions. A lot of folks aren't engaged by just a agenda of routine reports. We're talking a lot about how to get education tours and a little bit of cross knowledge across the Southwest. We haven't quite figured out exactly what that looks like. We're actively engaged in our Colorado River issues, thanks to Commissioner Mitchell and Amy and Michelle supporting us in those in Southwest. So it's hard to focus on a single thing, but we appreciate the support in the projects. We've got a lot to build on here. We're a diverse set of basins with our own individual issues. But it is great to keep informed around the state and see what y'all are doing and see how we can use it down here.
Steve, anything to add?
I'll just add one thing. Thanks, Ken, first. So two things Southwest Basin always seems to be lacking in is water and capacity. Ken touched on the water. We have 50% runoff this year after over 100% snow. One thing capacity wise we're trying to work down here is building a partnership to basically bundle like projects and then go seek out funding for those. Basically be more efficient in seeking and implementing projects. The partnership's got about 30 different water entities involved in it. Had good discussions so far, and hopefully we'll be able to move this thing forward. We've got a grant from CWCB to give us a little capacity. We've got a couple Water Smart grants on the horizon that we're looking at. Again, we're just trying to enable Southwest to build capacity, let us all be more efficient in looking for and implementing projects. Last thing I'd say, I noticed on the map on the screen up here, you've cut off Southwest and Rio Grande Basin. So I'm not even sure if we're supposed to be at the table or not, but.
Somebody will be written up for that. Thank you, Steve. Yeah.
Thanks.
We actually left your previous state on there way more than I'm comfortable with. Yeah. Okay, so I think I'm at Ken. Are you giving the Yampa update?
Have we heard from Jeff yet?
You're up.
Okay, then I will go.
What do you want the CWCB to hear, Ken?
3 things quickly. We are trying to reinvigorate the board. After the pandemic, all of us saw a drop in participation and attendance person. Trying to change that by using our July meeting to do a project tour. We have 2 large projects, the Maybell Ditch project, a big irrigation ditch all right on the lower end of the river. That project was completed during the winter. And then there's also a boating park, water diversion for the city of Craig. So that's a big project, 2 big projects that we want to make sure that all of the board members are there. We'll serve a nice picnic lunch during the day. So it'll be a full day. We'll start at 9 in the morning and we'll finish our blast probably around 9 o'clock that. Yeah, I know that sounds crazy, but that's what we're doing. We did use the last of our IWMP funds to fund a total project update. So we took all of our identified projects in our IWMP as well as all of our projects and went back and made contact with them, updated all of the parameters in a spreadsheet and submitted that to state mod update. So we're as current as we can possibly be on what we're doing as far as projects. And then finally, there's a new initiative that I've been personally involved with that the roundtable is keeping a close eye on. We've had good support. We've presented to the roundtable several times, but it's a Paddle Tools project up in forest health. And this is 1.9 million acres in both Colorado and Wyoming. It's centered around the Little Snake River, but it also includes the Elk River, Elk Head Creek, Fortification Creek. But it's a pretty substantial area there, both in Colorado and Wyoming. Makes it. We have all the agencies involved. Pat did a ton of work organizing not only our congressional delegations support as well as the state delegations, but all of the agencies. Everybody was in place, and so it was interesting that it was finally really moving this last spring when Pat passed tragically. But we haven't dropped the ball. We're moving ahead quickly, and we meet all the time. We've hired a full-time staff. We have a lot of money coming in, and we're a coordinating effort for forest health. Those are the three things I wanted to mention.
Perfect. Is Jeff on? Does he want to add anything from the Yampa? Okay. I'm not going to go to you yet, Andy, because you're a governor rep. Is Stan or Carlisle online and want to give any input from the Colorado Basin?
Well, this is Carlisle.
Yes.
Woo.
It sounds like we're both on. You want to go ahead, Stan?
I could try. Get me in trouble first to begin with. First of all, with a new chair, I think we're getting a lot more impetus in moving forward. People forget how diverse the Colorado River Basin is. Simple people, it takes 2.5 hours to get to where we normally meet. And that has been difficult for people, especially with coming out of COVID. But I think April's doing a good job trying to reset up various committees and getting things off to a good start. That's where we spend most of our time. Last month, as far as the overall thing, I think it goes without saying, people in the Colorado River Basin are going to be concerned forever about what's happening with negotiations on the compact. And Becky and your staff really appreciate what is most useful for them, which is just the information. They're not looking forward to controlling anything, but certainly it's been very helpful the number of times you guys have made presentations and brought us up to speed. And I think the speed of things happening in the future is going to be increasing, as you guys know. But I think that's always going to be an important phase. I think one of the first things I did was get to stand up and get slapped down by people at the meeting in Westminster when I said with the roundtable had asked me to ask was how much water is still left in the Colorado River Basin for Colorado and the compact. And we didn't know it at the time how bad a question that's going to be, as well as the other issues. But in summary, really, it's appreciated what Becky and her staff have done up to now. Look forward to being able to pass that information along, as well as we know that both Amy and Becky have attended meetings and done things virtually throughout the year. It's really appreciated. Lastly, we talked a little bit about that CWCB handbook, which would be very important. As I said, we're trying to do a little bit of reorganizing to fill some of the empty seats. And like, as I said, it's a lot more difficult to go up, have people to come down from Summit County or come over from Grand Junction than it is some places that have to go across the street for their meetings. So I think we're making progress on that. Carlisle, pass it along to you.
Okay, thanks, Dan. Not a lot to add. I think, I've heard a couple other reports mention recovering from the pandemic and just getting reorganized, and very much that's the case in the Colorado Basin. We have reorganized significantly, new chair and vice chairs, as well as we're forming a grants committee. In the past, it's been more the executive committee of the roundtable that's looked over our grants, and we're establishing a grants committee and trying to get a little more involvement and getting things going there. And certainly thankful for what Becky and her crew is doing on the negotiations. Certainly the Shoshone rights have been a major issue in the basin, and we thankful for the great support we're getting from the state on that, as well as from many of the political subdivisions in the basin. But I won't add any more than that, but thank you for all that's doing, and apologize I wasn't able to travel down there today.
Perfect. Thank you all. Do I have Terry or Jairus online? All right, what? Okay, so I'm gonna go to the Govs reps. Oh, no, I got Carrie, North Platte, is she on?
Yes, I am.
Yay, hi Carrie.
Hi, sorry I wasn't able to be there. I had jury duty yesterday. Thankfully I didn't get picked. So I can join online, but I would like to highlight something about the cloud seeding program from the North Platte. And Barbara Vasquez, our CWCB rep, brought this to my attention, that there was a presentation at the last board meeting. And one of the things that we have been thinking about is, so the Never Summer Range, the North Platte, I think we're like the only one in the state to have an aerial seed cloud seeding program. And that's in coordination with the Wyoming Water Development. And some of the technical advice that we've been hearing was that it's quite a bit more effective to do aerially. And I guess at the meeting, they said they are working on an effectiveness assessment to get a little more precise data on how effective the aerial is versus the ground-based cloud seeding. Because if it is quite a bit more effective, it would be worth looking at, I feel like, statewide. One of the issues we've had at the North Platte is we're doing this in coordination with Wyoming, but because it's their plain, we rarely get priority during the storms. So just really interested to see the effectiveness as well as the cost effectiveness. I know there's some more cost associated with the aerial than there is with ground based. And so we're just wanted to emphasize that we are excited about getting some more data on that, and just seeing if it might be worthwhile thing in the long run for Colorado to invest in more aerial, possibly Colorado having its own plane. So yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Okay, is Aaron Citron on? All right, let's go to Andy.
Thank you, Becky. I'm still trying to figure out how I'm still on the IBCC, but I appreciate it.
I'll take a thank you.
Yeah, really appreciate it. Really, from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate being here. No, I would just say, from the, governor's rep, but being from the Colorado River Basin, would just say, we greatly appreciate the partnership with the CWCB. For instance, not just in the roundtable you heard from our reps, but at the River District, we have our grant program run through our community funding partnership is frequently partnering
with the CWCB through a myriad of your grant programs. And I think it really has helped our water users move the needle on water efficiency, water conservation programs, certainly on productive ag and infrastructure, and really appreciate that. I think, would love to continue the dialogue to make sure that we are capable of funding the incredible needs for aging infrastructure. And so that would just flag that as a future conversation that we keep having and figure out some solutions. But the price tag on that is enormous and a little daunting, but one that I think there's a whole lot of savings in not just water, but money by keeping that infrastructure alive and then improving it through SCADA and other opportunities when you're in there touching. Much better job for productive agriculture and help stream flows.
Thank you, Andy. Bo or Ernest House, if you're online.
Yes, I'm here, I think. It's not easy, but I think I'm here. So, shall I go next then?
Yes, please.
And apparently you hear me too, which is a good thing. Anyway, yes, as I kind of feel like my job is a general all over the state to kind of listen to what people have to say and see what their opinions are. And the main thing that going on between the upper and lower basin, are we going to have water in the future? There's been a lot of news reports about this kind of thing. So that's the main thing that I find people are talking about, besides their own little personal, each farm and each group has their own little personal problems. But the big overall general thing is what's going on in the basins, and are we going to have water? Are they going to take it? Are we going to keep it? Are we going to have a war with them down there? It seems to be the big thing that everybody's worried about that I talk to.
Thank you, Bo. I think there is someone from Dylan Roberts staff, or hopefully Dylan Roberts is here.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
Yay, thank you.
Hey.
Thank you, Senator.
Director Mitchell. Thank you, everybody. Sorry I can't be with you in person, but joining you from Summit County this morning. I'm Dylan Roberts, State Senator for Senate District 8, which includes 10 counties in Central and Northwest Colorado. And I believe I'm a member via being the chairman of the Senate Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee. And just mostly here to listen and learn. But as you all know, we had a very active legislative session on water issues, and happy to chat more about those if you'd like. But I'm really happy with some of the progress we've made this year, whether it's passing the bill to implement a Colorado program for dredge and fill after the Sackett decision. The water projects bill this year was another very healthy amount, over $55 million. Going to water projects across the state, including 20 million from the CWCB to help secure the Shoshone water right, which we're very excited about the state becoming a meaningful partner in that effort. And then as Director Mitchell, you talked about the Colorado River Drought Task Force work. We did pass a bill to implement some of the recommendations from that task force, which we are very excited about, as well as non-functional turf that got brought up earlier. And just want to thank everybody who's in the room there and online for your partnership in all these efforts. And please consider me a resource for any legislative matters that you might want to discuss. We have our Water Resources and Ag Review Committee that will start meeting next month, and then throughout the rest of the year, where we'll be considering a variety of topics, and always love to partner with folks on this committee to move water policy forward. So thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Senator. And I think it's important to recognize that, and Senator Roberts mentioned this, that there is a seat on the IBCC for the Senate Ag and also House Ag Committee seat. And so those are important roles because legislation is an important component in moving the state forward. I believe, yes.
I just want to say one thing. We don't often get
Yeah.
the senator or the House of Representative person. So thanks, Senator Roberts, for being here and listening.
Yeah, I think it's a big deal. Thanks. I just got chills for you saying that, Jim. But I again, thank you to Senator Roberts. We don't normally get it. And I know that, oftentimes our meetings are when they are, actually making laws. And so it's hard for them to step out for a whole day or 2-day affair. But we really very much appreciate that. And think it's incredibly important. So, anybody else online? I think, Ernest House.
Hi, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
No, thanks for the opportunity. And thank you again, Senator, for joining us. I want to apologize to the group because oftentimes I'm trying to pull folks down to the Southwest. And here I am advocating for staff to get down there, and you all are down there, and I'm actually not down there. So I apologize if I didn't have to meet with Summit County Commissioners later today and tomorrow. I would be with you all. The only thing I would want to add is a few weeks ago, I had an opportunity to float the Yampa with Friends of the Yampa and White River some other organizations, but also with TNC staff and looking at tribal engagement up in the Steamboat area. And so there is an effort that's going to be rolled out to try to engage more of tribal nations back into the community, into the general conversation around what that looks like around some of these areas around conservation and education. And so we'll be definitely rolling that out here very soon. The same thing's happening in the San Luis Valley with Zapata Ranch, and the sand dunes was there last weekend. But I'm really just wanted to thank the staff and everybody for coordinating the efforts to get down there and looking at the ALP project today. You all are in great hands, some great contacts and folks from tribal representatives to be able to give you the background. I think one thing I would only add is that I think throughout our whole state, we can identify numerous issues that are ongoing, and we're continuing trying to be challenges. What I always found down in the Southwest was that not only are those challenges there, but we also have the only two sovereign nations in the state there. And so this conversation that is really active, it's ongoing. We read about it, we hear about it, we hear reports about it. It's great to see firsthand that those efforts, and not just with the Animas Plata project, but the Dolores Water project that was finalized in 1987. In fact, I have a picture of my great grandfather who was advocating for Ute water rights settlement in the early 1900s into the 1920s. And it's just so great when people get a chance to get down there. And so I appreciate the chance that you do. I hope that there's another opportunity for you to go down. And as I communicate pretty often with Vice Chair Lorelei Cloud and others in the conversation around water, those obviously are ongoing. But to see that firsthand, I'm glad that is going to be an opportunity for you all today. So I'll leave it there, and just thanks again for being able to say a few words.
Thank you so much. We're now going to take it around the room. If anyone has anything from their perspective that they'd like the CWCB to hear. And then I'm going to do my summary of what I've heard. Hope you guys are excited for that.
We have a mic right here.
If you're not comfortable, it's okay. We'll go online. But oh, Kathleen. Yes, please.
Thank you guys for giving us a chance to offer comments. I was just going to follow up on what Joanne said about the Gunnison Basin Roundtable, as I sit on that roundtable, and just to let the CWCB know how much we appreciate the funding for the PEPO work, because I think we really stepped up on that. And it was a little bit dormant before, but now I feel like we're doing some really good work on outreach and education. And I wanted to thank folks for the additional funding there, because it allowed us to really start doing what we needed to do in the basin.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room? How about anyone online? All right. So, oh, Sean, yes. Oh, the little sign thing.
Well, you said anyone in the room, so gonna dig into my extra minute. I just wanted to build on what Carrie was saying about the weather modification. I think I understand the CWCB is considering putting funds towards a NCAR study that would look at effectiveness of ground-based weather mod. And if that is true, and if the CWCB is on the fence, to your question, Becky, of what should the CWCB know, I think the South Platte, who many are in this room, have invested quite a bit in that airborne snow observation program, and St. Brenda Left-Hand Water Conservancy District has invested in ground-based weather modification. I think we'd all be very interested in knowing the effectiveness, and if NCAR is able to do what they have done, I think in Idaho, I think it would be really good for Colorado to have that information. Thank you.
Yes, Ken.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I wanted to just echo that comment and Carrie's and let you know that make sure the Colorado Water Conservation Board knows that we will be having a second presentation at our board meeting on weather modification and whether or not that's something that we want to explore for the Northwest Colorado area. That's all. Thanks.
Perfect. Anyone else? Oh, yay.
Just one other thing, since we have the senator on.
Oh, yeah.
With regard to legislation, our roundtable has a time where we discuss some legislation from time to time. We don't take a position, but we think it's a great place to have discussions about legislation.
Mhm.
So, if any of the legislators have any legislation that they would like us to discuss and toss around. I know we had a really good discussion about stream restoration a couple of years ago, and then the whole dredge and fill legislation from this year. And I think it helped. And also just our connections with other roundtables. So I appreciate, the West Slope people being able, we have discussed sometimes through our lobbyists, but sometimes over the phone with each other. And I think it's a great way to develop those things and try to understand, the other side's issues on this, especially on the dredge and fill, those and stream restoration, try to hear from everyone around the state on what their issues might be and what would work for them and what would work for us. So, because our basins are so diverse and different, the lower South Platte's completely different than where I'm sitting today. I can't even see. This is crazy. There's mountains everywhere. I like to see for miles and miles and miles. So this is a little bit claustrophobic, but that just shows you the difference of our areas. And so I think it's a great place to have some discussions about legislation.
Perfect. Yes, Ken.
Thanks, Becky. I'll just toss in, I am hearing a theme in Southwest Crees with both the ASO technology and the cloud seeding. We're participating both. We're starting towards soil moisture like the Yampa is led on. I would point out the Gunnison has an active study on cloud seeding efficiency on the East River, I believe that he can very active in out of the river district. So we have mutual interest here in this technology. I would toss one more in, and I believe the UCRC has some I don't even know what I want to call them, the ET measurement. So we're talking a lot about technology. It's applicable all over the basin and the state, and certainly would like to see that sharing amongst the state, as ultimately it'll fall in Senator Dillon's lap probably in some form, but we all have that mutual interest in our local basins. Thank you.
Perfect. I think I got one more in the room. Robert Sakata.
Thank you, Becky. I just want to take the opportunity. I think probably most of you know on the CWCB elected a new chair, Nathan Combs, but we're really excited to have our new vice chair here as well. So Lorelei Cloud is serving as the new vice chair of the CWCB.
Woo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you ready for the summary of what I've heard? Oh, sorry, Andy, you were actually following the rules. Go ahead, Andy. Look,
It's
take
rare that I
notice,
follow the
everyone.
rules, Becky, but I try.
Take notice. This is how it's done. You put your little sign up.
I just want to say, Colorado River Basin is very active in the river district itself in helping fund ASO and soil moisture work and cloud seeding as well. And would just say, particularly with ASO, it's we think a very valuable technology. We also think it is not sustainable at the current expense. And we need to work with each other and in the water community and with the provider to figure out ways to make that much more economically efficient. It is, I think if we continue to dump money into this at this scale, it will suck money away from all of the other areas that we need work on. And while I absolutely think it's valuable, and I want to make sure everybody hears that, we've got to make it better and cheaper and more efficient, whether it's figuring out how to help them switch over to drones rather than manned flights or whatever it is. It is something that we need to work on, because the cost is so prohibitive that, we're looking at the efforts we're funding. We can't do it without the state, and the state and we can't do it without the federal government. The federal government, even though they seem to print money like a circus flyer or like the guys in Vegas print those cards, it really seems like something that we need to improve on. And so just a comment.
And Andy for the inappropriate comment win. So I am my own AI. And so this is my own word cloud that I make while you guys are speaking. I probably could type it into the computer and it would generate, but I take two sets of notes and try to group things together. So let me tell you what I've heard. There was a common theme across all the basins, or the basin roundtables are trying to figure out how to reinvigorate. And so there's been a few different ways that folks have done that. It's mostly spurred from the concern for the future, but people have done new chairs, new vice chairs, open houses, projects tours. Some may not reinvigorate, Ken, if you go from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. They've created new committees. And so these are some ideas, and maybe there's more out there on how to reinvigorate and how to get more people involved. There was also a general thanks for the money comment across all the roundtables. But still, there were concerns for grants for profit organizations, also concerns over who should pay for deferred maintenance, and if that should come from grants. How do we use that money to make sure that we have a productive agriculture? And aging infrastructure was across the board, something that folks talked about. The automation benefits that are out there, maybe that's where the money could be spent. Airborne cloud seeding and was definitely something that was talked about. Thanks for the money for Peppo, and concern about how much money is spent towards some of these things. One bullet that gets its own bullet is the rights of nature, poor trout. And everybody's coming up to visit the South Platte, but I think it's something that goes across the board. And we're going to have to be concerned and make sure we respond together, because stream management plans and environmental concerns are definitely something we have to keep our eye on. Basin coordination, it sounds like there's a lot of areas for basin coordination. Cloud seeding was some of the higher topic there. But what are we learning from that? The effectiveness, again, the rights of nature should be something that is cross basin coordination. I really love the idea of the capacity building that I heard from the Southwest with like projects. I think that's something that the other basins could learn from and see if that sounds like an efficient use of money too. Forest health and there's the cross basin issues there. Organizational transitions and how folks are dealing with it, going back to the reinvigorating the basins, but that's obviously something that could be shared across the basins. Appreciation for the bottoms up approach that comes from the basin roundtables, crop switching and creating markets. I think while we are a very different state, when you look at the diversity across the state, I think the creation of markets for crop switching could bring security to us all. Soil moisture, obviously, the technology, automation, that kind of stuff seems like basins could learn from that and share. Great appreciation, obviously, for Senator Roberts being here, and that the Basin Roundtables are a great place to have discussions about legislation and legislation that may be needed. And so I think that's incredibly important. But it's a big deal that Senator Roberts is here. So again, thank you, thank you. There was also the movement towards engaging more from the tribal nations, and that we have a lot to learn, can be educated on the work that they're doing, along with the conservation work. And so I think that goes across all basins, even though we're sitting in the basin where the two Colorado Utes are located. I think it's important that we learn from our past, and that can be used across the basin. The final statement was, we are different, but one state. And so I will make sure to write my notes and somehow get them out from each of you all. But I think there was a lot there, a lot that the CWCB needs to hear. Some of it appreciation, but also we need to coordinate on that. We need to coordinate on legislative and things and how the money is being spent, and also what we're learning from the work that we are doing. And so I will, all of this is documented, but I think it's important that we try to find the similarities and then learn from each other. So that is my recap of you all's statements, and we'll move on. Turn it over to you, Andy.
Well, thank you, Commissioner or Director. I'm not sure which hat.
Whatever one you want.
Yep. Andy Mueller with the Colorado River District. I've been asked, and I think the question was raised here at our last meeting by the Arkansas Basin Roundtable reps, who unfortunately don't seem to be here. So I think that's unfortunate. The rest of you are going to have to listen to me drone on for a little while. You can thank Jairus next time you see him. So I want to mention I have a couple of teammates online. They weren't able to make the trip down here, but Amy Moyer, our Director of Strategic Partnerships, and Lindsay DeFreitas, our Deputy Director of Public Relations at the district, are both online. So hopefully, if you ask tough questions, they can answer them. I really do want to thank the CWCB, the IBCC for letting us come and talk. Our efforts with the Shoshone permanency have are something in the Colorado Basin, from the headwaters to the state line, we're very excited about. There's been a lot of discussion throughout the state, some concern, and I think one of the things that might be helpful is just to walk through the program. Pat, I don't know, is this I just see, oh, there you go. Okay, there you go. Thanks, Ken. So, if I just want to give a little bit of background and then really explain what it is we're trying to do in the Colorado River Basin. And hopefully, set the stage for a good discussion because we welcome any kind of comments or dialogue. We have been doing our best to get out and about and talk. We also I would just mention for all of you who are tied into roundtables throughout the state, myself and our team would be happy to come talk directly with your roundtable and answer questions and concerns that arise. We did have a few minutes at the Arkansas Basin Roundtable this past week. Although they really wanted to just hear from the CWCB, Rob Veal was kind enough to pass the baton over to us to talk. So it was kind of him. But if I just can maybe talk about what the Shoshone water rights are, I think is really important. So they're a large and very senior non-consumptive water right on the Colorado River. There are two rights, total of 1,408 cubic feet per second. It's a year-round call. The senior right is a 1902 appropriation, and the junior right is a 1929 appropriation. They have been privately owned since their inception, owned by Public Service Company of Colorado, which is currently a subsidiary of Xcel Energy. They have operated since, for about 122 years in the canyon, and are senior to most rights in the Colorado River, up and down the river. And because they don't consume water, they actually provide a myriad of benefits to the communities up and down the river. And would point out that, all of our junior rights, development rights upstream and downstream have been built with the Shoshone rights in mind. Whether it's our reservoir above Kremling, that is junior, is one of the very junior rights up there, major junior rights, so it gets shut off very quickly by Shoshone, or some of Denver's more senior water rights, transbasin diversion rights. All of them work in conjunction with Shoshone. Many of our transbasin diversion operators in the state have built replacement pools, whether it was the Colorado Big Thompson project and the Green Mountain Reservoir, or Denver's various pools of replacement water, built with that in mind, and knowing that right was there. Downstream from there, we have and maybe if I can switch over. The map kind of helps just for those who aren't as familiar with the Colorado River. That Shoshone power plant just sits right there in the middle, right? And it is, and I think important to recognize, it's below both the Eagle and the main stem of the Colorado, the Blue, which are the some of the major areas where we see trans mountain diversions. It is above, and therefore doesn't call rights up the Roaring Fork. So that includes the Independence Pass and the Fry Arc project and the Boosted. It sits above the Cameo call in the Grand Valley and the 15-mile reach. So it really sits pretty much square in the middle of the river. Those rights down in the Cameo area, in the Grand Junction area, have within a number of decrees built in an expectation that the Shoshone call will continue. And in fact, back in the early 90s, there was this case, the OMID check case. So there's a check structure that takes water from the power plant and runs it back upstream and drops it in above another senior diversions, the Grand Valley Irrigation Company's diversion dam. And when there's big litigation surrounding a claim down there, I think every party, alien with an interest in the Colorado River filed statements of opposition in that case. What came out of that was an agreement to reduce the overall Cameo call from 2,250 CFS down to 1,950. And from that reduction, create what is known as the historic user pool surplus up in Green Mountain, in the west slope pool that's up in Green Mountain. That surplus pool is used in the shoulder seasons frequently when it's available to assist with water for the endangered fish recovery program. So it provides a really significant flow. That pool of water in the cameo in that check case that was created by the check case is expressly contingent on the Shoshone water rights operating as decreed. So if they're not historically operated in the same fashion, the Grand Valley irrigators have the right to terminate the reduction in call and therefore terminate the historic user pool surplus, and there would be a significantly less water available for the 15-mile reach. And so something just to keep in mind. The West Slope, through a coalition of it varies, but really there originally were about 17 entities that have been pushing for decades to preserve this right. And maybe I should explain that the power plant built in the early 1900s has significant challenges, both legal and physical. It sits in Glenwood Canyon, which is a geologically unstable location, especially since the Grizzly Creek fire. It has suffered from rock slides, debris flows, floods, fire, you name it. I don't think they've had locust swarms in there yet, but
Don't say it.
yeah. But it is a challenging place to operate any kind of a power plant. And the power plant predates the Federal Power Act, which is the FERC licensing act. So it is not licensed by FERC. And should they have a significant rebuild necessary on their dam or in one of their turbines melts down, they would most likely be unable to move forward and keep the power plant running without trying to license it with FERC. The current owners have said that they don't believe that they would be eligible for FERC licensing due to the location and the way it operates, and so they'd probably have to walk away from the plant. And what would happen if any one of those situations led to the disruption of their power? And I do want to make a point here. Xcel Energy and their subsidiary has said very clearly they intend to continue to make power as long as they're able, and they have no plans to shutter that plant. That being said, for the last 16 months, because of rocks and other problems at the plant has been down and not operating. And so they hope to get it back online later this week or later this month or into July at some point. But they've been working really hard to do that. And I did notice that they cleared the 100 tons of rock that were sitting literally perched above the plant just recently. So we're pretty excited to see some movement there. But it is a precarious situation. And so what happens if the power plant goes away? Well, it means that everybody upstream, ourselves at the River District included, could store more water or divert more water in priority without building any additional infrastructure, other tunnels, filing of new water rights. It means that there would be better yield for projects like ours, projects like the Trans Mountain Diverters. Our ag users in Grand County and other places would stay in priority longer, would be able to have water. So it's not necessarily bad from their perspective or from maybe the River District's individual perspective. But what it would mean is significantly less water in the river. And we have an agreement in place to cover the temporary outages. It's called SHOP, the Shoshone Outage Protocol. And this was a voluntary agreement that was entered into by the River District, and initially the River District in Denver and our other West Slope entities in the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement. It became a full-fledged agreement with the United States and other entities joining that agreement. But that agreement on its face says that it's a temporary solution. It expires 40 years after it was signed due to the United States of America's inability to enter into a perpetual contract or position that they're unable to do so. There are about 30 years left on that agreement. It is also filled with outs. The United States, for instance, has the right to terminate at any time without cause for any reason or for no reason at all. Just if they wake up one day and the commissioner of the Bureau of Reclamation no longer wants to participate. There are also varying degrees of relaxations or outages or non-participation. So it's the agreement in general says, hey, if the plant's out, we're all going to continue to act like the call is on. It's a contract between parties, right? It is, as we've seen recently from our state engineer and attorney general's office and the courts, contracts are not decrees. They're not guaranteed enforcement under our water rights regime. And so it makes those of us who need that water in the river very concerned about it and its longevity. We've seen challenges, frankly, from the state AG and the state engineer on a similar contract, the Green Mountain Operating Protocol, recently, and so I don't mean to criticize them, the state. It's just the reality that we are a decree-driven state. Our water courts are what creates those rights, and so if we don't have that certainty, it does create lots of questions. But there are also all sorts of ways that other parties that are signatory to it could terminate it, or there are limitations on their participation. So it's not the same. And in fact, last year, as I mentioned, the plant's been off for 16 months now. Last year, the limited pools that are available in Green Mountain Reservoir to meet the shop operations, as opposed to the entire reservoir under certain terms and conditions that I would have to get really into the weeds to explain, but happy to do it all on the side. Under a call, both east and west slope pools have to provide water at certain times of the year and under certain situations. Under a shop call, only a limited amount of the west slope pool is available for the operators of Green Mountain Reservoir to deliver water to the power plant. And so there's a limited ability. Well, we have, until last year, we had not seen an operation of shop last an entire year. And so last year we had shop on the entire time. And in about November, we got a call from the Bureau of Reclamation's officer operating Green Mountain, said, hey, we're going to run out of water. We're not going to have water to continue to meet the demands of shop. And we predict we may run out as early as December. But we're working with some contract holders that aren't using their water to see if they'll release it for us, let us use it for the purposes of shop. And luckily, those West Slope entities did. There were several of them who literally donated their water stored in Green Mountain for that purpose. But even with that, the Bureau ran out of water in March, and the river dropped as a result of that. Had that been a 2018 year instead of 2023, the modeling shows that it would have run out in July, and we would have seen an incredibly hot August and September with low flows and dead fish and no recreation and very poor water quality downstream of the plant, above and downstream of the plant. So it is not sufficient, and it wasn't intended to be permanent. So that's kind of the background as to why we are interested in purchasing the water rights. I want to say that, as I've mentioned, we have a really significant coalition of parties. This is a list of the parties that are engaged in the coalition. It has grown since we signed the contract in December. And I'll get to the funding strategy in a minute, but between these entities listed, we have just those entities alone have provided commitments of over $34 million since December. An additional $20 million was committed to by the CWCB in January, and thanks to Dylan Roberts and his fellow legislators, we saw the projects bill pass almost unanimously through both houses and support another $20 million towards the purchase. So that's a $54 million raise of commitments since December. It's a really, really impressive from our perspective, and we truly appreciate the partnership with the state and all of these entities that you see on this list. They have really stepped up, and are literally, many of those entities call us, have called us out of the blue and said, hey, we would like to talk to you. We have a handful of additional entities that we're talking to, and we're not going to stop trying to raise money locally yet. But the purchase price, and maybe I can get into this and just talk about what we're doing in the time frame. So we signed this contract in December. We had some major contingencies in the agreement. So this Excel, I have to get, my hat is off to them. They were willing to sign an agreement to sell an asset for $99 million with a party that told them that we didn't have $99 million in our hands. We you know, I generally don't enter into contracts with people who can't pay me, but they did. So I really appreciate their involvement. And I will tell you that it took us 20 years of discussions with Excel to get to that point. Their leadership really stepped up once they understood the dynamics on the river, and we appreciate where they are. So the first contingency is to negotiate an in-stream flow agreement between the River District, CWCB, and Excel Energy. So why would we do that? Well, it's a non-consumptive right located in Glenwood Canyon. So we know the power ability to produce power is precarious. And so what is it? The only other non-consumptive use that can be decreed for year-round purposes at that location, it's the in-stream flow. The in-stream flow that we're looking at is a 2.4 mile stretch that goes from the point of diversion at the, for those of you who are familiar with Glenwood Canyon, at the Hanging Lake tunnel there, right at the tunnel, that's where their diversion dam is, runs through a 2.4 mile tunnel, which is about 13 feet by 13 feet through the granite, and then drops through penstocks down to the power plant. That 2.4 mile reach is the in-stream flow reach we are talking to the CWCB staff about pursuing. So we're very excited about that, but we have to reach an in-stream flow agreement. We figure that if the taxpayers from the West Slope and other irrigation companies, as well as the state, are contributing money, we want to make sure that that in-stream flow agreement is solid, it's enforceable, it meets the needs of the CWCB, it meets the needs of the folks from the West Slope who are contributing money, and it meets our obligations that we've entered into in agreements with Front Range entities. So we have agreements with various Trans Mountain diverters about how we will proceed, and we believe that that's important. Just to call one of them out from the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, it's a agreement with Denver Water that we will perpetuate an agreement they made back in 2007 with Excel, which is during certain defined drought years that Excel agreed that in exchange for payment from Denver, power replacement payment, they would drop the call from 1408 to one turbine, which is approximately 700 or 750 CFS, which is a call relaxation agreement, essentially. So they would make water available upstream during those drought periods in the months of March through May. So it would allow some additional yield to be garnered, not just by Denver, but by other upstream junior uses, potentially even the Colorado River District. I think that 2007 call relaxation agreement, as we call it, has operated, Rick, correct me if I'm wrong, like twice since it was signed. It may operate more in the future if there are dry years coming up. So our commitment under the CRCA was to keep that in place in perpetuity in exchange for Denver's support for our acquisition of the water rights. We're working through that. To be clear, Denver agreed to support the acquisition of the 1250. We didn't address the junior right. We still have to talk through those issues with Denver. We have agreements with Northern, Northern, we have an agreement to talk in good faith. So that is an agreement which we are pursuing. We have an agreement with Aurora and Colorado Springs with respect to these as well. And we're happy to talk with anybody else who is involved in the Trans Mountain diversion world, because it is not our intent to deprive communities and cities of water. We understand the need to balance the interests within the state, but we also understand what the economic and environmental degradation and devastation that will occur if these rights are not kept in place. So we've got the in-stream flow agreement we're working through. At some point, we will file the formal application with the CWCB, which will trigger a 120-day period to go through a public process with the CWCB board to decide whether or not they approve the in-stream flow agreement and whether or not we can proceed into a change case. Change case is those things can be long and ugly and nasty, and the simplest of changes. This isn't simple. This is simple. It is unusual and it is large. So it is expected to be a bit of a challenge. But nonetheless, we have that contingency, a successful completion. And then we have the ongoing fundraising. So our fundraising strategy was when we started out fairly simple. It involved our board committing $20 million on the day we signed, which we were only able to do because our voters doubled our tax base, our tax revenue back in 2020 through the Community Funding Partnership, or 7A, but we are able to fund this purchase through that, which for our district is a pretty big thing. We were hoping the state would help us and match that 1-to-1. The CWCB and the legislature did that through the projects bill, and we truly appreciate that. That money is contingent on us satisfying all of these contingencies in the contract. So lots of contingencies upon contingencies, right? And then we went out to our local entities. And as I said, we've raised another 14 million in commitments from our local entities, and with more to come. And we really appreciate that. So we're well over half of the purchase price at this point at 54 million. Our ask, our final ask is headed towards the Bureau of Reclamation through the IRA funds. And we've had lots of ongoing discussions with the Bureau at various levels. And we think we have a pretty good case for why this is a useful, permanent, durable water effort that is truly helping make the Colorado River much more drought resilient and benefits the federal government in a number of different ways. Just to be clear, and I know the Arkansas Basin would want to hear this, it is not on the table from anybody's perspective in our state that the federal government end up with any kind of an ownership interest in these water rights. That is not, we've been very clear with the federal government about that. This is a Colorado water right that will remain in Colorado, owned by the River District, but jointly, I should say, operated for the in-stream flow purposes by the CWC. So we're making progress there. Final contingency is the Excel has to go through the Public Utilities Commission in our state, something that's a little foreign for those of us in the water world, but it is they get to determine where the gains on sale that Excel will acquire will go. Excel and us aspirationally agreed in our contract, or aspirationally agreed to suggest to the PUC that the public benefit out of this project be a creation of a fund for the health of the Colorado River. So we would put that money back into the river and manage it in essentially a trust fund for multi-benefit projects. So supplementing the CWCB or our grant program. So working in conjunction with those. We anticipate closing occurring by the end of 2027, but we can extend that if we need to. Hopefully we don't. But again, those change cases are probably the biggest wild card. So we're pretty excited about it. I do want to just talk real quickly about one of the statewide benefits of this. I do want to say that there's a tremendous statewide benefit in keeping our Colorado River, our namesake river, alive and healthy, and allowing and enabling the ongoing recreation. When you look at the $4 billion economy around recreation on the Colorado River in our state, that is something that benefits the entire state. Those people are often flying into Denver, spending time in the metro area, coming up to the West Slope and fishing and boating. Many of the people who fish and boat, at least last time I was in that bumper to bumper traffic in the upper Colorado River, were all from Denver for some reason. So apparently there are lots of people all over the state who enjoy the Colorado River and its recreational amenities. Certainly in a place like Glenwood Springs, where you have the Shoshone run on the Colorado, and it drives that economy. The city of Glenwood Springs, which is strapped for cash right now, committed $2 million towards this purchase because of how important that is to their local economy and the environment there. So it's really big all the way down to the border, frankly. There's another statewide benefit, and that is continuing to provide water, the base flows to the Upper Colorado Endangered Fish Recovery Program. There are projects, both east and west slope projects, that divert water out of the Colorado River. All of them have obligations for Endangered Species Act compliance, and luckily our state was able to set up, as in joint partnership with other states and water users and the federal government, this very successful endangered fish recovery program. We have taken large efforts to provide additional supplemental flows to the river, whether east slope, west slope, voluntary, involuntary. There are all sorts of agreements out there. But underlying all of those efforts to provide water at key times to the river is the fact that the Shoshone Call provides, by virtue of it calling, provides water down to that reach. And in some dry months, it is as much as 25% of the flow in the river. And it is a really important statewide benefit to keep those endangered fish alive and keep that program thriving. We believe that its impact, the drier the year, the bigger the impact of the Shoshone rights. So it's really important. I want to mention, it is not our intent, and I think, I've heard from a number of parties that there is a belief that what the River District and our West Slope allies are trying to do is increase the Shoshone Call or magnify the Shoshone Call to bring more water into the river or change the administration of the Colorado River. We are not trying to do that. We are trying to preserve the status quo. What is the status quo? The status quo is that power plant operating and calling for water on a year-round basis. There are times when it's in priority. There are times when it's not. Our system has been built up around that since the early 1900s. We have recognized that it was there. We are not trying to enlarge it. We are not trying to change. There's nothing that we are doing that should result in draining Green Mountain Reservoir faster, whether it's the West Slope or East Slope pool. There is nothing that we are doing that will cause the endangered fish recovery pools, whether it's in Wolford or Rudeye or Granby, to be unable to fill more often than they are today. So happy to talk with people. We just had a meeting last week with the representatives from the entire Front Range Water Council and the United States and the CWCB in Denver. Very appreciative of everybody coming to the meeting to talk through it. We have, as a result of that meeting, are setting up separate sub-meetings with different groups who have different interests. We're very interested in it. We think it makes sense. We believe it can be done in a way that makes sense for everybody in the state. And so with that, happy to take questions or comments, get yelled at, whatever you want to do, is fine. But that's in a nutshell what we're up to. And happy to, I like you all can imagine, I could probably talk for hours about this, so I'll stop right now.
Anybody have any questions for Andy? Oh, Rick. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy, for that summary, and I appreciate the kind of final comments you made about the status quo, and appreciate working with you through those. I mean, as you're aware, and you mentioned the agreements that Denver and several other Trans Mountain diverters have with Colorado River District and other West Slope entities, and that we may have a difference of opinion on what the status quo is, right? So I appreciate you reaching out and look forward to working with you on those efforts. You had mentioned Green Mountain Reservoir ran out of water during this current outage. And have you done modeling that shows with the kind of what's being proposed, if that would happen more or less often with what you're working on?
Rick, we're working on that modeling and be happy to give it to you as soon as we have it. But I think the key is that if the call is on the limited pools that are available under shop operations at Green Mountain are expanded to include the 52,000 acre foot replacement pool. And so the water wouldn't just be coming out of the limited West Slope pools at that time. So just when the call is on, obviously when the call is not on, those entities wouldn't, or those different pools wouldn't need to come into priority. But that's really the difference, Rick, if that makes sense. But we're happy to provide modeling as soon as we have it.
Sean.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Becky. Andy, I appreciate the comments of kind of maintaining the status quo, and at the same time, I think as water leaders and water managers, we're always trying to be on the edge of helping things evolve. And there's been a lot of evolution in Colorado water law, in-stream flow being a classic example, the stream restoration bill most recently. And one of the sort of historical legacies within Colorado is Colorado shouldn't acquire a water right. And this kind of dipped his toe in it, where the CWCB contributed funds the River District will dedicate for in-stream flow. So I'm curious, and it may not be a question directly for the River District, but I'd be curious your thoughts on sort of that evolution for Colorado. Are we in a place where perhaps the state has a role in acquiring water rights, purchasing water rights, partnering with organizations to help with that evolution?
Yeah, Sean, it's a good question. I do think our statutes allow currently for the acquisition and donation of water rights to the CWCB for in-stream flow purposes. CWCB has received donations and made acquisitions throughout the state of water rights for in-stream flow. So this is not a precedent-setting effort by us. In fact, you might have read in the paper a little bit of the tension that popped up when we were asking the CWCB for money, in that the CWCB and the district weren't quite on the same page about who would own it and who would operate it and how it would work. I think we've worked through those issues, but that's it. There's a lot of really interesting creative work, some of which comes out of Boulder Creek and some work with Denver and even up in Steamboat, where entities have filed on and created in-stream flow rights that are operated by the CWCB but owned by others. And so we're maybe, other than the size, we're not setting precedent by what we're doing here, just based on, if you look around the state, there are lots of examples.
Ken?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Andy, thank you very much for the presentation. That was good. I've heard you and your staff present this a number of times, but this was more detail, and I'm beginning to understand it better and better. I guess I wanted to just two things, just compliment you on, and this didn't happen last year. You guys have been working on this for a long time, and that's way to keep your eye on the ball. The technical question I wanted to make sure I understood is that the in-stream flow location is the actual tunnel from Hanging Lake to the Penstown?
Well, the in-stream flow is the stretch of river that
The
is
actual river.
dewatered by the current plant operations.
Got it.
So, and to be clear, there is a lease back where Public Service Company of Colorado will be able to continue to divert and make power as long as they want. But when they're unable to, or due to mechanical or other issues, it would switch back to an in-stream flow. So it would keep the priority on the river.
Thank you.
Okay. Eventually, my guess would be that that power plant and the dam will go away, or at least the dam. Power plant's on the National Historic Register, so don't think it's going to go away unless a boulder takes it out. But I or a flood or a fire or something, but it's so at some point it will just be an in-stream flow located at that location. It's our intent.
Jim?
Thank you. Thanks, Andy. I've heard about it. This is my first time that I've got to see the presentations. It was good. Thanks. And so I don't know all your water rights and how they play with each other and, and the interplay of those water rights. So this is kind of new to me. That part's new to me. So this is really interesting. And I want to applaud you on, undertaking something that's pretty onerous, it looks like, especially when you step into water court for a change of use. So that's one of the things that I was just wondering. You're asking for funding from entities, and you don't know for sure what the outcome of the change of use will be. And I was wondering about the operation. The district would own the water right and the CWCB would operate that. And do you think that would come out of the change case, that how that operations would actually work, and it would be really defined? Because I heard you saying that some of these things, it could help both East Slope and West Slope by allowing some storage at times. And how do you put that all into a change case? And when funders are bringing the money in, is there any contingencies to, well, if this doesn't work out this way, then I don't know if we want to fund it to that level? Or, my questions, there's just a lot of questions around what exactly are we getting as a state, or how does this exactly affect East Slope diverters and things like that? So
those are really good questions, Jim, and questions that we work through every day at the River District. And I do want to just applaud my team. I wouldn't be here talking about this if I didn't have an amazing team at the River District and a board that has supported this. It's a big push for a tiny little district like ours. We have 25 people on staff, and I think I have 10 of them working pretty much full time on Shoshone. So it is a pretty huge ask. And I would say, the purchase and sale agreement are public documents. So I can tell you that the River District has the right to terminate the deal if the conditions that are present in either the
this must be important.
Yeah. The River District, if the conditions in the in-stream flow agreement or the change case don't work out to our desire, right? And we were careful not to set black lines in that contract as to what those conditions are, because I think one of the things we've certainly learned over the years in collaborating with our partners throughout the state and certainly with those on the Front Range is we've got to keep an open mind. Well, we have agreements that we intend to abide by, and we expect others to abide by them. We also know that flexibility, creative thought in terms of how we settle and solve these issues is really critical. And so it's only through dialogue that we're going to get there. And that's really what we've been trying to do with since we signed it is sit down and talk with all the parties involved and the interests and make sure we represent them. I can tell you there are contributors on the West Slope. I'll pick on one just by way of example, Garfield County, right? They just committed $3 million. I can tell you that if I agree to a compromise that they believe, guts the importance of these rights, they're yanking their fund. Okay, that's made very clearly, right? So while we've got to work with our Front Range partners, we've also got to meet the demands of our West Slope entities, and we have to make sure that the value is there for our contributors. And I agree. I liken it to a four-dimensional game of chess at times to try to work through all of these different levels and needs. But it is something that we're committed to. We think it really will, for generations to come, make a difference for our state, for the West Slope to have this. And so I think there's a path forward, and we're making that happen. But that's it only happens through discussion and dialogue, and that's really something that we recognize very wholeheartedly. So.
I was just I noticed all your contributors were West Slope contributors. I was wondering if maybe East Slopers, if you were hoping, or if there's some way to involve the whole state in this, or, I mean, I haven't talked with any of the Trans-Basin diverters or anything like that, but I like to think bigger picture.
Yeah.
Because if it is really important for the whole state, it seems like maybe we could work something out.
Right.
I mean, and I don't know what that would be.
Well, I would say the whole state has committed to participate through the action of the CWCB board and Senator Roberts and his colleagues at the legislature. So that's a $20 million contribution. I would say, just to plug that, this is the the number one priority on the Colorado River Basin Roundtable, right? This is, and it has been for a long time, right? And it is an ask of the Colorado River Basin of the state, similar to the contributions to the South Platte Recovery Program or the Rio Grande and the Republican money that was provided last year or 2 years ago now. It is similar to the Arkansas Valley Conduit, which by the way, all of those things we supported, and we understood that was an appropriate use of public money, and frankly, we appreciate the statewide board voting to contribute this, but we also recognize that there have been contributions made throughout the state of significant amounts in the recent years. So that's kind of our approach. I would say it's going to take a lot of work, Jim, and commitment from everybody who's involved to make sure we do this right. So, and I think we can get there.
No, I appreciate it. And lastly, I'd just say, maybe, I think our roundtable would love to hear this.
Yep.
I don't know, it might be something, our chair is here, so that's something that we could get to come over and give the same kind of presentation.
More than happy to do that, and more than happy to come to any roundtable in the state to explain it, because it isn't, we're not hiding the ball despite anybody's appearance or thoughts on it. So we do not have some nefarious plan to dam up Glenwood Canyon and have a giant reservoir to afford West Slope, Colorado River water for the West Slope. We're not trying to do that, right? This is an in-stream flow, and we think that it strikes a balance represented by years of water development in our state that we continue the ability to maintain our population and also make sure that we don't kill the river or the economy that depends on it. And I think it's, for us, the benefits, I've mentioned recreational benefits and environmental benefits. The ag users benefit tremendously from having this water in the river and the water quality. We have junior ag users that benefit from the maintenance of the historic user pool. We have that this helps with. We have benefits to a number of our main stem cities and towns that draw water directly out of the Colorado River, and that dilution effect of having that water in there is of critical importance. So it's, why are we getting, all of these towns up and down? I mean, for instance, if you looked at that list, the snowmass, water, and sand. All right. Anybody with a little odd sense of geography understands that snowmass is on Snowmass Creek, which is tributary to the Roaring Fork, which enters the Colorado below the Shoshone plant. They are a contributor to this effort because of the weird operation of the historic user pool in Green Mountain that this will help protect, and therefore they benefit from that. It's a totally weird administrative concept, but it is something that our water users throughout the West Slope have looked at and really appreciate that.
Thanks. I appreciate the presentation and the conversation. Thank you.
Ken and then Pat.
Thanks, Andy. I just make a couple of comments and refocus. We're definitely a bunch of water manager nerds here, talking about prior appropriation. Down here in the Southwest, we've often watched our neighbors to the north as both East Slope and West Slope have battled over Trans Mountain diversions. Not overly familiar, but the basic history of the compensatory storage under Senate Bill 80, going back to the cooperative agreement, I believe 15 odd years plus ago. So it's great to see this happening. And I think the storage or the acquisition of state water rights, Sean, may have been in reference to compact issues. And there was some concern about state ownership as opposed to in-stream flow, which we crossed that bridge in 73. We want to support in-stream flow. So I think there's a great deal in the status quo. And I think it's great that it's got local ownership, Andy, the River District. But I'll bring the focus back. I mean, you may need to get a Save the Fish effort, or it could be U.S. Fish and Wildlife with a Red Cross before it. We're all engaged other in the North Platte maybe, because everybody on these lists is subject to those 4 endangered species. Within our basin, the San Miguel and the Dolores do go to the upper Colorado and participate in those programs, with the rest of the Southwest on the San Juan recovery programs. That's a huge deal. Maybe we've, started in 88 and 92, I believe. Maybe we've gone complacent, but they're all up for reauthorization. We talk in our little groups, but if we don't take care of the fish, that recreation and everything else, which are extremely valuable, all the benefits that Andy spoke of are real. But we got to keep the bigger picture in mind. And a lot of it's about the ESA protection. So thank you, Andy. Keep up the good work. Good.
And final,
Deal fairly, and we know you will. We know you got to look out for your water rights, but thank you.
and finally, Pat.
Thank you. Thank you, Andy, for the great presentation. This was really informative. And I think kind of building off of some of the comments that Jim had around, there's a lot of moving parts with this. There's a lot of conversations to be had, a lot of stakeholder or a lot of, stakeholder input into this. And kind of recognizing that one of the basic tenets that we all live with here on the IBCC and through the roundtables is, getting clear back to 2005 is this concept of wherever we can having kind of these common technical platforms for evaluating things and looking at, how different water management decisions work. Will there what's the process, particularly preceding the change case for, will there be any sort of, technical modeling platform, kind of shared modeling that may go into answering some of the 40 chess type questions that that he kind of suggested, and what might that look like as far as getting that information out on the table to kind of look at different scenarios and how things would work ultimately with this water right and the in-stream flow and such.
Right. A good question, Pat. We certainly had some discussions about that last Friday with the participants in that meeting, and we have our modeling and have additional modeling that we're doing, which we are happy to provide. And I think the question, models can be very useful. They can be very slow and very cumbersome and not always very accurate. And so there's some discussions about how best to do this. And we're happy to look at it and talk about a common platform. But I think one of the, we have been using state mod and certainly there are, just like any model, you can always make improvements and we're happy to help with that. And I think talk about it. I would say, despite it being a change case, it is not a new water right. We're not moving the water right. We're not enlarging the water right. Well, we're not allowed to do that under the law, so we can't do that, right? And so it is interesting hearing some of the concerns about it, just because we don't think that we have the ability to impact negatively any more or any differently than the current call does. So we want to understand those concerns and where they're coming from. And yes, Pat, we're always open to additional work or utilizing or improving state mod if we need to, and how we do that. I think the key is making sure we're all on the same page about what it is we're trying to do and where some of our initial modeling that we provided for instance, the impact on the 15-mile reach may have triggered some thoughts that we are enlarging the current call, and if that's what happened, we'll own that as our fault. But I think it's certainly not our intent. So happy to work with you, and we have yesterday spent some time sending follow-up letters or emails out to folks saying, hey, you mentioned this issue. Some of them were technical. We'd like to come sit down with you. Here are some dates we're available. So we're real interested in doing that and look forward to it. So
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Questions from the audience? One more.
Hi, Andy. This is Steve Harris, water engineer here. I've had some experience with this donation agreement. Back in the aughts, believe it or not, the Southern Ute Tribe and Pine River Irrigation District developed a donation agreement with the CWCB for certain releases out of Vallecito. The donation agreement was pretty much approved then. We filed the change application in 2007, and we're still working on it.
Yeah.
It's just a comment.
I hear
We're
it.
still working and there was no gap in there. It was worked on the whole time for 17 years now. So I don't want to rain on your parade too much, but there's some experience there.
Are you trying to depress me, Steve?
This turned into a water time project. You know how I like to say water time
Yeah,
projects? That's what this turned out.
Well, and that could happen, but I will say, we've been working on this for decades, and that's why we actually have agreements with Denver, Aurora, Colorado Springs. That this isn't a brand new concept and a brand new issue. So we think we have a little bit of a head start, 10 years or so on that with our agreements. But Steve, very wise words, and even if I'm not going to let them penetrate completely, because I'm actually an optimist. So. Well, thank you, Director Mitchell. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss with everybody on Shoshone and look forward to more dialogue and more questions, because I don't expect this to be the end. Thanks, Steve. Yeah.
Thank you all. I think we need to move on to our next agenda item, which is Colorado River updates. So we have Michael Elizabeth Sakis and Amy Ostick here, and they're going to go ahead and quickly present because we have a legislative recap coming up right after this.
I hear you telling us to hurry, Commissioner Mitchell, and we will do our best.
But don't hurry too much because it's an important topic.
No, I think we can make this pretty quick. I was trying to remember, oops. Do you guys have our slides loaded by chance? So I was trying to remember the last IBCC meeting, and I just couldn't really remember it. And then I realized it was because I was stuck at home with 104-degree fever with literally no voice to talk to you, even if I had wanted to. So it's good to be here today, not having 104-degree fever and having a voice. At any rate, it also occurred to me that you all have not met since the Upper Division State submitted the alternative for the post-2026 operations of Powell and Mead. I know that a lot of you have heard us talk about this in other settings, so I don't want to spend too much time on it, but since this group hasn't had a chance to discuss it, I did want to briefly go over the alternative that we submitted for consideration in the Bureau of Reclamation's NEPA process for the post-2026 operations of Powell and Mead. And I think at the last IBCC meeting, one thing that Commissioner Mitchell did talk a lot about was her negotiating principles, the irrefutable truths that you all are very familiar with, that you all helped inform. And we're really proud to say that the Upper Division State's alternative really reflected those negotiating priorities and principles. Specifically, the alternative is designed to help rebuild storage in our nation's two largest reservoirs. It is designed to be responsive to actual hydrologic conditions that we see in the Colorado River Basin, to protect water users and resources, and importantly, to operate within the law of the river. I continue to hear, and I will just keep referring to the compact because I feel like I hear every other day people saying, oh, we're renegotiating the compact. And I just have to say it again, we're not. The Upper Division State's alternative is designed to operate within the compact and to respect the fact that the Upper Division States have an equal share of the river to our lower basin counterparts. That was the entire point of the 1922 Colorado River Compact, was to put us on equal footing. And I know you all know that, but I have to say it every chance I get. So our alternative has a few components, but the primary pieces are how we are determining what releases from Powell and Mead should look like. And I'll just dig right into the Powell operations. So the way that Powell operations would be determined based on our alternative is essentially look at the storage contents in Lake Powell on October 1st. Based on those storage contents, that's going to tell you what the release from Powell should be. Importantly, there are no tiers the way that there are in the 07 guidelines. We have seen, the consequences of having those sharp tiers in the 07 guidelines, which can really result in huge variations in releases based on just a little bit more water in one of the reservoirs. So this is our suggestion, our alternative for Powell releases has a continual linear rule curve. So you don't have those sharp deviations. And, we're looking at Lake Powell as an indicator of hydrologic conditions. So based on the conditions of Lake Powell, when it's full, it will release more. When it's lower, it will release less, which we think is pretty logical and straightforward and a good way to rebuild storage. Mead operations are somewhat similar in that you look on October 1st, but here's what's different is you're going to look at the contents of both Powell and Mead. And based on the contents of those reservoirs, well, first you're going to subtract a threshold volume of 8.7 million acre feet in both those reservoirs. And that's essentially the amount of water under certain elevations at Powell and Mead. So you're going to subtract that. You're going to look at the total storage on October 1st in both the reservoirs. As your numerator, and your denominator is going to be the total live storage if those reservoirs were full, again, minus that threshold amount. And based on that percentage you get, the lower basin states are going to be taking certain reductions. Under most conditions, the lower basin would be taking reductions of 1.5 million acre feet. And you notice I'm not calling that a shortage because it's really not a shortage. It is what we know occurs due to evaporation and transit loss in the lower basin. So we're not referring to that as a shortage, but rather kind of a baseline. So again, based on our modeling, under most conditions, the lower basin would be taking 1.5 million acre feet in reductions, but we recognize that more will be needed in certain conditions. So they would be taking up to 2.4 million acre feet on top of that 1.5. So you all have seen this infographic about 1 million times, but I, again, just like to reemphasize it because a really important underlying kind of foundational component of our alternative and everything that we're doing and talking about on Colorado River is this concept of hydrologic shortage, that in the upper division states, our water users, due to intra-state administration of water rights, are taking cuts to their water supplies every single year. Those are uncompensated. They are not voluntary. They are just what's required under our prior administration, strict water rights administration approach that we take up here. I do just want to pause on this though for a moment and acknowledge that the Bureau of Reclamation recently released the updated consumptive uses and losses report. Well, I'm not going to call it a report because it's not exactly a report. For several years, we have gotten essentially spreadsheets showing lower basin uses up to 2015. There's a lot there to dig into, and we and our technical folks are still digging into all that and trying to fully understand it. But high level takeaway, it's very consistent with what you see here. Lower basin uses, we've been making some assumptions because we hadn't had consumptive uses and losses reporting since 2005. Yeah, so we had been making some assumptions for this infographic for other information we've been putting out about what lower basin uses might be from their tributaries. And we were, I'm trying to think of the right adjective. I don't know if happy is the right one, but it was interesting to see that the consumptive uses and losses report was largely consistent with what we thought was happening in terms of lower basin tributary uses. And again, we only have that through 2015. It's not the same report that we saw for 2005. It's a lot of data and spreadsheets. So still working through that. But we also see consistency with what we believed and know had happened between 2020 and 2021. The upper basin uses might be, they might be slightly different, but we saw a 1 million acre foot reduction in upper basin uses in that time in the consumptive uses and losses report from Reclamation. So more to come on all that as we dig into it more. But again, that concept of hydrologic shortage is really important to the entire conversation, whatever it is we're talking about on the Colorado River. Another component of the Upper Division States alternative is this concept of parallel activities. And I'm careful to call this part of our alternative because it really is not exactly part of the alternative. Our view is that the post-2026 process should be focused on operations of Powell and Meade. That's the scope of the 07 guidelines. That should be the scope of what comes next. But this parallel activities concept recognizes that there may be activities outside the scope of that process that could complement the post-2026 alternative. So as part of our alternative, we essentially said, hey, if you adopt our alternative, we will consider parallel activities that might be voluntary conservation efforts and potential releases and recovery from the initial units. Those sound a lot like demand management and DROA, but they're not. Those agreements expire in 2026 along with the 07 guidelines. So anything that comes in the future in terms of voluntary conservation or releases and recovery at the initial units would be subject to new agreements. And, we've learned a lot. We've gained a lot of operational experience, which I say it a lot, but it feels kind of like a euphemism. We've gained a lot of operational experience in the last several years, looking at how the DROA releases have gone, how the 07 guidelines have operated in low hydrologic conditions. So the idea would be we're going to learn from all that and any future agreements that might be made with respect to conservation or releases and recovery at the initial units. And we would want any of those parallel activities to be used to protect Lake Powell's ability to make releases and to protect our interests in the upper basin. The Upper Division States alternative also acknowledges undeveloped but settled tribal water rights, and there's some work to be done on that front. So that kind of brings us to today. We submitted this alternative back in March, and this is a good time to mention the Lower Division States also submitted an alternative. There are some key differences. One is that the Lower Basin States alternative does call for reductions in use in the upper basin. We're not super thrilled about, and Commissioner Mitchell has taken a really strong position against any such reductions in use. There's no legal mechanism or legal reason to do something like that on a mandatory basis. There's also a distinction in what the lower basin states are looking at in terms of how reductions in the lower basin would be determined. Our alternative looks at Powell and Meade. Their alternative looks at a 7 reservoir approach. That includes the 4 initial units in the upper basin. We think that is not the appropriate way to do this because those initial units are not there to support lower basin uses. They are there for a number of reasons, including our own uses, including environmental compliance. They all have their own records of decision. And we think it's important to protect those and keep those separate from the post-2026 framework for Pelham Mead. So that really does bring us to what comes next. And what's happening right now is Reclamation is developing alternatives for analysis and their NEPA process. We have heard Reclamation talk a little bit about the no action alternative. And, you know, we have had a few concerns about how they've characterized that, trying to work through some of those issues. But we look forward to continuing to work with the lower basin states and Reclamation in the hope that we can come to a shared understanding of what the post-2026 world should look like. And Commissioner Mitchell has been engaging with the other basin states, trying to see what potential areas of shared interest could be. So continuing to work through those issues. And just a reminder, we've heard from the feds that they would really like to have this buttoned up by the end of the year. Technically, the 07 guidelines, they expire in 2026. So you'll hear a lot of different timeframes around this, and that's why. So a couple other things I just want to point out. I've heard a lot of discussion, or a bit of discussion anyway, about the airborne snow observatory stuff. And I just wanted to let you all know that we've been working really hard with UCRC staff and the other upper division states on rolling out the bipartisan infrastructure law funding. I believe we've committed $800,000 in federal funds, and we've really supported that to the airborne snow observatory work. But we're really committed to looking for more opportunities to bolster that program. So something we're all thinking about. Another thing we're all thinking about is system conservation pilot program and conservation activities. And I just want to let you all know that there has been some discussion about, the future of SCPP through the interim period, or through 2026. What that might look like going forward. And I guess what I want to say about that is there is some discussion about potentially continuing that program. What we are doing at CWCB is we have heard a lot of input and feedback, and I think it's really important to be thoughtful about next steps and what might come next. We have hired a consultant, SGM, to help us really dig into some of those the questions about how SCPP has been implemented, what some of the issues have been, what has gone well, what hasn't gone well, and they are helping us better understand some of the issues that have occurred on the ground, some of the good things that have happened, and just helping us make sure that whatever does come next, we're doing it in the most thoughtful way possible. So we'll continue that work. And I think that's everything I have, and maybe I'll turn it over to Michael now to talk about communication.
Excellent. I'm Michael Elizabeth Sakis. I'm the communications specialist with DNR, Colorado River and Division of Water Resources. And thank you for the invite. This is my first time being able to join in person. So it's really good to be here. Yes, I will keep this brief. I know we've talked about a couple of these communication efforts and tools, and I just want to give you a couple updates on what we're working on. So we recently had a webinar. So we've been working on a series of webinars. We've been trying to host them monthly, and we share out reminders via our CWCB listserv. So if you are not on that listserv, you can shoot me an email, and I can get you on there so that you can get reminders about these. But our latest webinar was a really impactful and special one, and I won't read all these names out loud for time, but I know Mr. Ken Curtis is here with us. And so what we asked, and there's a blank space there was a little preview clip of the webinar, which I wasn't going to play, but if you want access to this video, you can send me an email and I can share it with you. but we essentially are really trying to get people to understand what it means when we say hydrologic shortages and what it means for people on the ground to be taking these water cuts. And so we invited a group of panelists to talk about that, to actually put faces and names and stories to what it's like to not have your full water supply in an upper basin state like Colorado. And so we had a really moving, powerful discussion, and we're planning on actually turning that audio into a podcast episode with CWCB's Water Talk podcast. So we're hoping to amplify these stories, because a lot of times we do hear the question of, what does hydrologic shortage mean? Especially lower basin folks, reporters, and people who are trying to better understand this information when you don't have massive reservoirs above you. And so we got a really powerful, oh, there it is right there. But that's just a little preview right there. We were emailed from a reporter who said it was nice to hear directly from ranchers trying to keep their ranches going in scary water times during water cuts and dry years. As a Denver resident, I rarely get the chance to directly hear ranchers' point of views. I was struck by their heartfelt emotion and responsibility they felt to previous generations to keep family business operating. Compelling, real sense of anxiety for ranchers and variability of water supply. It helps me get a handle on the difference between upper and lower basin water supplies and how upper basin really does rely so much more on year-to-year supplies. So I was a reporter who reached out after our panel. And so this is really what we're trying to do, is we're trying to help tell these stories. And I want to, special thanks to Mr. Curtis and the other folks who've been helping us with that. So if you have stories to share, you can always reach out. And again, I work also as the communication specialist for Division of Water Resources. So I'm working with people all across the state. So if you want to reach out with any stories that you feel like are really impactful and need highlighting, you can do that at any time. So we do have a couple webinars coming up. They're tentative because schedules change, people travel, but we do have one on July 11th and August 8th, and you can always check the CWCB calendar for updates on that. And again, you can email me and I can make sure that you're on our listserv so that you can get reminders on these webinars. So we are always working on infographics, which you've seen many of them. These are a couple that are in progress that we're hoping to be able to share soon as tools that you can use. This is essentially the same concept of the infographic you've seen of a 3-year water use. We extended it to a 20-year water use of upper versus lower basin uses. And again, helping people understand, the way that these are accounted in tributaries and transit loss and evaporation. And so this will be updated as we dig into those numbers and the consumptive uses and losses information that was shared with us. And this is just another tool to help people kind of see, the 3 years is impactful, but really seeing this 20-year timeline we felt would be helpful as well. So that's something we're working on right now. And then this is the version that's out right now, and we are updating with numbers. And so we're going to have an updated longer timeline on this, where the water is used and where the water flows. And again, we have all of this. The goal of these is for you to be able to share them with people who have questions, to help people's understanding. And you can always find them on our Commissioner's Corner website, which we'll have a link here shortly. And then another concept we're working on, this is actually an infographic that Division of Water Resources put out, kind of just showing, the rivers in the state and the water that leaves the state, depending on the hydrology at the time. And so we were hoping to kind of take this concept and focus on the western half of the state to talk a little bit about programs that Colorado is investing in and working on to be able to contribute to a healthy Colorado River system. So we're hoping to kind of zoom in on the Colorado River basin and then on the right-hand side, kind of highlight different ways that we are here in Colorado contributing to that healthy river system. So that's something we're also working on. And then this is a infographic and tool and fact sheet that is currently on our website. So this is a really great tool. If you're at an event, if people have Colorado River questions, you can print this out double-sided, and it gives you that infographic on the UDS alternative that Amy presented earlier, and then some big picture questions. So that is currently available, and that is on the Colorado River Commissioner's Corner. And that's where we have updates and events and news stories and the ability to schedule any kind of speaking engagements. And then also we have our Upper Division States Alternative website, which has all of the information about that alternative we submitted in March press release, the package that was submitted, again, infographics, and then an FAQ. So you can access that as well as cwcb.colorado.gov/Colorado River. And then this QR code takes you to that Commissioner's Corner, which has some of those infographics available, and the other infographics, when they are done, will be uploaded there. That's it for me. Does anyone have any questions?
Does anyone have any questions for Amy, Michael, or myself? I think what you're seeing from that presentation is that we are really focused on getting the science out there. What's actually happening? What is being used? Where it's going? All of that is incredibly important. And to some, it may be offensive to be so transparent about it. But I think if we're looking to make smart decisions on the Colorado River, we definitely need to be working in facts. And so that is the focus here in Colorado. And we'll go from there. Ken, looks like you have a question, or I thought I saw yours up first.
Sure, I just wanted to follow up, early today in the updates, Dan was talking about availability on the Colorado River. Many of you have worked on this for many years. I think the River District exists to have Colorado River concerns. So you have a longer history, whether you've been there or not. But one of my introductions, what do we call it at different times? Car wash or Colorado River water availability. And back then we boiled it down, I think, to a zero to a million acre feet. I think we found the futility of that exercise, although it was very informative. And the realization certainly hit us in the upper basin, I believe, that we're on the zero side. I don't see a lot of people looking for that big expansion, 7.5. It's not going to be there as best we can see. And yet, to your credit, Commissioner, you're trying to explain that, and Amy and others, Michael, don't know how we get that message across. So we do seem to be talking past each other between the basins at time, but at least in our Colorado community, I think we've recognized where it's headed and where it's at. So keep up the good work, like the infographics. That's where we're at. Thanks.
Thank you, Ken, for that. And all of those infographics are available. The ones that are finalized are available for everyone to use and to get the information out wherever you are. In response to the range of a 0 to 1 million acre feet, I think that only further highlights that we live within the means of the river. That's what ranges mean, is that when it's not there, we can't put it to use because it's not there. And so I think that's really the crux of the message that we're trying to get out there, is that because we don't have those reservoirs above us, we haven't had the equalization of the hydrograph or depredation of the hydrograph, I guess I would say in some areas. But if folks have better ways to get that message out, please feel free to share them, because sometimes I think people just may not want to hear that. And I thought about this specifically as we sit in this area, and we sit in an area where the two Colorado Utes have not been able to fully develop their settled tribal water rights. If we, it would have been much easier to say, oh, development caps, and then look away from us, because that's essentially what the lower basin had proposed in some ways. I think that's a first step to trying to get more. And those, trying to honor the compact and the importance of the compact. And Andy talked about it last night. Amy talked about it this morning, about the equity component of that compact. While it may not seem very equitable when you look at the numbers, part of that's because it's not, but to give up any rights into the future, I think is something that would definitely have impact on the Southern Ute Mountain Tribe and the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe. And I'm not willing to do that. And I hope all of Colorado can stand with us as we forward. Ken, and then Sean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure I completely understood the system conservation pilot program that SGEM is trying to help assess the effectiveness of that. I know the discussions that we've had in our roundtable have been, seems like an awful lot of money for not very much water. I mean, is this a viable solution to the problems that we have on the Colorado River? So I guess that's the first half of the question. And then I wanted to also hear a little bit more about what is a no action alternative. What does that really mean? But I mean, I hadn't really given much thought to it until you posed that question. And now I'm like, if somebody asked me to explain it, thank you.
You go, you
Okay.
take a stab and then I'll.
There's a lot there that you asked. So let me just start with exactly what SGM is doing and not doing. They are not doing like a whole SCPP analysis of whether it's worth it or whether, all that. They're essentially helping us. Mark Harris has been out interviewing folks who participated and people who chose not to. There are just a lot of localized issues that come with a conservation program like that. Some of them are unique to a particular ditch company, and we want a better understanding of those issues. So it's not meant to say this is good or bad as a whole, as a program. We just want to understand the localized issues that occur in Colorado better. Because that to me is kind of the bit, we've talked a lot about secondary economic impacts of programs like this. And I think it's kind of beyond secondary economic impacts. Is what are the challenges, the unique challenges that people are facing in different areas on the ground, very specific to their operations. So those are the types of things that they're helping us better understand. And really, Mark is out interviewing folks and telling us what he's hearing. And we will be providing a report on that as well. So that's the type of information we're trying to get. I think the second part of your question, I think we need to be very clear that SCPP is not a silver bullet. It is not something that in any way can save the Colorado River system. And I don't think that anyone in the upper basin believes that to be the case. I think that, SCPP was reauthorized at a time when the Commissioner of Reclamation was calling for conservation across the basin. And I think it was our way in the upper basin to say, here's what we can do. It's small. I think, what are the words that Chuck uses? It's small and it's messy and it's something else. But this is what we can do. It's not going to save Lake Powell. Like, let's just be very clear about that. And I don't think anyone's under the illusion that that will happen. It's just a way to show to the Bureau of Reclamation, to our lower basin partners, that we're doing something. We're doing what we can do. But it presents a lot of challenges, and we're trying to better understand those. The second question about the no action alternative, I could talk about that for an entire day probably, but I'm not going to bore anyone with my thoughts on NEPA. But what the no action alternative is meant to do, it's required in a NEPA analysis, and what it's meant to do is show the baseline. So if nothing were to occur, what would the future look like? In a lot of NEPA analyses, that essentially is status quo. It's just saying, well, if we just continue doing what we've been doing for the last however many years, this is what that would look like. The 07 guidelines are unique in that they do not continue. So they have a firm, expiration date. And the open question is, okay, well, what happens when those guidelines go away? The no action alternative is not continuation. It is they're gone. And so that gets you into an even more complicated, nuanced discussion about the long range operating criteria and what that looks like. And there are, I know that we're pretty short on time, so I don't want to get into a whole discussion about that, but there is a lot there in terms of power releases, and you may have heard 602A storage. How much water are we entitled to store in the upper basin? And how does that relate to what should be released from Powell? And that's the type of analysis that should be done under a no, looking at the no action alternative. So Becky,
I think that is an incredibly good explanation. I think it's also important to recognize as we think about the 602A storage analysis, it's based on some of that is based on the largest drought of record. And so I think we're in it. And we probably have more to come, and it could even get worse. And so that 602A component of the no action alternative is incredibly important, especially as there are calls to look at upper basin reservoirs as part of the solution. And then going to the SCPP component of that, of your question, Ken, one of the things that you said that again, I want to highlight, and it came up as we talked about, as we went through each of the basins this morning and how different we are. Not only are we different from each other, but we are extremely different from how the lower basin operates farms and ranches. And so small, messy, is an understatement. In terms of, because of, it's the sheer number. When you're talking about the man hours that went to produce that water in SCPP, because it took dozens and dozens of contracts within Colorado. That's very different. We don't have one contract out of Meade that you get a bunch of water from. It's taking dozens of contracts to get a little bit of water. And I think what that says to me, hope it says this to a lot of people, is that we're willing to do our part. We've shown that by living within the means of the river. We are different. We cannot save them from themselves. But we are also, the beauty that is Colorado, the beauty that is the upper basin, is that we are not these ginormous farming and ranching corporations with one contract that you have to go through. We're a lot of small, messy contracts and people that are trying really innovative things. I mean, I heard about them in our basin update or basin kind of conversations this morning about what folks are doing on the ground and the crop switching, the cloud seeding, all of that is happening. And so I think that's what some of these programs emphasize. So Sean?
Can the slides be brought back up? Is that possible?
Kat, can you help me with?
Unless it's a real pain, I can ad lib.
Thank you.
The graphic, Amy, that you had of kind of the 7.5 million acre foot line and where the upper and lower is at, I had a question about that. I'm going to go for the question without looking at it, so okay. I apologize if I don't articulate it right. So the is that consumptive uses?
Yes.
Diversions?
Yeah, and let me be clear that when we talk about consumptive uses, we include tributaries in that. Some might not, but if you read the Colorado River Compact, it does provide for apportionments from the Colorado River system, which is clearly defined as the main stem and the tributaries. So you might hear people say, well, the lower basin is only using 6.6 or whatever the number is. And what they're looking at is main stem uses. They're looking at what are they getting delivered from Lake Mead. And, we wouldn't dream of providing, an infographic showing what we use in the upper basin only from the main stem.
Right. And maybe adding to that. So I thought I'd heard this graphic to me always spoke to me, and I appreciate that the numbers are being updated as we have more information. And I thought I'd heard from maybe one of these meetings or somewhere else that the to this point, the evaporative losses alone for the lower river were somewhere in the camp of upper basin uses or somewhere in the 1 million acre foot range?
1.5 million acre feet. Well,
Okay.
it depends on the year, because when Lake Mead and Lake Powell are lower, you know, there's not as
Yep.
much water evaporating from them.
Yep.
So 1.3 to 1.5, I think, is a fair range.
Okay, and then I apologize if I'm going around the tree several times. Is looking at 2020, the 10.2 as an example, is the 1 million in this example of evaporative losses in the 10.2?
Yes. So
Okay.
what's included in this infographic is main stem uses, tributary uses, and evaporation and transit losses. And what I really like about the infographic Michael showed that she's working on, I don't know if we can go to, yeah, the 20-year one. I'm really sorry, Kat. Is that it breaks it down to show people exactly what's included. It's a little bit more, it's kind of busy. So, you know, it's like a trade-off, but oh yeah, the one right before that. Sorry, Kat.
That's where I was going, and this went too quickly that I couldn't see it. That's exactly where I was going. So where is it's just in the different color bars?
Yeah, so if you look
Got
at the blue lines, that's lower basin use. The dark blue is the main stem. The medium blue is transit and evaporation, transit losses and evaporation. And then the light blue, am I getting this right? Yeah, the light blue is tributaries.
Okay. And so the final question on all this, again, I appreciate hearing how the conversations are going sort of system wide. Is there, from the lower basin perspective, I've heard Director Mitchell say, hey, this is going to be hard. You know, there's going to have to be a lot of kind of sacrifice and tough decisions. It's going to be difficult. Is there at this point any argument over those numbers? Or when it's hard, is everyone aiming at the right hard?
Well, yeah, I think.
Not for us to say, but I'm just curious how the
Yeah,
conversation's going.
let me take that
Yeah,
one.
yeah,
Is
go
that
ahead.
okay,
Yeah, of
Amy?
course.
I think you asked the question, is there an issue with those numbers? I think the issue is with those numbers being out, and described in a way that's understandable. I think that's been the hard thing for some folks, is that when you look at this, it seems like it's pretty obvious where the hard conversations are and need to occur. We know that yellow bar kind of just fades into the background, even though we made it bright yellow on purpose. But it doesn't stand so high. And so I think those are some hard conversations that are above that yellow dotted line and above that blue dotted line. That we know that those are where some really hard conversations have to happen. That doesn't mean that yellow line doesn't need to be reduced. We know that we have to do our part. We have to hear what Mother Nature is saying. I think some of what continues to occur is distraction to when you hear the skin in the game or the 7 reservoirs or what is the upper basin going to do, that is somewhat strategy. And so what our strategy is, and it may not be the sexiest strategy, to be perfectly honest. It may not be the one that people respond to, but it is facts. That's the strategy, because that's what we have. And the numbers, especially now that the consumptive uses and losses report has come out, or it's just to 2015. So let's not get too excited. But now that that's come out, we've really been able to say that's verified the numbers that we've expected, based on the 2005 numbers. And in some areas, it doesn't even look better. It looks worse than what we expected. And so, but what it does say is that we've never used 7.5 in the upper basin. And I think that's important. We're we're not using more than half of the river. And that's important. We still have undeveloped tribal water rights in the upper basin that absolutely need to be acknowledged. And so this may not be well received, but it's not because it's wrong.
Becky, can I add just a little
Yeah.
piece to that, which is that I do want to be fair that if a lower basin attorney were in the room right now, they might not dispute that they're using that much from their tributaries or that evaporation transit losses is happening. But they might point to the Supreme Court decree in Arizona v. California, and they might say, based on that decree, you only need to worry yourselves with what we're using from the main stem. That apportions the lower basin's main stem water supply, and it is a Supreme Court decree. So they would say, this is the wrong information to even be looking at. It doesn't matter if that's how much we're using from our tributaries. Look at Arizona v. California. That's where our apportionment comes from. And we would say that's subject to the compact. It's clearly stated in that decree that it is subject to the compact, which includes tributaries. The upper basin states were not a party to that lawsuit, so it's not binding on us. The way that you want to distribute your main stem waters is your call, but you can't get out of calculating tributary uses and evaporation and transit losses when you're looking at the whole Colorado River system as defined in the compact.
Thank you.
Andy, I know you're going to say something insightful.
Well, you have great expectations, Becky. On this very issue, I guess I would say, there's some in the lower basin and some in academia. Some former general managers from the Colorado River District who are out saying that the upper basin has calculated the lower basin's consumptive use incorrectly. And I want to make it really clear that the River District disagrees with statements made by our former general manager, and that for many reasons that Amy just identified. But I think I think that the basic laws of physics are something that this basin has to pay attention to. You consume a molecule of water, it's consumptive use. That's very simple, right? And there's an argument the academics like to make about how you measure consumptive use in the lower basin. If they consume the drop and it doesn't return back to the river system, it's consumptive, period. And they are consuming, as this chart shows, and as the Bureau's own numbers that just came out show, vastly more than what they are entitled or apportioned under the compact. And the idea that they could be at consistently over 10, almost 11, or over 11 million acre feet and be turning to us and saying, we want one-to-one reductions in use, absolutely unacceptable. And the question is, what can we as a statewide body do to help you, Commissioner, and your team in getting that message out? Our water users do. They vary their use. This year, Penn's water users are gonna be in that situation again, not as bad, hopefully, as they were 2 years ago. But we have water users who are cut off. We saw tremendous highs in the Colorado River just now and in our system. They will be crashing over the next couple of weeks, and we will see calls coming on throughout the entire Colorado River system on all of our tributaries. And there won't be a single call except for the call to demand more water in the lower basin. Their calls mean something different, right, than ours. And how do we get that across in a way that, and I think this infographic goes far, and I think, updating it with the Bureau's numbers, so we're using their numbers, is a great idea. I think that the idea that I sit here and I look at these numbers, and then at a place like Crua, you hear they pull up, the guys from Arizona pull up these charts with absolutely imaginary and wrong numbers, and the press runs those numbers instead of actual numbers, right? You can't get anywhere on policy if you don't have the data, right? The data is what makes sense. And so how do we push the right numbers on this? And I just would say we're certainly willing to help from our district's perspective. I think the roundtables could help with that, getting that information out. But I think it's a real problem. I do want to just touch real quickly on system conservation. You know, through no fault of Pueblos, because they try to participate in system conservation, and we appreciate that. Every single drop of system conservation water in the last 2 years came out of either the Southwestern District or the River District, out of the West Slope. As a representative of the West Slope, that is not a tenable continuation. But talking about reauthorizing that for 2 more years, we've got to engage in a discussion within our state, a polite, civil discussion about how these programs roll out so that we don't see a sacrifice zone set up here in Western Colorado. And we would just ask that that conversation occur and that we find a way to do it in a thoughtful manner. And we talk about ways in which the Bureau of Reclamation doesn't decline for $60 an acre foot to take an offer from a Front Range Trans Mountain diverter who's willing to participate. And that's what they did with Pueblo. And that's a, you know, when they're paying $400 more an acre foot down in the lower basin for the same damn water, it's amazing that they would refuse to accept that contract. And I would ask that your help in finding a way to talk about that in a way that's not controversial, that's not harmful to our state's interests, but in a way that does protect and keep our state together. And so I throw that out.
Appreciate that. I appreciate that, Andy, and I'm going to pass that on to the feds. Ken, you're the last at this point, or from here.
I'll be very brief.
Yeah.
Not to mention, the water's not administered. I mean, did any of it even show up down there other than just to pay money for good faith effort? But the question I wanted to say was, the reclamation records that you got from 2005 to 2015 is great that we finally have those records. What's the chance we're going to see some additional records in any time near future?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think this was a nice heavy push. I'm going to continue to be vocal about it because I love data. So we're going to move on to the next thing. It's the legislative update. I am going to ask Daphne to be as quick as possible, and I'm talking minutes. And if we need to do a sending of the update, that would be great. The vans are going to leave or are set to leave in 10 minutes. And so just an FYI, Daphne, there's a room full of people, and we know we gypped you.
No problem. I can go ahead and jump in here. Thanks for having me today, IBCC. It's good to see some of you in the room. I will say that it's a luxury to be providing a legislative update outside of the Capitol, but I'm sorry I couldn't join you in Durango. So I know you've got really limited time. I will go ahead and dive in here. I'll be reviewing water-related bills that passed this last legislative session, and then I'll just quickly breeze over some of our DNR legislative priorities that I think are of interest to you all. Kat, if you could advance just a couple of slides to our first bill. Next one, perfect. So starting with water bills, which I know is the primary focus of this group. The first bill is Senate Bill 5. This was a bill that came out of the Water Resources and Agriculture Review Committee. It prohibits the installation or planting of non-functional turf, artificial turf, or invasive plant species as part of a new project or a redevelopment project. So this is going to apply to commercial, institutional, industrial properties, common interest community properties, street right-of-ways, transportation corridors, and takes effect in January of 2026, and actually a year prior to that for state facilities. So this does not apply to residential properties. It is not a retroactive requirement, but we were glad to see this one pass, and certainly one of the greater water conservation measures of this session. Next slide, Kat. The next bill here is Senate Bill 148 on precipitation harvesting and stormwater detention. Sterling Ranch and Dominion Water developed this bill to allow certain precipitation harvesting facilities to use detained water if approved as a pilot project under a substitute water supply plan, or as a permanent project operating under an augmentation plan. So this allows Sterling Ranch and Dominion to use their drainage infrastructure to harvest runoff resulting from their housing development, store and divert that water under an augmentation plan, and put it to beneficial use to meet drinking water needs. Next slide. Senate Bill 179 on floodplain management. This was a result of the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, finding that Colorado was not in compliance with minimum national floodplain insurance program standards, specifically for state-owned buildings, because of gaps in our land use authority and program administration. So that was in part because some local governments that do have land use authority were not actively participating in the program. So this bill just looks to fill that gap by allowing the state architect to issue permits for state construction in local jurisdictions that don't already participate, and to also accept permits for state construction from NFIP participating communities. Next slide, please. Again, apologies that I'm running through all of these, but I imagine some of you have heard of these bills at least once before. The next one here is Senate Bill 197 on water conservation measures. This bill picks up legislative recommendations from the Colorado River Drought Task Force that was formed last interim. There were some recommendations from that task force that are moving through other avenues, like the CWCB annual water projects bill or the long bill, but specifically this bill allows a storage water right owner to loan water to CWCB's in-stream flow program. It requires CWCB to establish an agricultural water protection program for all water divisions, not just divisions 1 and 2. It requires CWCB to reduce or waive matching requirements in the case of a water conservation grant to the Ute Mountain Ute or the Southern Ute Indian tribes. And then in addition to those task force recommendations, this bill also includes a policy concept that wasn't a formal recommendation from the task force, but part of the narrative discussion surrounding water owned by utility companies in Division 6. So the bill provides abandonment protection until 2050 for water rights that have been historically diverted for electric generation in Division 6 to allow for future renewable energy development. So basically just protects electric utilities that plan to close coal-fired power plants in the Yampa Basin from losing their water rights if they either decrease or don't use the water for that specified period of time. Next slide, please. Next one here is House Bill 1362, measures to incentivize gray water use. This just essentially flips the presumption in statute to authorize gray water use unless local governments prohibit it. And then this also creates a requirement for local governments that do pass ordinances to prohibit gray water use. They would have to coordinate with the State Department of Public Health and Environment. Next one is probably one of the most interesting for this group, House Bill 1379 on regulating dredge and fill activities in state waters. Probably the most significant water conversation of the session surrounding WOTUS, Waters of the United States, coming from the U.S. Supreme Court Sackett versus EPA decision, which narrowed the scope of waters protected under the Federal Clean Water Act. So this was an effort to fill the gap so that waters that lost protection federally would still be protected under a state program. This bill requires the Water Quality Control Commission within CDPHE to promulgate rules by December of 2025 to implement a state program that would be at least as protective as the guidelines developed under Section 404 of the Clean Water Act. It covers discharges to state waters, so that's defined as any and all surface and subsurface waters that are contained in or flow in or through the state, including wetlands. So that was a pretty significant shift from what was originally going to be a gap waters program that would not have covered wetlands. I'll say that that definition of covered waters became more broad through the legislative process, but the bill also has a really robust exclusion and exemption section. So exempts several activities, things like normal farming, ranching, forestry operations, maintenance and construction of irrigation ditches, a whole lot more. And I won't cover all of those details, but happy to take any questions. And I'll just mention that for those of you that watched this one closely, you know that it was kind of a roller coaster. There was a competing bill from Senator Kirkmeyer out of Weld County that would have originally housed this permitting program in a whole new division in DNR. That bill did make it a few steps into the process, went through a whole lot of changes, including getting moved back into CDPHE, but ultimately did not move forward. And Senator Kirkmeyer actually signed on to House Bill 1379 as a sponsor after some of those key changes were negotiated. Next one, please, Kat. House Bill 1436 on sports betting tax revenue. This is a bill that refers a ballot issue to the voters at the November 2024 statewide election to allow the state to keep and spend all revenue from existing sports betting tax, including in excess of the $29 million cap that Prop DD set back in 2019. So what that means is if voters approve the ballot measure, revenue in excess of the 29 million annually would be transferred to the water plan implementation cash fund and could be used for water conservation and protection projects. So to give you a sense of what that means, the bill's fiscal note projects that that revenue is going to exceed the $29 million cap by close to $3 million this fiscal year, by over $5 million next fiscal year, and over $7 million in fiscal year 2026. So this could be a notable increase towards water project funding should it get approved by the voters. Next slide, Kat. Thank you. House Bill 1436, restrictions on tap fees. This started out as a pretty ambitious proposal to essentially limit how much special districts could charge to provide water to new developments, stemming from some affordable housing concerns that legislators had been hearing. This stirred up the water community quite a bit, gained formal opposition from Water Congress and other entities. So ultimately, a strike below or a whole new version of the bill was adopted to only retain the section that requires the special districts to provide rate schedules for tap fees and any professional analysis on how those fees were set upon request of a local government. I know I really breezed through those. I'm going to pause there and say that the other bills I was going to cover are more tangentially related. I might just want to highlight our water projects bill, but otherwise I might leave it there for the sake of time.
That would be great, Daphne. We appreciate that. We'll get out any information that anybody requests and go from there. We really appreciate you showing up and being so efficient. We're sorry you couldn't join us here. I'm glad you didn't have to be in the Capitol.
Thanks, Becky. And thanks for the time today. Good luck with lunch and the rest of your agenda. Just want to quickly highlight House Bill 1435 was our annual water projects bill and did some really significant work this year. So take a look at that one if you haven't already. Thanks for the time. I'll see you next time.
Thank you so much, Daphne. Okay, so guys, we are going straight out to our vans, or you're going to go get water bottles, sunscreen, hats. We're going to the picnic tables by the beach under the shade structure. The vans are in front, ready to go. There's room for everybody. So hustle. Oh, Dylan, Senator Roberts, did you have anything? I see you came up. Did you want to say anything before we left? Great.
Up with a session on forest health, and we have Christina Burry, who's going to be starting out here, followed by Chris Sturm talking about forest health. And Christina, I can advance your slides. Just tell me when.
Okay. Is now a good time to go ahead and get started?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Wonderful. So, hi everyone, I'm Christina Burry, the Deputy State Forester for the Colorado State Forest Service. I'm so excited to be here with my fellow water colleagues. So I'm week 6 into this role. Prior to this role, I worked as a watershed scientist and led the watershed planning team for Denver Water. I was with Denver Water for a little over 8 years. And so just really excited to work and collaborate with you all in this kind of forest health watershed space. And also just demonstrate the State Forest Service's commitment to water values in hiring me for this position. That's one of my charges, is to think about how to incorporate water and watershed values into our forest health plans for the state moving forward. And next slide, please. So what I'm going to share with you all today, so the outline, if you could go back to the next, thank you. So I'm going to cover threats to forest health and the costs associated with that, watershed protection goals that the State Forest Service has in our Forest Action Plan, collaborative opportunities on a statewide basis, as well as some local efforts going on near Durango. And then finally, where I want to spend most of my time is strategies and recommendations for the IBCC and roundtables, and hoping to get some questions and dialogue about and some feedback about how we can work together on forest health and watershed health issues. Next slide, please. So threats to forest health. Certainly wildfire. As you can see the map, very terrifying. We have a lot of wildfire risk in the state. And so the red is extreme risk. And we have a lot to think about and plan for given the current conditions as well as future conditions. So wildfire certainly being a huge threat to our forests and something that we're working to address and need to work at a rapid pace and a large scale to make differences on the landscape to receive fire. Drought and insects and disease also are big impacts to our forests and something that we plan for. Most of my focus today is going to be on wildfire risk, given that it's such a big risk for our forests and our water supplies in Colorado. Next slide, please. So the costs associated with managing the forest to deal with this wildfire crisis. So the estimate for just treating 10% of some of the acres that are most at risk and have some of the highest priority values at risk for our state is $4 billion. That is a staggering number, I know. Managing the forest is gaining in terms of price and cost because our acres are really steep. It's hard to access them, and it is costly. So I don't want to shy away from that number and that need for our state, but also want to share the inverse of that is the cost of reacting to wildfire, which can be more staggering, more costly than that $4 billion. So it does depend on the fire. On average, it's usually about a 5-to-1 cost. So for every acre that burns, that's a $5 cost compared to a $1 cost in proactive management. And that's due to the high cost of suppression. That's due to projected impacts or avoided costs for water supplies, as well as infrastructure, homes. And I've heard some really great perspectives from the 2020 wildfire season, especially in Grand County, where you can't rebuild the watershed once it burns. You can rebuild structures and homes, but there's no rebuilding the watershed. And I think that perspective is one that is really important to consider given the risk to our water supplies in the current state, as well as given climate change. So I know those numbers are big, but I think it's important to put those out there and understand the reality of what the cost is and the cost savings as well in investing in our forests. Next slide, please. So we have thank you. So we have our state forest action plan, and that was done in 2020. We will be updating that forest action plan in 2025. So it will just be an update. We'll do a full revision to that forest action plan in 2030. So we do have a lot of emphasis on watershed protection as part of our forest action plan, given the importance of water supplies and watersheds in Colorado. So we have 3 primary goals and some actions associated with those goals, but I wanted to keep it high level for folks today. Certainly you can refer to the forest action plan for more information, but first goal, improve and maintain water quality and quantity. So not just focused on water quality impacts associated with fires, but thinking about how trees and shade significantly help preserve the quantity, and thinking about riparian vegetation and being like a riparian sponge essentially to maintain the water quantity within those ecosystems and riparian systems. So focus on water quality and quantity. And then improving resiliency of critical water infrastructure. So it's really hard to build new water infrastructure. It takes a long time. It's very costly. It's very important to protect the infrastructure that we have in place. And so thinking about diversions, reservoirs, all those features as part of water collection systems is really important to think about how to create that resiliency within the watershed system that surrounds that infrastructure. And that's primarily forests. It's typically national forests. The state has significant amounts of federal and national forests. And so being able to maintain the resiliency within those forest ecosystems and watersheds that in theory protect our critical water infrastructure and our water supplies. And then third, more to the thought about the other ecological benefits and functions for watersheds. So wildlife habitat, recreational values, going beyond just thinking about drinking water infrastructure, but also those other values at risk that are really important to our state and Coloradans. Next slide, please. So we have a lot of collaboration in the state. I would say Colorado leads in terms of collaboratives engaged in this space around water and forestry and watershed issues. So for those who don't know, the State Forest Service is actually part of Colorado State University, and we're a center within the university as well as the Center for Collaborative Conservation. This is one of their maps to showcase the different collaboratives throughout the state. So more than 220 collaboratives are focused on forest and watershed, water-related issues. So we do have a lot of collaborative efforts, which is great. And we have a few other areas of interest for collaboration. So thinking of more about community values at risk, there's community wildfire protection plans. So that typically is a planning process. It can be at a small level, like on an HOA type of level. It could be at a county level. But that effort is more focused on community, like structural values at risk, thinking about evacuation routes. So definitely thinking about life safety and community values at risk and kind of that structural built environment. And then really exciting, the new Wildfire Ready Watersheds program, which Chris, I know will likely share a lot more information about this. And I think this is a huge opportunity to complement these collaborative efforts and the community wildfire protection plans to think about the water and watershed values at risk and plan for fire. So it is different than a community wildfire protection plan in that the values at risk that you're planning for are the watershed, the water values at risk. So that could be drinking water infrastructure, that could be riparian corridors. But thinking about those water specific values at risk. And that's one question I get a lot is what's the difference? And I think they complement one another, community wildfire protection plans, wildfire ready watersheds, but they are considering different and very important values at risk. And so it's really exciting to see the opportunities through this wildfire ready watersheds effort. And I'm excited to see not only the plans that come from it, but the implementation that comes from it. And the State Forest Service will be there to help support a lot of these efforts and hopefully are engaging in some of those conversations at the local level. Next slide, please. So to speak on some of the local collaborative efforts, there's one that's called the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. This kicked off back in 2019. So the U.S. Forest Service Regional Office and National Wild Turkey Federation, some water providers, including Denver Water, and a lot of partners, Department of Natural Resources. They kicked off this Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative as a way to prioritize forest management and wildfire risk reduction activities in the state. And so it was a series of meetings back in 2019 where we all came together and collaboratively agreed upon these three landscapes So near you all is the Southwest Colorado. They call it the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative Marquee Landscape. So the top priority of the three, and the other two being the Upper Arkansas and Upper South Platte. So those three have been prioritized in many different ways since the decision through Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. I know Colorado Department of Natural Resources has dedicated and prioritized funding through the COSWAP program for these priority landscapes, and there's been additional resources brought to them. So next slide, please. So to speak specifically to the Durango area, so here's a graphic of the Southwest Colorado project area. There has been significant funding that's been appropriated for this landscape. And I think a big part of that was highlighting the need through the Rocky Mountain Restoration Initiative. And it's brought forth almost $12 million in 2022. So we have a lot of work to do, but I think the collaborative efforts and the conversations that have been ongoing about RMRI and other collaborative efforts, I think have yielded significant financial benefits for our state. And so next slide, please. So this is where I want to spend most of my time, is the recommendations and thinking about how you all can engage, especially in trying to leverage resources for our state. So it'll be the next slide. It should be my final slide. Thank you. So I was on the Forest Health Council prior to coming to the State Forest Service. I was the East Slope Water Utility representative that was appointed by Governor Polis. My West Slope counterpart, Amy Moyer's fantastic, and she's still representing on that council. And there's been a lot of discussion amongst the council members, especially that Amy's been involved in, on how to integrate this with the basin roundtables. That there's a strong need from the Forest Health Council to focus on water as a priority. And also I think there's a unique opportunity where the Forest Health Council advises Director Gibbs. And so there is this nexus between the Forest Health Council and the work of the roundtables. And I think that there are a lot of opportunities and there's a lot of desire to try to coordinate or at least integrate some of those efforts. And so I would love to hear folks' thoughts on that integration piece, if they have any ideas. This is something that the Forest Health Council I know is discussing, and I think could be really beneficial for both. And it's just exciting to hear the roundtables just be more engaged and forest health as part of their conversations and consideration. And yeah, I think that there's a lot of opportunity for that engagement. The second being to continue to elevate watershed values at risks and water supplies as a priority for federal funding. So we saw a lot of federal funding come our way after the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act in some of our landscapes, not all throughout the state. A big part of the decision making on that funding and where that should go to was community values or risks. So the number of people. So I'm not saying that we need to necessarily minimize lives and property, but at the same time, it's really important for folks who are in this water space to advocate for people thinking about the water sources for those people. And sometimes the watersheds that are the most critical isn't necessarily where all the people live, but it's really important for a huge number of people who rely on those water resources. So just bringing that up and trying to get the folks in DC who don't really understand how our water systems work out here. I think a big part of it is education and advocacy and just maintaining that visibility for how important water supplies are as part of protecting communities and protecting people and lives. And next bullet. I get questions about things that slow down this work. We know we have to work at this accelerated pace. We have unprecedented funding, and we're still seeing some slowdowns when it comes to the planning and permitting process. My advice has always been, think about a suite or portfolio of projects that you're working through NEPA on some and permitting, but you're also working on implementation of different types of projects. So not to put all your eggs in one basket, essentially. So think about where you can work, where your priority focus areas are, where those landscapes are within your area of interest, and work with the federal partners to find out what they're doing to advance NEPA, working with the national forests on their forest plan revisions, and seeing if there's opportunities where they can include your watersheds, your values at risk, your infrastructure as part of those efforts that are very long going. We're talking probably 4 to 8 years for forest management plan revisions, and NEPA can vary depending on what the project is and the social resistance and or acceptance of some of that work. So that does need to be ongoing. Meanwhile, developing partnerships, especially on non-federal lands that do not need NEPA, to try to not only get that cross-boundary approach, but thinking about other options in protecting values at risk and getting work done on the ground. The State Forest Service can certainly be help with that, as well as local conservation districts, county conservation districts, and local watershed collaboratives can be very successful at this. And thinking about the type of project. So broadening the projects to include cultural burning. That's a huge advantage in working with the tribal communities on that. I think that prescribed burning is a very powerful tool. It is very effective. And that is something that the tribes have that unique and special ability to do. So taking advantage of those options is really important. And thinking about other multi-benefit projects. So beaver dam analogs, post-assisted log structures, thinking about building that resiliency within the watershed when a fire occurs. And then finally, bringing home the point that protecting the existing infrastructure from wildfire should be a top priority for water quantity and quality benefits. It's really difficult and time consuming to build new. And so I know it sounds simple to think about protecting what you already have, but really truly focusing on that and thinking long term, and planning to preserve these dams for hundreds of years. Especially given the risk and threats of climate change. I know it's really long term and it can be daunting to think that long term, but just making small steps in thinking about a landscape approach for how you can make a difference to protect the existing infrastructure, and making those investments is really important. So I'll stop there, and I'm hoping, for some questions and engagement and just ideas on how the State Forest Service can engage in the work that you all are doing, but also just in general how we can bring together more conversations around watershed health and forest health in that nexus. So thank you.
Thanks so much, Christina. I really appreciate your input. And I think that these key ideas, especially appreciate you kind of drilling in. We've talked so much about wanting to talk about forest health, but I think this really feeds some ideas that we might be able to run with. So are there any questions in the room for Christina before we switch over to Chris? Go ahead, Ken.
Christina, could you help us better understand? I'm Ken Brenner. I'm up in the Yampa, and I'm working on that Headwaters Wyoming, Colorado project. They've done a lot of work with lava. Is that an alternative that's being used much in the state of Colorado?
I'm sorry, can you repeat what alternative?
It's a lava, the LAVA. It's an acronym for it's not a specific NEPA process. It's a more general for a bigger area, and you come in and do some supplemental work with a project, but it allows you to do larger landscapes all at once.
Okay. Which national forest are you working with? Is it around?
This is all up in Wyoming that they're doing this.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not familiar with
Thank you.
that. So that's certainly something, yeah, I would love to learn more about.
We'll follow up with you then.
That would be great. Yeah, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, go ahead, Rick.
Christina, Rick Marcichek, good to see you. Again, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us. And we do have watershed as one of our kind of top priorities. And we're going to be talking more about kind of our no low regrets this afternoon, and something that we can coalesce around the state and hopefully have common understanding and agreement on. So I thank you for your comments and look forward to finding additional ways that the IBCC can work and CWCB can work better with the State Forest Service. So thanks again.
Great. Thanks, Rick. Nice to see you.
Okay, any other questions? We will see, we'll go ahead and move on to Chris Sturm. I believe he's online. Thanks so much, Christina.
Good afternoon, everybody. Chris Sturm, CWCB staff here. I can't see everybody in the room, Russ, so I'm asking how many folks have seen some version of this presentation before. If you could just give me a read on that, Russ, I'd appreciate it.
Getting about maybe a third to half of the room.
Okay, that's helpful to know. All right, let's jump into this. Next slide, please. I'm going to be talking about the Wildfire Ready Watersheds program. This was a program that was launched in January of 2023. Before we get into the specifics of that, we spend a lot of time talking about healthy watersheds. What does that mean? What are we after? This is what we're after in the Watershed Health Program that's operated by the CWCB. So we're really looking to maintain our flow regimes at as close to historic conditions as we possibly can. We want them to be resilient. We want a fire to be able to burn and not cross a threshold boundary or change our flow regime significantly. We need to provide high quality water for the different uses, ag, municipal, environmental, recreational, industrial as well. And then we certainly value all of the habitat features that we get in our upland areas and our headwater areas that are associated with healthy watersheds. So after the fire season of 2020, and gosh, I hope this season doesn't shape up the way 2020 did, but I'm getting a little nervous already. Anyway, there was some legislation that came out. It directed the CWCB to come up with a susceptibility analysis to show where in the state we're most likely to have post-wildfire impacts and how they're going to impact our values at risk. We did this. I'll show you some results of it, but we also built a framework, which is really just a template scope of work for local communities, local stakeholder groups that Christina was just talking about, a lot of them, to do their own susceptibility analysis at a much more detailed scale than we were able to do at the statewide. So at the statewide, we looked at statewide data sets for values at risk. You could see them here. A lot of them are centered around water infrastructure, but also road crossings, which cause a lot of problems during flooding and after fires, and life and property, people that live in or near the floodplain that are likely to be impacted as our hydrology changes after fire. And we also looked at the potential for post-wildfire hazards. This is debris flows, hill slope erosion, patterns of erosion and deposition that occur within the channel, and just normal flooding. A lot of these things all happen together. So in order to be susceptible, we have to have values at risk and the likelihood of these post-wildfire hazards to occur. And so this is what we're looking at here in this map. This is a Huck 12 map. Huck 12s are small watersheds, about 10 to 40,000 acres in size. We have about 3,500 of them in the state. And as we go from green to red, what we're showing is higher presence of values at risk with the likelihood of post-wildfire hazards. Next slide, please. This same analysis, I just aggregated the data by county. I feel like some folks have an easier time visualizing it outside of the small watershed boundaries. We did build a statewide post-fire susceptibility explorer on our wildfirereadywatersheds.com website so that folks can look at the different data sets and you don't have to see all of them at once. That's what I was showing in those other maps. But right here, for example, I just turned on the reservoir layer as a value at risk, and these are reservoirs susceptible to post-wildfire debris flows. But again, as we go from the lighter colors to the darker colors, it's showing higher presence, more reservoirs, and more likelihood of debris flows that are going to impact those. So I encourage folks to spend a little bit of time on that Explorer. What's really happening now is we have got a whole bunch of wildfire ready action plans occurring around the state. The CWCB, through some ARPA funding, was able to kick this program off with $10 million. The long-term funding vision is through Colorado Water Plan grants, the watershed health category. But right now we're using this American Rescue Plan Act funding. And that is going to be polled on September 30th. Within a wildfire ready action plan, there's some social aspects on the front end, visioning, getting our stakeholders together. But then the real meat of it, this technical analysis, is collecting this data, this value at risk data, this hazard data, running the analysis and seeing where the susceptibility is in our individual watersheds. So not at polygon scales, not saying, oh, within this sub watershed, you're going to have issues. It is specifically saying at these point locations, in these reach locations, we have values at risk intersecting with hazards. And then finally, the last piece of it is actions. What are the pre-fire mitigation actions that should be implemented? What are the post-fire actions that should be implemented? Here's a bit of an older map that shows where we're doing wildfire ready action plans right now. All the polygons are plans. The stars are where we had planning already done. And so we've got some actual mitigation projects going. And then those other shapes there are kind of some pending ones, but we've got a lot more going on than that. By the end of September, I'm anticipating about 24 RAPs, wildfire ready action plans to be going. And that includes the Yampa headwaters that Ken was just talking about, the Mancos, the North Fork of the Gunnison, the Dolores River, Bear Creek in Jefferson County, the White River. There's going to be a RAP on the Grand Mesa, the San Miguel River, the Eagle River, the Blue River, possibly Coal Creek, that is Crested Butte's water supply. So we got a lot of folks coming in and they're aware of our deadline of September 30th. So this map is going to have a lot more RAPs on it. And in my time at the CWCB, which is 17 plus years, I've never seen a greater response to a new program as far as the number of plans that we've got going on the ground in such a short amount of time. I failed to mention that we are reviewing a RAP application for Twin Lakes. So that those folks that are sitting around saying, yeah, that's something we should probably get to. Well, we're reviewing one for Twin Lakes while they're actively burning. And I can guarantee you that plan is going to have some element of what needs to be done as they enter the recovery phase from that fire. So this map shows our larger sub-basin watersheds and the priorities within there. I just threw that up there as I was talking through some of these areas we're going to have RAPs, and feeling pretty good about getting a lot of the really high priority areas of the state within a RAP, started on a RAP. Next slide, please. Put this slide on here to let everybody know that we just didn't come up with this out of a vacuum and say, oh, wouldn't it be great if we did this? We've done this several times after fire, where we looked at the values at risk. And right here, we're looking at water infrastructure and lives and property in the East Troublesome fire. After the fire burned, and we ran a hydrologic and hydraulic model to see what values at risk were likely to be inundated with post-wildfire floodwaters. And so we've learned a lot over the years. Doing this type of work after a fire is something that I hope we can always provide as a service for those areas most in need, but it's never clean, it's never easy, and it rarely comes up with innovative projects that serve multi-objectives. And the projects that I'm proposing will do just that. So next slide, please. Hopefully you guys can see this, but I'll walk you through it. And many people have heard me say that in order to impart resiliency at a watershed or landscape scale, we are going to need a mosaic of different types of projects. And this is an example of just that and what we're hoping to see coming out of our RAPs. And here I used a reservoir as our value at risk. Picture a landscape here that's at high risk for fire. Go back to Christina's map at the beginning of her presentation. There's plenty of areas in the state that are going to be like that. And this shows all sorts of different projects that should be choreographed together to protect this value at risk. And what we have in here is we have thinning, we have prescribed burns, we have gully stabilization, wet meadow restoration, point of impact stabilization projects, alluvial fan restoration. There's infrastructure upgrades, meaning we may have some bridges that are pinch points that will cause severe erosion if they get floodwaters after a fire or floodwaters without a fire. And then we've got some other approaches where we have ordinances to protect areas that are important to keep folks out of and to preserve so that they function to slow floodwaters and store sediment and debris. There's also early warning systems. So there's different types of projects, on the ground projects, gauging projects, infrastructure upgrade projects. And what I want to get across to the IBCC here is that while the CWCB has a really robust funding program and can participate in a lot of this, we can't do it all. And we need other types of partners. There may be watershed groups putting these plans together, and they're going to identify things like bridges and road crossings that do not have the conveyance we need to protect our values at risk. But it's not going to necessarily be their responsibility to implement those projects. We have to get this information over to the right parties. It could be the county, it could be CDOT, and get these projects into their long-term capital improvement budgets. So I'm hoping that while these RAPs come together, we're also thinking about who our funding partners are, and that's absolutely going to have to be our federal partners as well. And a lot of these projects are going to be on their lands. Next slide, please. I'd like to leave you guys with a good picture of some of the stuff that we're talking about. Here's a naturally occurring wet meadow that could function pretty well as a fire break, could function very, very well to store sediment and debris. And picture that last diagram I had where there's a reservoir down below. This is an area that could protect a reservoir pretty well, but likely in need of some thinning or some prescribed burning to further mitigate that risk post-wildfire impact. So there's a lot of areas on our landscape that we need to understand better. What condition are they in now? Do we need to do restoration projects, or do we need to protect what's already there? Do we need to think about the different types of projects that can work together to protect our downstream values at risk? And that is all that I have. I hope I'm within time. There's one more slide that has our website. I hope you guys will check that out when you get some time.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Chris. Any questions for Chris? Steve?
Yeah, maybe for Chris and Christina. I know a comment I've heard down in Southwest Colorado is it's not a lack of funding, it's not a lack of projects to do. It's a lack of workforce to put on the ground to do these projects. I'm just curious if either of you can comment on that.
Yeah, workforce is definitely a constraint. Being part of the university, there's some opportunities that we're exploring with some of the mountain colleges and Front Range community colleges for workforce development programs. I know the Wildfire Matters Review Committee is looking at legislation to support some of these education opportunities and programs, even thinking about like the special equipment that's needed for some of these steep slopes, and there is a lack of expertise in running some of that equipment. So I would say, yes, it is absolutely a constraint, not only just the technical knowledge, but housing. I know this comes up with workforce in any place in Colorado, but housing is a big problem. So I think at least with the State Forest Service, we did some salary modernization to help recruit. We still need more foresters. And so it's something that we constantly have to push for increased salaries, looking at affordable housing options to help with those workforce constraints. I think that there's more advocacy that could be done for education and for affordable housing, but it is a constraint, and as well as the knowledge, expertise, and workforce for kind of the timber utilization as well. So not just the cutting of the trees, but yeah, there's a bottleneck. There's the people who haul the logs, the people who cut the logs, where the logs go, and there's a severe workforce constraint. So yeah, I welcome again any thoughts on that. Knowing that it's a problem, and we are engaged with our state legislators on how to deal with some of these issues. On the federal side, the U.S. Forest Service is in a hiring pause right now, which doesn't help. But yeah, I think that we need some more work done and creative solutions for workforce.
I'll jump in with what I think maybe is the sunnier side to that, because I do realize that we have workforce limitations. So far, haven't run into that with the implementation of the Wildfire Ready Action Plan. So that's fortunate. We do have enough local engineering firms working on those plans to keep them going. That could change, but right now we're good. What I have found in my tenure at the board is that we really just need one or two really good leaders to catalyze something like this. And if we're going to prove up a strong workforce, we need to have these robust plans that identify what's coming. And then if our federal partners start committing to these programs and plans that we're putting together at the state level, then we know what we need to build around. If we come out with a plan that says we have 30 million worth of need in this watershed, and we've got 24 plans that are telling us what our need is, at least that gives us an idea of what needs to start being built out.
Question, or you both have questions still. Sean, go ahead.
Chris, sort of building on the capacity side of things, I heard you mention the watershed groups and their involvement with wildfire ready watersheds. Sort of changing gears a little bit, or topics. What are you seeing in way of stream management plans? And is the watershed coalitions, the conservancy districts, the other districts that are involved in stream management plans, are they getting sort of resource to the wildfire ready stuff? Because that's kind of the urgent need, or where funding might be coming in, and less so in stream management plans. Are you starting to see additional phases of stream management plans come in for funding? What's the status of all that?
Yeah, we're tracking all the projects that were identified in the stream management plans. And, you know, Sean, I took a slide out of this to save time, but I had a slide that illustrates our different watershed planning types that we do at the board. And foundationally, wildfire ready action plans and stream management plans, watershed planning, are all founded in similar approaches, in that we need to understand hydrology, geomorphology, biology, and do assessments at those levels. And then what I call stream management planning is kind of your graduate level stuff. You're moving on to identifying other things. We're not pivoting any funding away from one thing or another. All those planning types are still identified in the guidelines for the water plan grants through the watershed health category. That said, I'm hoping that in the next 2 or 3 years, we're going to be moving the state of Colorado out of what has been a very robust planning paradigm into a very robust implementation paradigm. And that's going to be, what did you guys come up with in your stream management plans, in your wildfire ready action plans? Where are the synergies in these different types of plans? And let's get busy on implementation.
Thank you.
Ken, do you still have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Chris and Christina. A couple of sources of possible capacity in our area would be repurposing the power plant and coal mine workers that are transitioning out of that industry and are used to hard work and physical outdoor activity. Another one is the Rocky Mountain Youth Corps, supporting that group and the work that they do. We have a large organization in the Steamboat Springs area. And then finally, a suggestion that came up at the Colorado River District out in the hallway in last fall's meeting for the state of the Colorado River was that is there a way to more fully employ firefighters and have them doing preventative work when they're not actually fighting fires? So those were a couple of ideas. And of course, when we're walking into the hotel this morning, there's the several hotshot crews walking out the door. Thanks.
They're great suggestions. Yeah, especially I hadn't thought about that, the repurposing of some of the, like you said, the coal mine workers, and I think that's a great idea. We State Forest Service does have a Steamboat Springs field office. So if there's ever a connection, please reach out to me. And yeah, we're looking for folks. So
It's the Just Transitions group that's it's already organized, and that's an idea that they've had.
that's great. Thank you.
Okay, I think we have one audience question too, Kathleen.
Thank you. I was just thinking about in the Gunnison Basin, Montrose Forest Products, a major mill on the western slope, has dropped from, say, 30 trucks a day of incoming logs to 2 because of the bridge that's out on Blue Mesa. And so I was thinking about the end use of harvested material and whether, that gets outside of the purview of the typical roundtable, but they're all connected. So this is kind of a question for Christina. When you say you'd like to have more integration with roundtables, what can roundtables do to help? I guess I would love I don't know if she's still there, but I would love her thought on that. Because it seems like every direction we turn, it's kind of a dead end, and we want to be helpful, but I'm not sure exactly until the water providers start getting into the timber industry. I don't, there's only so much you can do, and we're sitting here waiting for an apocalypse above half of our water resource infrastructure locations, with our hands kind of tied, because roundtables have one major job: to distribute water supply reserve fund dollars. So, but I would like to be helpful and would love advice on how to do that.
Yeah. I think there's a couple different ways. I think that I think in thinking about leveraging resources, Forest Health Council has a leveraging resources subcommittee that's thinking about what are the groups throughout the state that can help either leverage funding, staff, and or like advocacy type of issues. So in terms of specific engagement, I do think any voices to elevate the importance of water for funding and for prioritization within the state, I think is an important role for the roundtables, just to remind folks of the critical infrastructure and values at risk and the importance of the water supplies and watersheds. Again, I know it sounds simple, but when there's all these competing values at risk for federal funding or people putting dots on a map in terms of what their priorities are, if you don't have a seat at the table, you don't get to put your dot on the map. Or you don't get to advocate for a specific watershed that may not have a lot of people living in it. So just having a seat at the table and being able to represent your interest, I think, is powerful. So being engaged in that, there's wildfire ready watersheds, being engaged in that, community wildfire protection plans, which a lot of times don't consider water sources, which is could be problematic. So having a seat at those local efforts. A lot of counties right now are forming like county level councils and coalitions focused around forest and or wildfire risk. So getting engaged at the local level, I think could be beneficial. At the state level, we have the Forest Action Plan, and there's opportunities to elevate your priorities as part of that planning effort. And I think just being familiar with the State Forest Service's field offices, like if you have one in your area, if there's certain areas you're concerned about, that for whatever reason, whatever value at risk you're concerned about, just being able to know who the folks are on the ground, and I can help connect you to your local foresters, just to understand all the different views and perspectives that are out there about the risk that is at that local scale. So I hope that's helpful for the timber industry. Yeah, Montrose, that's a tough situation with that bridge. Just know that there's ongoing conversations right now that, Dan Gibbs is having with Matt McCombs, with the state forester. So we're hopeful there can be a solution for that. But I know Gates Foundation right now is working on, they started a Colorado Mass Timber Coalition to start to think about innovative uses for timber and be focused on the utilization piece. So that's another way to possibly be engaged. They're looking for all kinds of different perspectives to be involved. And I would say water is represented, but not super strongly. So that's another opportunity as well. Thanks.
Okay, great. Did not see any other questions, and we probably should move things along. So Christina and Chris, thanks so much again. I think next up on our agenda should be our PEPO discussion. So I'm going to turn things over to Ken and Lisa to kind of kick us off there. We have a few kind of items we've bundled together under this. So I think some version of Ken, Lisa, and I will be playing ping pong back and forth on some of this. But Ken, do you want to get us going? Or
Yes,
Lisa? Lisa, do you?
do.
I think we're going to tag team this one. So we wanted to start off and just highlight that we had a summit for the PEPO folks May 3rd at the CSU Spur. Thank you, Russ, that went, and your staff, that went very well. The day was had a PEPO 101, how to be a good PEPO person and how to deal with all the new reporting requirements and the grant processes. And it was important homework that we needed to go through. Not all that exciting, but certainly important. But then the second part of the day was talking more about, a big picture statewide efforts that we are trying to work on. And one of those, a good example would be this effort that we're going to talk about here shortly about messaging and trying to, how do we, and I think we have an important role to play in that. If you look at 1177, PEPO is a really important part of the specific duties for the roundtables, and getting that message out and doing the outreach and the education. That's a great opportunity for us to work together. But one of the things that we struggle with is, what is that really concise, repeatable message that we want all of our residents in the state of Colorado to know by heart? What am I forgetting, Lisa?
Well, I think it's important. And Kathleen, you brought this up earlier, the additional funds that have been provided to the PEPO programs. Not only do we have a lot of new PEPO liaisons on the roundtable, but the process itself is so new because it's a grant program. And so the grant program has reporting requirements and filing requirements, applications, support letters that all go along with that. So to the extent that we can all support our PEPO liaisons on our roundtables, it would be fantastic. And I wish you could all listen to the excitement and the enthusiasm that they all brought to the table, because there was sort of a report out from each of the roundtables about what their goals were, how effective they felt like their programs were being, what are they targeting to get out, and how we could help, what they could use, what resources could they use to get that messaging out. But yeah, Ken, I think that was a great summary. And really it's the messaging that I think that we're really excited about sharing and getting everybody involved in. Did you have anything else you wanted to to add?
One of the things that I know we've discussed with staff, with the rest of the staff, is expanding the second part of the meeting to include more outside groups. I mean, Water Education Colorado, the universities, we have NGOs like up in Steamboat, we have the Ampatika group, which does, their outreach was over 4,000 student contacts in Northwest Colorado, every school, elementary, middle, and high school. Those types of people, I think that both Lisa and I are aware that the Colorado Water Congress, this could easily become part of an interest that they have. We have a communication and outreach committee, and there's no reason that they wouldn't be. This isn't this is a synergy that we should be sharing with them. So that's another opportunity to expand that outreach and messaging effort. But we need your help. And we have to remember that it isn't that PEPO chair or PEPO liaison's responsibility. It's in the act. It's our responsibility. It's every one of us. It's not just our IBCC members, but it's the roundtable. And it's an important part of what you do is to be able to try to convey that message. So here's my pep talk.
It was actually a really, really great workshop. So thank you to staff. I thought that it went really, really well.
Agreed.
And quite frankly, it's really exciting to be in a meeting where people are talking about getting things done. I mean, it's kind of unique. For some of us. So I actually find it really enlivening. And so I know that we're going to hand it over to Stacy and Carrie for the outreach messaging analysis. They were also working on that survey of different education programs, water education programs, to help CWCB staff and the board to better hone and understand what's working in the water education space. Maybe some of you were contacted to be interviewed. I hope you found that useful if you were. But I think, Russ, unless there's anything else, we can go ahead and hand it over to Stacy and
Yeah, we'll go
Carrie.
ahead and bring them up. If you guys want to just maybe sit on the corner here, or if you want to carry a microphone around, you can too.
And Russ, I think you're considering this kind of a water messaging 101, but we'll follow. If you guys are interested, we'd love to follow up on this, maybe even into breakout sessions at the C9. So think about that.
Yeah, I think this kind of is maybe some upfront work to one of the actions in the water plan to create a water plan messaging campaign. One of the things that we've struggled with, I think, is there are many campaigns that are out there, but some of those are, all of them are really not within our control. Some are behind paywalls. So where can CWCB maybe take a larger role in having a campaign that we control the messaging of and that we can make available to anyone at no cost? Especially, I think that's important in times of drought when folks are struggling. Maybe smaller communities and smaller utilities that don't have, they're not a Denver Water that have a big messaging campaign. How do we help them? And how do we, similarly think about how we help and support ag and create messaging that works for environment and rec as well. So that's something I think we're continuing to explore, and this is really some of that upfront work. So when we created the PEPO grant program, that creates $25,000 per basin roundtable to support PEPO, which is about 4 times more than they historically ever had. It also created a small bucket of funds that help kind of get at the statewide innovation fund. So if there's new ideas around education or outreach or some ability for us to do things that are really working cross basin, there's a bucket of money for that now that we're trying to be, more intentional, invite people in to kind of help us think through. So really excited that Carrie and Stacy took us up on some of the ideas that PEPO had and are running with this grant. So I will go ahead and kick it over to them now.
All right, great, thank you. There's Kat if you want to pull apart. While that's happening, I'll just introduce myself again. My name is Carrie Padgett. I work at Harris Water Engineering here in Durango. And then as part of our team is Stacey Bowe, and then Shannon Wattis is online. And they work for Strategic by Nature. And so we're the team that's working on this initiative. And thanks for Lisa and Ken for teaming it up so well. For the next one. So I was just going to quickly over our time we have today, go over our objectives of our grant, our kind of our timeline, our targeted outreach efforts where we're planning to outreach and see if we've missed anything, get your guys' input. And then Stacey and I do have like a little question, a little discussion we can do for a few minutes, and then we'll wrap up. So to begin with, the objectives for the grant were to implement the statewide initiatives that were identified in that white paper that Russ was just describing and really focus on creating a gap analysis assessment of what current education outreach messages are out there and what's kind of missing. And then really understanding, what each basin is focused on and how we can align and work together with that messaging. And then at the end of that, we'll develop some recommendations on what we've heard to give to CWC to help implement their actions with the water. So here's a little quick timeline. We're really just getting started. As Lisa had mentioned, we attended the May kickoff meeting, and that's where we talked to the PEPO folks and did one of our first breakout sessions. And then since then, Shannon's been conducting interviews with representatives from the IBCC, the roundtable, and then there's a few more on our list. And then this summer will really be when we're trying to get all those interviews done, as well as researching the educational materials available. And then this fall, we'll create that report, and then we'll release it and let everyone have some input and feedback on it during the C9 summit. So here's our targeted outreach efforts that we've identified. I'd love your input after I kind of run through this slide and give you time to look at it, but we're going to focus on, of course, working with the PEPO coordinators, the roundtable chairs, the IBC PEPO liaisons. I think we're the first ones we've interviewed, and then peer organizations. And then we're going to look at these campaigns, and we have a wide list of campaign ideas, and really try to understand, why they're successful or maybe why they weren't, and what lessons learned we can take from those campaigns to work towards a campaign in the future. Turn over to my partner.
Hi, everybody. I'm Stacy Bowe, Strategic by Nature. So as Russ and Carrie all mentioned, we're really doing this work to support the CWCB in implementing your water plan actions. The primary focus is Action 4.3, which says to create a collaborative water plan education and outreach campaign. So what can the state do to best support what's happening with IBCC and with PEPOs and the roundtables and all these other peer organizations that have their own outreach and education? Where's the niche that needs to be filled? And then along the way, we're also going to be supporting Agency Action 4.2, which is supporting the long-term stability and impact of the roundtables. We can help bolster the roundtable's ability to do education outreach and help hone messages and complement their messages, then that could really benefit everybody moving forward into the long term. So now it's time for you to work. We are just here to give you a brief update. So what we're curious that you have a sticky note in front of you and a Sharpie, and we want you to contemplate in one word if possible, and if you need to add qualifiers, we'll let it slide. What is the most critical issue on water that the state can play a role in outreaching and educating on? So what is the message? What is the issue? What is the thing you want people to know about that you think the state could play a role on? So write your one word down. You can have some time to think. We're not in a rush. And write your last name and, if possible, your basin on your sticky note so we can follow up with you, because you may have the magical idea and we want to make sure you're credited with discovering this. And yeah, well, yeah. We want one word. If you have two ideas, that's fine, but put them on separate stickies. And we can keep it anonymous, but we want to be able to follow up with you. So you can put your name on the back. That would be fine. Yeah, Ken.
What's with the one word?
We're trying to get you to focus.
Has anybody done anything today in one word?
That's what I said. You can add some qualifiers, but water might not be the best word. I'm just going to put that out there. And then, so think about that for a minute, and then we'll take some questions after you're done with that. So when you're done, there's a sticky note, a big sticky note on the wall over there. So you can stick it up there. And if you're online, is the chat enabled, Kat, online? Okay, because we have Shannon online, so she can monitor the chat. So just write your words in the chat, and then we can follow up with you that way. You can stick it up there, and then we're going to ask some brave people to share. This is your chance to stand up. The color stickies I gave you mean nothing. Okay, as we're wrapping up, does anybody have any questions for us? Or maybe you can go back to the slide, Kat, that has the list of partners, this one. If there's anything that people think are missing.
I already wrote down.
Go ahead, Sean.
Colorado Water.
Could you go back another slide?
Yeah.
There was one that says why we're doing this out of the water plan.
Oh, the action.
Oh, forward a slide. Thank you. Parsing words. It says create a campaign. It doesn't say implement. Can you elaborate, or CWCB elaborate what's the plan for 2024 is to just create it and maybe implement it later?
I can give you my opinion of this and then Russ can fill in, but we're essentially doing the legwork that's pre-creation. So what are all the things that you would need to understand in order to create a campaign? So we're doing the like pre-planning step, and then CWCB, I'll hand it to you, Russ, to talk about what happens after the pre-planning step.
A great question. I think create was meant as create and implement, but there's probably a little wiggle room. One thing I like to say is nothing in the water plan is funded, so we have to kind of ask for that money. Luckily on this front, we were able to secure a sizable chunk of funding for probably the largest amount of funding we've ever gotten from CWCB to do education and outreach. So we have about $1 million to put towards the campaign. That's a great chunk, but I can tell you in the scale of what outreach campaigns cost, sometimes they're on the order of $2 million a year. So that money is going to have to stretch far, and we really need to think about what we could do and how long we could sustain that, because ideally we would be launching this as something that carries forward through to the next water plan launch and then look at funding after. So we have a little nest egg, but it'll go really fast. So we have to be strategic.
I suppose I should know this, but so the sport gambling money, can that be used for a campaign?
I think all the sports betting money is earmarked for water plan grants specifically. So if somebody came in for something, it could, but it's not at our discretion to use.
If somebody said, hey, there's a campaign that we're going to run locally that'll sort of support the water plan and we're seeking funds, that could maybe make its way through there.
It's possible. I think one of the things we really tried to be clear about, and maybe just to, Stacy and Carrie are definitely helping us do this, and we kind of see this as partners through this process. We worked with PEPO to say, what would we want to see? And they kind of answered the call. In general, I think what we don't, and we've had maybe not the best runtime with this, is somebody creating something for CWCB and saying, hey, this is yours now. That doesn't work so great. We have to be able to maintain it and staff it and be comfortable with the messaging. So somebody could run something and do something locally in their community, and we've certainly funded stuff like that before. This is really something that we would own and move forward. So it may be that if we got something off the ground and then somebody wanted to put in a grant to run with things we developed, we could do that, but we have to own it for it to really meet the intent of this action.
Great.
Go ahead, Ken.
I just wanted to follow up. We're kind of learning by doing, and I've had Russ and I've been talking about this for a couple of years. So having run for office, like Jim knows, you run a campaign, and one of the critical things that you're trying to accomplish is brevity and concise, and to repeat something so that somebody goes, well, Sean, he's running for, and they, well, yeah, but there's a word there or a phrase, and that's that key message. So what I've always envisioned is that we're identifying those key themes, but we are not necessarily the best people at communicating them, because we're all a bunch of water wonks and talk about, our message is often too technical for the average person to engage at all. So that's where you hire somebody who does that for a living. And that's the campaign that helps us synthesize and market test the right words. And then the money that we spend is well spent because it has a real impact on surveys that we do of the average constituents in the state. Their understanding of key water issues goes up way up. That's the metric that I'm looking for.
Ken Curtis. Did you have your? Can you go back 2 slides or 1 slide, maybe? 1 slide, this one. I don't know how much time we have left, but maybe just another minute. Is there if there's any people or campaigns, we didn't list out the peer organizations, but we're talking like Patika and Water Education Colorado and the education orgs that we all know and work with all the time. So if there's anybody that stands out to you that's missing, we'd love, you could write it on another sticky and just hand it to Carrie and I after the meeting. We'll also be at dinner tonight and we're gonna organize the 1 words into a couple little themes and see what we came up with. And we will definitely be asking you follow-up questions at dinner. So that's all I have. Any other questions? Great. Well, thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Just a comment, late. I'm curious if from where you guys do work or perhaps the PEPO conversation, why look at just water campaigns? There are lots of different campaigns that happen about issues that aren't water, and I imagine they suffer the same consequences of being too close to the issue and hire experts to sanitize it down, but are successful. I think part of our challenge is we get a list of campaigns that have all lived a certain life and then just fizzled out. And maybe looking at water campaigns might not be a good strategy.
Yeah, it's a great question. And we've talked about that a little bit. We're partly budget constrained, but also looking at other state-run campaigns is kind of really where we've been looking, like Generation Wild. And there's some other ones on here. Colorado Proud are not water campaigns, but we want to make sure that we're also keeping in mind that this is the state funding this, like Russ said, and there is budget constraint and a specific audience versus like a, Coca-Cola marketing campaign is a whole different animal. But as much as we can glean lessons learned from any of those campaigns, we'd love to. So if you have suggestions of ones that you've seen work really well, definitely let us know and we'll follow up on that.
Awesome. Thanks so much. Okay. Oh, and I'll just leave that up for a second so they have your contact information if anybody wants to reach out. And Carrie and Stacy will also be reaching out and they're doing a little bit of a roundtable roadshow and appreciate the work they've already done to start interviews. All right. This next, I think Lisa and I are going to tag team. So Lisa, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to. So before we get into the low regrets conversation with Kelsey that's coming after this particular section, I wanted Russ to go over a little bit about the scenarios and how the scenario discussion guided the formation of the no and low regrets discussion and document, the original one from the original water plan. We had talked a little bit about this last time, but I thought additional explanation would be really helpful. I thought it was interesting that at the PEPO workshop, when Ken and I were talking about some of the things the IBCC was discussing, and we brought up the no low regret strategy, none of them really knew what that meant or what that was. So I think it's important to kind of revisit it. So we're going to kind of blend this conversation with the scenarios into the next topic. So we're kind of blend that moving into the discussion with Kelsey. So I'll turn it back over to Russ to go over some of that background.
Awesome. Thanks, Lisa. And I don't know if you have a joke or exercise or something. I feel like we got to up the energy in the room because scenarios itself doesn't really do it. But we have to try. Yeah. Grab some coffee, everybody.
Oh, you were my joke.
All right. So in thinking about scenarios, I realized that this is maybe a slightly bigger bucket of things that are kind of rolled together. So if you think about the time, and this is maybe important to think about of when we're talking about low regrets, the time frame that we're working on. This isn't like a one and done conversation this year. This might be a bit of a slow burn that could have some peaks in there for sure, but it's really probably going to be a little bit longer conversation. So when I think about IBCC's work on scenarios, it's really this 2009 maybe was the start of some of these conversations that went through 2015 and really was a discussion that included portfolios, a water for the 21st century roadmap, the scenarios themselves, the first no and low regrets document, Swazi, now we refer to that as the technical update, the basin implementation plans and the water plan. Like all of this happened in this window, and all of these things were IBCC supported, that were iterative discussions with roundtables, and also supported by the CWCB board. So I think it's a nice time scale to think about, and also to really think about IBCC's role as integrator. So I'll kind of try to make this not painful, but walk through a little bit of this. But as we look through, the future, we're looking at a similar timescale. If you look at 2025 to 2031, we're through the tech update and we're into the BIP process. And where I think low regrets 2.0, Lisa, I think we had a little bit at the Metro discussion about maybe it's a different title. That's fine. Could be water shortages action plan or whatever we want to call it. But this would be incredibly helpful, I think, to the basin implementation plans, which feed into the water plan as well. So I'll talk a little bit about that. So some of the background is, IBCC started to look at the future gaps. And at first, I think CDM had created a portfolio and trade-off tool for us. And this is really hard to read, but it gives you at least an idea of the flavor of, the complexities. I think at one point, there were 34 portfolios that we narrowed down to 10 through IBCC's help. And these were really, variant project needs for the future, the way things might develop across the state and what that mix of things look like. IBCC kind of helped us whittle that down into 5 narrative scenarios. So these were just written, paragraphs, effectively, what the future might look like. And generally, I think they had a flavor of this, some combination of what supply and demand might look like offset, right? So we took that initially in the first water plan, and Swazi, really after Swazi 2010 and into the first water plan, we took those narratives, put them in the water plan. That was it. In 2019, when we rolled out the tech update, we had that challenge of taking those 5 scenarios, and this is more of a visual way to think about those paragraphs. This is always the way we show it. It's an abbreviated version. There are a few more drivers built in here, but the biggest drivers are always climate change and population growth. They're so big, especially climate change, that they dwarf many of the other drivers in here. So it's often a little bit of art to take these stories, funnel in the actual data behind it and show something that actually gives you some variation. And if 5 scenarios is too much or too little is something that we've heard a lot about. And I realize this, gray text is not showing up very well on here. But in these first 2 scenarios, for example, when we thought about this, and some of the text in the narratives were about climate change. So in these first 2, we really don't have any climate change beyond historic. There's a little bit in there because it's just historic change is built in. In cooperative growth, we have, and this is translated into Fahrenheit, but 3.78 degrees Fahrenheit. And in the last 2, adaptive innovation and hot growth, we have 4.15 degrees Fahrenheit. So 4.2 degrees Fahrenheit change by 2050. So this is an example of how we build in those numbers into this, and what that ultimately tells us on the back end. And maybe the biggest thing that I'm hoping to kind of zero in on today when we talk is that in that hot growth scenario, and that hottest, warmest future, most populous future, we have up to 740,000 acre foot gap per year of water need. We talk about this, we talked about in the water plan, it's a number that's oft looked over, but just think about it in the context of things. We've spent a lot of time with the board and the state and through IBCC talking about equity and demand management. This is more than the DM pool, right? This is almost double the use of water utilities needs today, right? So if you just kind of let that soak in terms of what the impact is, it's a big number, right? And that is not we rarely are having the conversation about how do we chip away at this gap, right? And I'm just pulling this out as an example, and sorry, the text is a little bit weird here, but I just kind of pulled from I was sitting in this room a few months back, and we were talking about, and I backed out all the numbers and attribution here, but just for perspective, we were talking about what could the impacts be from not just normal years, drought years in terms of shortages, but if you added on some assumed curtailment. And what struck me is that all the conversations kind of went to this very last bar of like, well, gosh, shortage plus curtailment, really bad, right? And I get that that's terrible, and I get that that's the conversation we're trying to have, and I also understand that the percent likely of that is unknown. But in this third category, that's 100% likely we're going to be in drought again. Who is working in this space explicitly is the question that I have. And when I think about the challenge of a no low regrets document and what it was trying to do, is trying to say our existing gaps are huge. And we have to work here, and we need to mine these answers. So it's not that we don't talk about these other things we don't work on. We have to work on it, clearly. There's a lot of good work. We've had a lot of good discussion. That is going to continue. But the work that we do to put in to try to solve our our hottest, warmest future, our deepest drought years is the work that's going to make us more resilient in the future and where we have a lot of room to run. And quite honestly, we don't have a lot of people focusing here, at least not a lot of targeted, coordinated effort, which is a great place for the IBCC to be. So when we, part of the setup for some of these past discussions we talked about, scenario planning, right? It was this Water for the 21st Century Roadmap. And I don't have this image in here, but one of the pictures that I really liked that was in a past IBCC annual report really talked about what the IBCC was going to do, what the board was going to do, and what the roundtables were going to do. And I love that structure because that is what we're trying to drive home. The IBCC in and of itself has not done, one thing. It's been but for the coordination with the roundtables and the board. And we talked about this last time, I think at the February meeting, Becky said the IBCC doesn't create policy, but when you think about the conceptual framework or when you think about the no low regret strategy, those went into the water plan because they had this consensus. And it's through that consensus that we have a lot of power and that IBCC has a lot of room to run in building that consensus. So a lot of these things that are on this roadmap are things that probably, resonate with you. And I think that they almost are the fingerprints of the original water plan, but that we need to invest in scenario planning. We have to look at all types of projects. We need to make sure our projects are successful. I would also translate that into funding them. We need to invest in water conservation and measure its impacts. I think that's critical and something we still struggle with today when we think about things like turf replacement. What are we getting out of that? Non-consumptive needs have to be addressed. Agricultural shortages need to be addressed. And specific, and this is the key here, I think, of course, the circle is off, but I'll just take that off. Specific solutions need to be identified. It's more like a line through it. That's the point. Specific solutions need to be identified to address the 2050 supply gap. That's what we're talking about, right? So yes, we're going to think about scenarios. What does that mean? We're going to think about updating those as we think about the next water plan, but we're not going back to scratch, right? We're not scrapping what we have and redoing that. We're building on the legacy of input that we got from IBCC and all that hard work that was there. There's a big reason for us to have some consistency and not change those scenarios so completely, because we need to have a way back to say, how does this compare with where we've been? Are we making progress, right? There is some ability, especially if we keep 5 scenarios, and maybe that is not the right number, because each one of those, remember, those are 5 modeled scenarios that give you 5 different data sets for what it looks like in 2050. And maybe now we're also thinking, do we push that out? Is it 2060? Is it 2070? Is some combination of those things? So we will look back, but we are listening to IBCC and happy to continue to get that input. But I think a few big points that I wanted to highlight of things I've heard from IBCC, and we are listening. And I heard it today a couple of times, and my friend Kathleen Curry in the audience have brought this up too. But all of these gaps, the 740,000 acre foot per year gap, is all predicated on the fact that our infrastructure is working. If it fails, that gap number goes up, right? So aging infrastructure is an important part of this discussion, even though that maybe isn't highlighted here, but it's kind of foundational that things are working the way they should. How we integrate forest health as soon as we launched the 2019 tech update, that was a question, is could we model forest health? And we're thinking about how we do that. If it really makes sense, again, to model, would that be swallowed up in the noise? Is there a better way to talk about and really maybe get to what Christina Burry was talking about with the $4.2 billion need for the top 10% of forests? How do we make a compelling argument of why we would fund that and what we get when we do and what we lose maybe when we don't? And then the other thing I think we heard a couple of years ago, I remember Pat Wells. Pat, I'm really sad that we didn't call you Pat GPT today, because I thought that was going to stick from the last meeting. But bring it back, Pat. But what Pat GPT said was that do we have a scenario that represents what we just lived through, and really thinking about 2020, 21, 22, those deep drought years. We have great warming, deep drought. People are still moving here. Do we have that? And of course, when we think about an event, that maybe doesn't fit well in the, we're looking at a 30-year timeline, but there may be better ways that we could capture that or pull out some narratives there. So those are some ways that we are thinking and would love to kind of keep coming back as we start to cultivate what this might look like and what changes we might be considering and run that past IBCC. We're kind of a little bit tied on that future projection of where SDO, the State Demographer's Office, is limited. With climate projections, we actually have a much longer run time, but we think we can probably push the horizon out a little bit, which I think may be helpful and maybe in keeping with what some of our other friends are doing out there in the industry. So we will keep you informed about this and would welcome any additional input, but where we need your input specifically is really in this space. So what do we do about it, right? What are how do we fill these gaps? It's not enough just to cite the problem. We have to say how we're going to build the solutions. And that's where I think IBCC has a really critical role. And this quote from the first low regrets is, without the implementation of these fundamental actions, the gap between demands and water supplies will be much greater than projected, right? So it's almost an acknowledgement that if we don't do these things and we're not mining these solutions, that the numbers we have are actually going to be even bigger, right? So we need to really focus in this space. I think it feeds into the tech update. I think it feeds into the BIPs, and specifically through Chapter 4 of the water plan, it feeds into the water plan. And I think that the work that we start to set up as we look as going into next year could really be a multi-year effort to really build some greater collaboration, engage the roundtables. I mean, gosh, guys, we're going around to the roundtables, and Jeff and I talk about this all the time, but there's so many conversations, and I know we need to have them, right? There's a lot of good grant work, and some of those need more time. Some, there's a lot of time spent. Maybe we could find a way to streamline it. But there's also a lot of conversation about bylaws, and maybe we get hung up on some nuance, and those are not the engaging conversations that people are coming to the roundtables to talk about, quite honestly. The conversations that what we talked about this morning, look how much you guys lit up, and the banter back and forth about what you could do about fish passage. That's the stuff that excites people. If we want to encourage the roundtables and get them excited, we got to start mining this space. And this is absolutely the right group to do that. So this raises some questions for me, right? And this is what we tried, and maybe not so successfully, to put out, but I'll walk you through how I think about this. So what would a new low regrets action plan look like? What's the general framework we're working in, and where can IBCC lead and integrate? So I break this out across 3 documents. That draft concept for Low Regrets 2.0, title could change, is really just a proof of concept, okay? This is just saying we can do this. And not only can we do this, but other groups have been looking at this stuff too, and maybe IBCC can really reclaim this space of being the group that people talk about, instead of waiting for some other task force to get appointed and then talking about their work product. What if everybody was talking about our work product? What if the roundtables were talking about IBCC? What if we were all getting together on the same page about things, right? Again, the original No Low Regrets, was outdated. Some of the concepts in there were really tied, maybe archaically, to SWASI 2010, and just did not translate well for 2023. But they did go into the 2015 water plan. And if we do this similarly, I think it can go into the next water plan. And it helped to highlight topic areas where IBCC might be able to drill in and, again, create excitement. That was our hope for this draft when we put it out there. I'm not sure that landed, but I'm hoping that you will get us there, right? And if you just think about the things that are exciting to you to talk about, I think you inherently know how to inspire your roundtables to bring this out and bring these good ideas and bring this conversation about the space that we can mine, where we're not up against some other group that's got the primacy or is already in litigation, but it's the things that we can dig into. So we put this up, and part of that draft document, the proof of concept, was just to highlight this, is that we have had a lot of, and I'm sorry, this formatting, I think this is the change when we go from slides to PowerPoint, but bear with me. We put this up last time, it was a little cleaner, but we've asked for years what IBCC wants to talk about or do, and there's been some kibitzing of if it was to do or to hear about, but granted, Colorado River issues aside, these are the topics that kind of continually come up, right? And my question for you is, what do you actually want to do in each of these categories? What are the good ideas that we could bring out? And I think we heard a lot of these today, whether it was some of the conversation this morning or some of the things Andy, everybody was excited about ASO, and some of that work is maybe there is place for us to mine or figure out how to, I like that idea a lot. How can we make this more affordable? Those are the kind of concepts that still start to drill in of something that we might actually be able to elevate the conversation around. And again, this is absolutely the right group to do that. We layered on, the past low regret strategy, and we layered on what the Colorado River Drought Task Force talked about, just to prove the point that topically, we're talking about the same things. I will pause and just highlight, we did get one comment that said, hey, you didn't mention that there was a tribal sub-task force. We did not, and that was not to be disparaging at all. It was more just to say that across these documents, there's a continuity, and neither the original no low regrets or any of the recommendations we had before were about tribal issues specifically. That's not to say that it shouldn't be, and I think we had some good conversation today about why it should be included. So certainly a good point and well taken. So second, what's the general framework? We have a water plan. That is our strategy document, right? But
under these 4 areas, vibrant communities, thriving watersheds, robust agriculture, resilient planning, there are a lot of specifics, and the water plan only gets so much, partly because our constraints of an agency is we can only do so much. And the call to action in the water plan is, what can you do? And I think for IBCC, within the scope of what IBCC can achieve, how do you help us build upon the water plan? That this is the general framework. And again, it feeds directly into the BIPs, and where I think it's most powerful, potentially at least, is in the strategic vision for the future. In each section of the BIPs, we had this section that we thought would be a little bit more fleshed out. And I brought up the metros as the South Platte Metro combined as an example, because I think they might have gotten the farthest to actually starting to think about how projects might shave off the gap. And that's where we thought maybe groups would naturally get, and they didn't, but IBCC can help with that. And I think it has real benefit as we move into these technical advisory groups for the technical update, and then into the BIP planning process, to start to shift that narrative and maybe reframe how we think about the BIP to really dig into these issues. We don't need to, dive back into the modeling. Maybe we need to spend more time in the modeling and the tech update phase, but we really need to dig in more here on the BIPs of where the rubber hits the road and what we're doing in the basins to shave down that future gap. So lastly, where can IBCC help lead and integrate? This was the draft qualities discussion that we had, right? Part of knowing how we can help lead and integrate is just knowing where we have room to run. So we talked about not just the characteristics of a member, but to identify where we need to know what projects are right for IBCC to actually run with. We talked about how IBCC's biggest 2 efforts, conceptual framework, no low regrets, were all done with the roundtables and with the CWCB board, not in spite of either. It was bringing the magic of all that thinking together, right? So we have IBCC members that are willing to put in the work. That is maybe the question I think this document starts to get at. If we're going to do this, you all have to lead these conversations in your basin. If that doesn't sound fun to you, I don't know what to say. Maybe think about if this is where you want to be, but this is absolutely the space that we have to dive in. And again, if you are excited about something, your roundtables would be excited about it. I have seen that happen. I've also seen it play out the other way where you're like, well, here's what we talked about. I don't know what we're doing. That's it. Or things get negative. It's up to you all to keep it. The truth of the IBCC is that we're trying to operate in this positive workspace to find solutions. And if we can harness that, we're going to do a lot of good. So last time we talked, we had this conversation. This fed directly into that characteristics or qualities document. We said, this is the space that IBCC always says they want to do. They want to be working in, is doing work, right? And this is the space that IBCC frequently finds itself in. Stuck in conversation, spinning in conversation sometimes. If we want to get out of that, then there are some parameters that we have to work in, quite honestly, because if you pick something that I'm not going to be allowed by my boss to help you do, I can't help you move it forward. And that's just the brass tacks of it. We have to work together on the space where we do have some room to run, right? And there's a lot of that. And if you think for 1 second that we're not going to have hard conversations in that space, I mean, yes, again. I mean, you think anybody that's talking about ag right now in the Arkansas Basin is happy about collaborative water sharing agreements? No. And that's a sad state of affairs because we need ag to come to the table, to be working with us on leasing, because otherwise we're going to lose even more ag. So we have to be in this actionable space. And there is plenty of hard discussions to have there without, as Commissioner Mitchell said earlier today, always having to target the hardest conversation where, quite honestly, we probably have very little penetration rate of where we can actually drive the conversation. It's not to say we shouldn't have the conversations. It's not to say that there's not value in it. Of course there is. And we need to be heard, and you need space to do that. But in the afternoons, when we started this format of digging into work, let's take advantage of that and do that. So this is what the qualities document was predicated upon. And I'll also add that we have a natural flow that IBCC maybe doesn't always follow, but just to hit it, we workshop ideas with the basin roundtables. You're supposed to elevate that. And not all of the gubernatorial appointees are not always going to have a basin roundtable. We encourage them to go to the roundtable meeting. But even if it's elevating ideas from your basin, that's where it's not just your pet project. It's your pet project vetted through your roundtable, right? Or your basin. IBCC works in that space, and then they discuss it at IBCC, and we seek consensus. And generally, Ken Brenner and I talk about this all the time at the roundtable level. Generally, we have consensus. It's not an issue. But if we if we get to a decision point here, there's probably three directions. One is we agree, consensus, great, we're going to advance this idea to action. It probably fits in something like no low regrets. Perfect, let's move this forward. If it's, hey, I don't know if we agree, but we'd like to hear more about it, or we want to present or have an update, that might be more in that discussion space, but there's nothing wrong with that. There's some value there too. Or we disagree and it needs more discussion. And the process that's set up in the IBCC bylaws and charter is that we do that over the course of a couple of meetings. Then if we still can't find consensus, then we can move to a vote, right? So this is the embedded process that is just set. And we don't follow this quite honestly because we don't really disagree. But when we can't find consensus, this is our process. And it's just a good reminder that we are going back to our roundtables, and really your job is to help build them up, right? And in a time right now when so many of the roundtables do cite, issues with, membership, or they're struggling, we need that excitement. We need that energy, and you are the right group to bring it. So none of the stuff at the top of this is showing, but I'm going to pass around these slides. I do not know what happened with PowerPoint. I'm going to pass around these handouts because what they're meant to show is exactly what's in this document that you already know well. We have the qualities that make a successful project. We have the qualities that make a successful member. We talked about those last time with you. You helped us workshop some of that language. We put it out for draft. We got very little comments on the survey that we got back, but we'll circulate this anyway just so you have it in front of you. And then I might turn it over to Lisa to talk about that specific part of the qualities of an IBCC member.
Thanks, Russ. So I have a joke.
Go for it.
How much does a pirate pay for corn? Oh! I was going to say, so luckily the member qualities do not include dad jokes, being good at dad jokes, although they really could. So the documents that went out, we talked about how was, found on John Porter's desk, and how we picked it up and we kind of looked at it with a new set of eyes. And so the new document is really meant to be a guiding document for not just, new roundtable members, board members, IBCC members, but, it really helps to guide the discussions when we're being appointed or elected, right? And so when you look at the survey results, there was one question about whether or not people really understood what IBCC members did. They were 72% were unsure or said that they didn't know before. And it also asked, oh, there we go. So IBCC does, they said 72% said no, basically that they were unsure. And then the next slide, do you think it would be helpful to have greater clarity on what they do? 73% thought it would be helpful. Thank you. So for all of those reasons, the documents that you have in front of you were included when the CWCB recently put out their guide. I think it was finalized on Friday, just last Friday, the 14th, and it's available on the website to take a look at. But they thought, and I think we should all think, that it's important to include it in the guide. So it doesn't just exist in our space and in these discussions, but it exists for everybody to understand and know and be able to refer to when they're actually making some decisions about who represents them and is trying to create these dialogues, right, between these groups. So Russ, I don't know if that's a good lead in to Kelsey.
Yeah, I think that's great. And I'll just add on the CWCB guide. Sorry, I don't have a joke to match yours. I feel bad now. But Kevin would know it. I just tee you up. You got him. On the CWCB guide, so yeah, the document that we included was this qualities document. As it was last shown to you all, we didn't amend it. I think we only got one maybe specific line edit that I think is fine. It probably is inherently in there, but I think it was something about, be aware of political situations, but don't be politically motivated when you're coming to these discussions. So we can include something like that before we finalize. Right now, when you go online, you see this draft, it will say draft on it. We wanted to be really clear about that because there are a few things that I think warrant some discussion with the basin roundtables. There have, and we heard Rick and others maybe talk about this, but there are some things that just over the years have gone differently in each basin, not necessarily through any bad intent, just they've kind of moved off the mark maybe from what was intended in legislation or is different, or there's some differing thoughts about how things work. where we have gotten answers to those things and already, addressed that in one basin, it just made sense for everybody to see that and know it. There are some ongoing, I think discussions about roundtable support. We wanted to clarify that. We put in a lot of links in here to things like a recorder scope of work. So there's, that's something that I think we created a few years ago for the Yampa. Alden had asked us for that. We did that, but it's dawned on us, we didn't really share that widely. So this is a one-stop shop that can help CWCB board members that are new, IBCC board member, or IBCC members that are new, and roundtable members that are coming on board to kind of have all the answers in one shop and one stop. And then we will update this annually is the goal. But for now, our intent is to kind of keep draft on this through the end of the year, take any additional ideas. There's a pretty massive frequently asked questions. FAQ seemed like the right moniker, but I'll just flag some of those are deep dive cuts and some of the questions that we do get all the time. But they're all there and we can continue to add to that. So if you read it and it brings up a new question for you, either because something doesn't read the way that you thought it should, or you have a new question, we want to hear that. So there's a button at the bottom that you can hit to give us some feedback there if you'd like. So we will keep this open through the end of the year, probably something that, and I'll hit on this later today, but something that we also discussed at C9 Summit. So just wanted to flag that was up there. So thanks for teeing that up, Lisa. So now I think we get into the fun part, and hopefully this will allow you to kind of get up and stretch your legs a little bit and maybe bring some more of that energy that I asked you to bring. But we're lucky to have Kelsey McElroy help us facilitate this discussion. Last time we had Jonathan Barch help us, and Jonathan was unavailable, but it worked out great because we have Kelsey, and I think these conversations are certainly, and many of you have worked with Kelsey a lot, so are very familiar. But she's going to walk us through a little bit of an exercise for kind of digging into how we think about low regrets and how that might play out.
Hello, I'm Kelsey. I didn't know you stole my picture from somewhere. Yeah, I was like, there it is. All right. Fortunately, I almost wore that shirt today. That would have been really awkward. So I'm going to get a couple poster paper things set up here. Y'all have been sitting for a little bit. I've noticed some of you are looking a little antsy. Why don't you take 2 minutes, grab a cookie and a cup of water, coffee, take a bathroom break, 2 minutes, and we're going to get started because I want y'all here for the next bit. And I am a timer. I have timers and I use them. For those of you who don't know where the bathroom is, you go out the door to the left and just don't go to the end of the hallway. You'll see it on your left. To get started, take your seats. Robert, that means you. It was not. I was generous. Don't count on it again. All right, thank you all. Yes, I'm Kelsey McElroy. I know several of you, and for those online, I work with the Langdon Group as a facilitator and then also have another life as a sociologist. So I'm happy to be here and with you all today. I am filling in for your regular facilitator, Jonathan, who cannot be here today. So if you don't like me, that's great. You don't have to see me again here. But I'm really happy to be here, and hopefully we'll be passing on some good stuff to Jonathan to continue working on with you guys and workshopping in future meetings. So as Russ was talking about prior to me coming up here, what I've been asked to do is help facilitate a conversation for you all in identifying the key objective for this workshop part of the day is to create and apply a process for deciding what topics and ideas are actionable and how those move forward, or discussion. And so the workshop that we're going to focus on today is just starting to create that process. Is this topic or idea actionable or discussion? And this is the whole point of doing this for those of you who love talking about process, and I know everyone loves process, but that's what I get to hammer home today, is the process should be repeatable, universal for any topic, and something that can be used to help new members of the IBCC understand their role and how decisions are made about how an idea moves forward. So again, the key objective for this part of the day is creating a process for identifying if ideas or topics are actionable or discussion. Ideas can be anything. So we're talking about the actual process and not the content of ideas. So we're going to break this next hour and a half into two parts. And the first part, we're going to break into smaller discussion groups. And so we're going to invite both the audience in the room to participate as a discussion group. And we're going to invite the people online to participate as their own discussion group. And then I'm going to have everyone up here on the IBCC divide into two groups. And we'll have about 20 minutes to kind of workshop ideas about what this process or framework could look like. And this is all part of, it all has to fit in with what the sideboards of the IBCC actually are. So there are, Russ was your hype man about getting excited about ideas, and I'm going to be your taskmaster and tell you, yeah, no. But working within the constraints or sideboards, whichever word you prefer, of what the IBCC is and its role, what is that process for how ideas move forward and identifying that track that they move down. I've tried to say that a couple different ways, but I also recognize that this can be confusing. So what questions about process before we actually divide up, what questions do y'all have?
Question.
Yes, sir.
So as an example,
yes, please.
A process for the IBCC could be an idea comes up and we vote as to whether or not it's actionable or it's a discussion. Is that an example of a process?
Yes, that is an example of a process. And then I would raise you and say, what are the criteria that you all are going to be voting on to determine if that's an action or a discussion item?
Okay.
Andy, I see you grabbing the mic.
I just want you, for Sean's benefit, to explain that a little more.
Well played.
Don't like talking.
All right. So hopefully my handwriting can be big enough for you all to see. So process. So we're focusing on creating, this first part is going to be focusing on creating a process. I don't expect that you are going to finalize a process today because process takes time. I know it's annoying. It's a process. Process is a process. But we're going to start, and then we're going to have a report out from each of the groups. You will have an assigned note taker to each of the groups. And we're going to have a report out, which I will use a timer on. And I'm going to be taking notes during that, keeping track of some of those different ideas that come out of your discussion about a process so that I can track what are some similarities between the groups, where are some areas of divergence, and also what kind of questions do y'all need answered? What kind of questions or gray areas exist that need clarification if those come up in your conversations? And so then this all will be, I will be cataloging all of those notes and passing them on to Russ, Kat, Jonathan, your future facilitator, who'll be like, what did she do? And then the second part of our conversation will actually be taking an idea, picking a topic, and you all working that idea through this framework. So that's the outline for the rest of our afternoon. So your first task, create a process that helps you identify what ideas are actionable and what that might look like. What are some evaluative criteria? And whether they for actionable ideas or are they discussion ideas? So what is this fun gray space? Action, discussion. This is my beautiful flow chart. Some of you may know I really love a good flow chart. So what is this area right here? What are the criteria that belong in here? Or what are the questions? A lot of this stuff is in some of the documents that, yes, Becky. No, you'll be discussing this in your small groups. I'm just going over it one more time. For Sean's sake.
For Andy, an example of
Mhm.
an example of criteria might be has minimal cost to the CWCB. Is that sort of as an example?
As an example, that's
Okay.
a great example.
That's what Andy would say if he was.
That is probably, I think, yes. So criteria. And, hint, a lot of this might already exist in a document you may have in front of you. But how do you all want to work through that? How do you all want to make those decisions? Oh, look, there's even a slide about it. So recognizing the sideboards of the IBCC, how do you all want to move through deciding, looking at ideas and placing them in action or discussion so you all can move forward on those various topics that are intriguing to you? All right. Sean, are there any other questions?
For Sean.
Russ, yes.
For Sean's benefit? This is just the quality is shorthanded, so this reflects what's on your sheet. It's just the shorthand, so it would fit on a slide and not be overly confusing. We may or may not have nailed it, but it should reflect what's on the longer list of the qualities document you have in front of you.
All righty. So we would like to invite the audience to form a group. Stacy's going to be your note taker and will be hanging out with you all. And then for those of you who are online who would like to participate, Jeff will be facilitating an online conversation. And then in the room, we can divide up. I think both Kat and Russ are going to be note takers for various groups. So Kat, do you want to take this half of the room? And Russ, you want to take this half of the room? And I think we need one person to go over here to get the numbers right. Ken, you're standing. That's what you get for standing. All right, last chance. Anyone want clarification or another example? I did bring examples, so in my head. All right, I'm gonna start the timer. You guys have about 20 minutes. And I'll be coming around if you do want to ask me questions. All right, go. We have nailed down exactly all the criteria and we know exactly how to move forward. We're all good, right? Excellent. All right. No, this is the start of a conversation. And I imagine that this conversation brought up a lot of questions. Maybe provided some clarification, but I'm guessing that there is some things that are worth talking about from this exercise. So let's actually start with not Jeff. So Kat, would you mind getting us started? Here, do you want me to I'm going to hand you the mic so you can go over to your notes.
Well, actually, Kevin has volunteered to.
So we went kind of around a little bit on process. I think where we ended up would be to identify topics here and vet those against the qualities as a group here to say, are these topics that are good? And that's kind of specific to the agency and CWCB rules and funding. And then once those topics are like clear to discuss, take those to the roundtables and use criteria at the roundtables to vet the topic, and then bring that feedback back to the IBCC. And then we can, at that point, we should know if we're talking about something actionable or something that's more discussion. So, and then I think, some of the other things that we discussed is maybe annually or some other period, the IBCC could identify criteria, or maybe the roundtable feedback would identify new criteria to consider, or we could, you know, kind of grow from the process and keep it moving forward.
So to make sure I'm understanding you, there's kind of an iterative process in that kind of criteria. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, so potentially expanding criteria in the future once the first process at least happens full cycle.
I think that we kind of like accepted the criteria that we had here as our to go off of for the beginning.
All right, so the criteria that's on the screen right now is the qualities that a topic will be used, that it will be used to evaluate a topic when it first comes up at IBCC. All right, does anyone have any questions for that group? As in, how did you guys do that? All right, let's actually jump to, we'll just go around in a circle. So I'll hand the microphone to Stacy.
All right, so we wrote a lot of things. Our first one key point that really doesn't have much to do with process is we kind of clarified the IBCC role, and someone had a really good perspective that they see the IBCC as a super roundtable that is responsible for synthesizing across basins and informing, like based on discussions, informing the CWCB on items that they maybe don't have the ability to get in depth on right away. And then also the IBCC is playing a role of building understanding and relationships across basins. And then we had a question that may be a can of worms, but for our understanding, it wasn't clear on how action oriented the IBCC needed to be. So that was kind of a pre-question to be asking. And then our criteria, things we talked about were that it fits within the IBCC framework and those sideboards that were listed, that there's water plan alignment, that there's majority interest on the IBCC in order to talk about the issue, that the issue spans basins, and that it would benefit from collaboration or some support in working through conflict, for example. And then we had a big question mark for this group was like, how does the CWCB endorsable part of the criteria play into this? So like, does there have to be consensus between IBCC and CWCB to take something on? Or like, what are the things that, you know, where is the IBCC limited based on CWCB? So that's a big gray area and clearly not saying that well. Some other criteria we said were it doesn't step on water rights. State money can be spent to support, investigate, take action, or discuss the issue. Other agencies could be supportive or collaborate on it, maybe even if CWCB isn't the right agency to take the lead. And then does it benefit other basins? One example is that Shoshone discussion is important, but maybe not applicable across basins, so not something to take action on. And then is it valuable to IBCC, but not actionable? So is it more of an awareness thing? And then this was on the sheet, but clarify that there's a product or a deliverable that would come out of it in order for it to be actionable. Did I miss anything, group? Okay, thanks.
All right, Jeff. Let's hear from the online group. And there were some IBCC members in the online group. Is that correct, Jeff?
Yes, there were some IBCC members, mostly IBCC members, and then a few members of the public, also roundtable members participated. We had lots of discussion. I think we similarly had the question about what is the IBCC's role? Is it to be action oriented, or is it more of to be supportive of kind of more grassroots on the ground projects that are kind of more generated at the roundtable level. We also had some discussion about maybe potentially including some more criteria or restating the criteria, something that's common or maybe applicable across the state. Is it practical? You know, there could be a great idea for a really large reservoir, but is that practical? Is there water available for whatever the project is? Is there a significant water savings or new supply or something like that? Could be part of the criteria. We also talked about the process, and folks really wanted to make sure to maybe create a checklist, but really start with the things that are easier to check off, that are maybe more black and white, and then allow for some more time for discussion to kind of flesh out the idea, or, you know, get through or understand some of the more nuanced pieces of any project. We also maybe had a slightly different interpretation of how the projects would roll up to the IBCC. You know, starting with an individual or a roundtable at the roundtable level, and getting kind of support from the roundtable first, and then bringing it to this group, rather than, like Kevin mentioned, starting here and going back to the roundtables. But, you know, I think there's certainly room for that feedback loop to work both ways. Members online, did I capture that mostly accurately?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Close enough.
Thank you, Jeff. And thank you all online for participating. Really appreciate that, getting your ideas here in the room. All right, our last group over in the corner. Who's reporting out for you all?
We had very similar discussions to everyone else. Yeah, I couldn't capture all the notes, but I want to invite anybody in the back room to join the IBCC at any point in time. Andy's been on for 12 years. We were not as good as these geniuses, but I think we did kind of get to the edges of what everybody was discussing, and trying to create some sort of process where we look to make sure that folks have a formal basin roundtable support was incredibly important. Sean kept wanting to vote about things, not only in our small group, but on a large group scale. And so, yeah, we wasted half our time on, should we take a vote, for Sean's benefit. And then there was a lot of discussion about funding. So, and what's a process and what's an actionable, project or a project, and the feedback loop to CWCB. So that was it.
And whether it's a project versus a policy. For example, the referral to the ballot this year about whether or not we should debruce the excess sporting funds. Can't run the campaigns or participate actively, but perhaps the roundtable can be, you know, if they're in support of the concept or they understand it, then they can help advocate for it at the local level.
To add from our group back here, we talked about that too, and I forgot to mention it, that and I think it was Mo came up with, what is action is something that you could have the agency or influence to change. And then what is discussion was just something you want to know or be informed about. That's how we framed it.
Thank you all. Now, do you have any questions for any of the other groups? Becky's invited you all to join the IBCC, so that's one question. But is there anything that you heard that was either interesting or you want more clarification or just want to discuss that came from another group? Yes, Russ.
I guess in our preamble, when we led up, we talked about the guiding documents. One thing I do think that will be helpful to some of the discussion that did kind of come up in our group, and I heard Stacy mention it too, but maybe a fourth document that needs referencing is, and why we now have the CWCB guide is to make clear the things we can do. There is some, I think we talked about in our group, there's probably ways to work around that, but we do have some restrictions, both honestly for our board, for the roundtables and for IBCC about taking position on legislation or taking position on a political candidate. Like those are kind of red lines that we're not allowed to cross. Within that though, I still think there's room to run, but I think that's probably helpful framing the discussion as well when we continue to talk about this.
So what I hear you saying is clarity on those sideboards, that this is not, here's what we can and here's what we can't, as part of maybe that conversation on what is action.
Correct. So like in our group, I thought it was a good discussion of like, on this debrucing. We couldn't go back and say the roundtable's taking position on this or IBCC is, but we could say we need to educate people so they understand the issues around this. And that might be a really good role for IBCC.
Okay. So clarity on definitions around what is action, clarity on sideboards, and potentially even redefining what is viewed as action and looking for the action IBCC can take within an idea or topic. Group. Stacy, are you ready to go? Okay.
It's the group, it's really easy for us to look from the outside in. So I'm just going to put it that way. All right. So the way that we did this was we put up the criteria that we had all talked about. So roundtable approval, voting, majority of IBCC, water plan align, IBCC purview, CWCB endorsable, other agency opportunities to bring agencies together, spans basins, can the state fund it, define deliverable. And then our topic was forest health, and that it was a 2-basin mitigation opportunity. So we just use that as our theoretical. And then we started running it through and we figured out that the first thing that needs to happen is some sort of definition on what exactly this issue is. And so we defined it out as an opportunity to identify for the IBCC to say to the state, forest health needs to be a priority for money. It needs to be a statewide priority in general as a policy issue. And we can provide input on what specific priority areas within forest health will impact water infrastructure, or like where are water priorities? Because we heard that water wasn't at the table in some of those forest health discussions. So we really discussed that the IBCC role would be to elevate the policy issue and potentially come up with a framework to evaluate what those water priorities are within the forest discussion. So that was important for us to do because we couldn't check any of these boxes until we really fleshed out the issue. So we saw that as like first step. So the first step is to, frame it up and then ask the question, does the issue gain by having the IBCC evaluate or elevate it or engage on it? So are there other people working on it? What's the IBCC role in this? And then we talked about voting, and we decided that there needs to be 2 points of vote. The first step would be that somebody needs to flesh out the list, this checklist, and frame up the issue. So there's maybe a committee of you that do that, and maybe it's involving the roundtable or whoever's bringing it up. And then that gets brought to the IBCC and says, here's our sheet on how we think this fits the criteria. Do you think we should work on this or not? And then the second, if there's a yes on that, Then after everything's worked through, there would be a vote on whether the CWCB approves of the deliverable, or IBCC, excuse me. And then our last 11th hour comment had a lot to do with this, but also not that could the IBCC play a role in the statewide fund allocation for multi-basin projects? Mic drop.
All right, who wants to go next? Yep, silence. All right, Jeff, we're gonna just move around the room backwards.
We agree. So we maybe took a little bit different tact, but ended up in a similar place. I think we kind of started really broad, with a couple project ideas, or topic areas, and then sort of got into the weeds a little bit, and then brought it back to evaluating that particular idea against these set of qualities and trying to determine what the IBCC might do. So we took the collaborative water sharing agreements / ag innovation topic area, and decided that maybe the IBCC could help create a set of criteria for evaluating water sharing agreements, create a methodology for evaluating those, potentially help create a tool that could reduce some of the barriers to using water sharing agreements, but kind of standardizing what set of tools would be used to evaluate new or potential water sharing agreements. We took that idea and kind of ran it through the qualities and checked off pretty much all of them. There was some discussion about how long that might take the IBCC to come up with something or establish a set of criteria, which, you know, could potentially be 2 to 3 years, something like that. So ample time for development and review and discussion, all of that. But I think that's where we landed. Anything else to add, online folks? Robert was also in our group. And he's asleep. Okay.
Thank you, online people. All right, let's go ahead and go to our corner group back here, Kat's group. Kat, are you ready to report out? Or is there someone else who would like to report out? Pat?
Kat may not want to claim us any further, but gosh, so great work, other groups, by the way. It's impressive.
What did y'all do to Kat?
So we tried Forest Health on as for size as something to run through the filter, and I think where we quickly got we were wrestling with like these kind of fundamental questions about almost a side filter of being able to actually first talk about, you know, what's working well, what do we need to improve, where do we need help and assistance, and are we the right group to be tackling those things? And I think what we found with a topic as general as forest health, it can get very basin specific, and we realized that there are just tons of other groups working in that space, and that we kind of struggled with where would IBCC plug in, and are we even the right group? Or is it being covered with so many other interest groups that we shouldn't engage? And so then what we really got into was this idea of maybe separating out projects from policies. And I know policy is kind of a touchy topic a little bit when it comes to this group, but I think the word we ended up landing on was more guiding principles. So is there a way, or as if we're finding that something doesn't work because it becomes very basin specific, or issue specific or location specific. Are there guiding principles that we can all agree to or receive broad basin support and maybe not create, some of the original intent of IBCC was to form interbasin compacts between various basins, but could guiding principles be a kind of proxy for that and kind of still meet our original intent and purpose for certain applications? And I think anything beyond that would probably be rambling and trying to cover our lack of success, but that's what we wrestled with.
Sounds like there was some good wrestling in spite of that. You got some nuggets. Yeah. All right. Last group. Who's gonna report out for y'all? All right. Russ is gonna report out.
All right, good job, everybody. We took a slightly different tack. In fact, we got really excited. We started with the ASO conversation, which maybe fits under a couple of these topics. But Airborne Snow Observatory and thinking about how we might fund that, move that forward, advance it to cover the whole state. We got so excited about it, we kind of forgot about these qualities and how to use those. And I think that was kind of nice because our first discussion, we talked a lot about, well, do we need to put something up for vote or not? And I think it was one of those things where you know it when you see it, like it just had so much synergy and our whole group was excited about it that we got several steps down the road. And then we said, oh, well, let's go back. And we actually just use this as a checklist. And we said, yep, meets every one of these. And that was super helpful just to kind of verify that it was valuable. So then we got into the weeds a little bit about what it would look like. And I think the general concept was we'd like to do this every year for the entire state, but that maybe is only realistic with a lot of funding and potentially us owning maybe not even just a plane, but several planes. So one option could be that we own a plane, a fleet. Yeah. One option could be that we just own a plane ultimately, and that we're really prioritizing, and that priority could happen at the basin scale. And maybe the roundtables could actually, the IBCC could help inform like what that, priority would look like. That kind of opened up some interesting conversation where we realized that some of these questions, or these topics might actually lead to more questions. So we got into a lot of deep dive about, well, how do you know when is best for a basin to prioritize, or what's valuable to one basin over the other, which led us to realize we might need as a part of like fleshing these things out, deeper presentation, deep dive, really getting into the weeds to uncover the deeper detail that we might need to ultimately include into a recommendation. We had some cool ideas about maybe we could combine some of that ASO flights with cloud seeding, and planes could do different things. So that was kind of neat. Not at the same time. But we ultimately thought this adds value. It has consensus. It checked all the criteria boxes. One important thing is that it needs to be additive to the other tools that are already in place, like radar, that it can't be in lieu of, that it's in addition to, because it's the full suite of all those things that are telling us the better story and detail about our SWE and what we have available. And the last piece, and I thought this was cool, we spent some time thinking about the recommendations and, well, what would this ultimately look like? So, we want to do all these things. We figured out the details and we have a proposition to make. What does that look like and who does that go to? And one idea is that we put this, big idea out there, and that, maybe it's really directed to CWCB board, like, hey, put some funding behind this. And maybe CWCB could act on that or not. It could be that it's more of a call to action to bring in, this is a really cool idea. We need somebody to do grant, submit a grant on this. So an idea might be, a first step could be to do a feasibility study. And we want to put a grant out there to do that statewide, to actually really dig into what would the true cost be. And then the other ideas, we put it out there, and it's just got, similar to our group, a lot of energy and traction, and maybe somebody else runs with it and helps find legislation for that. So it could go a lot of ways, including down to the roundtable level. So it could go up or down. That at the roundtable level, similar to the Metro's roundtable, they've prioritized and set aside some of their WSRF grants every year to focus on prioritizing projects that they want to fund. So if this was something that was important to the roundtables, had traction, IBCC and roundtables and CWCB are all on board with this, maybe roundtables are actually trying to encourage some of that funding locally too. Group, what did I miss? Awesome. How was it?
Thank you, Stacy. All right, nice job, everyone. All right, I'm gonna transition over here to all of our cool boards that we have from everything y'all have talked about. So looking over the notes up here, if you can see them. I actually probably couldn't see them from across the room, so I'm sorry. Tried to write big enough. Okay. Thinking about the conversation or looking at the posters up here, what are things that you see that are common across these discussions in your groups? And this is anyone in the room or online can answer. Jeff, if you wouldn't mind monitoring online. This is for everyone. What commonalities do you see across? Microphone, because it's good.
Sorry. That the ideas, regardless of which topic we're talking about, will have a tendency to go up to the Water Conservation Board, that also go back down to the roundtables, and that this is like a conduit through the IBCC to facilitate this communication and the sharing of ideas and perspectives. I think they're all probably going to have the same, that same quality.
So there's constant movement between all of these groups, this integration of both the up and the down. What else? There's more. I'm really good with silence.
I think everybody tried to judge everything against the qualities.
Judging things against the qualities that are listed on the screen right now.
Sounded negative, like the judging from the against.
Judging can be a positive thing.
Based on whatever.
We'll go with evaluating. So almost every group used the list on the screen to evaluate their idea in some form or another. What else do y'all see that is common across at least one or two? Common across multiple groups, but maybe not all.
Kelsey, I don't know, something about, I feel like there's some version of clarity or defining or getting, really trying to tighten up the idea. Like it seemed like the groups that had broad ideas, like Forest Health was so big, and I think Pat maybe alluded to that, like that seemed so big that it was kind of hard to understand our role. So the more granular the idea, it might be easier to define the problem statement and wrap your head around it.
So clarity on what is it specifically that we are talking about so that everyone understands. Now, there was a voice. What else?
A couple of them are trying to clarify the IBCC role.
Clarifying the IBCC role. What else?
I'm gonna say voting. 'Cause it'll be consistent, but I'll clarify and then get on a soapbox. The clarification is especially the all-stars in the back of the room really like mapped out you gotta get. I'm well, how are you?
Yeah, I'm almost done. You're supposed to be done.
But not done yet. But as it turns out.
We got to get to an answer somehow, and my soapbox is I've seen it with this group, and maybe I've seen it with other groups recently that's causing a source of frustration. I think the whole idea of consensus being nobody threw a hissy fit, and we all left the room thinking we're all in agreement, and then we come back to another meeting and someone says, "Well, I never agreed with that to begin with." I think we got to get to where people are willing to say, yeah, I'm in favor of it or I'm not. Because if they're not, then we need to spend time working through that and finding out and listening as to why they're not. But this consensus concept, I think, has gotten to assumption is if nobody says anything, we're fine. And sometimes you don't say anything because we're given 30 seconds to say something and can't say it in 30 seconds. Sometimes you don't say anything because you know I could just disagree with it later. So I do think voting is important. It may not be necessary in all cases. It may be that it's a little overkill, but I think we need to flesh out where people stand on issues. And if you don't disagree, I think it's an awesome venue to actually talk about what we're in disagreement over and try to, as we've used the word, wrestle over it.
So I want to make sure I captured that correctly. So what I wrote down is creating space for diverging opinions around topics that we're not necessarily aiming towards consensus right away, but there needs to be room for people to express, to disagree.
Yeah, if you could translate everything I said, I need to bring you to my
I'm
wife
available
and
for-
retranslate
yeah.
stuff that I say to her. That's great. I would have said it exactly that.
All right, anything else? Anyone in the room or online? Yeah, Lisa.
I'll knock Sean off of his soapbox and I'll climb up. You know, I don't see it, and we kind of touched on it, but I'm really struggling with seeing how any of this fits into a group that meets twice a year. You know, because there's a lot underlying this. There's accountability, developing a product, which is more than just coming up with a consensus about an idea. That's actually, I mean, if you think that we can't even agree on an idea, let's try to put together the answer and see if we can all agree. And that's, I mean, it's a tremendous goal, aspirational goal, but I'm just really struggling with setting expectations that we can do this with that schedule. And I know that there are resources and everybody is just really constrained. And I understand that, but I also am concerned that, you know, we won't set ourselves up for success if we make this such a process that we'll never reach that finish line. Wah, wah. But I mean, I don't know if others agree, but that just is kind of something that's really just reading what, especially that break group in the back did.
Does anyone want to respond to that? Yeah, Pat.
I'd just like to add on to what Lisa said. I think that was part of what our Debbie Downer group over there maybe was really wrestling with, and without being able to dig into these issues and spend time and work the full life cycle of a project or an issue. I fear that our IBCC updates may continue to be 5 minutes on the roundtable agenda. And it's like, well, got a meeting in 3 months and that's it. And I think that's not going to generate the momentum we need around this. So I would flag that as a big issue right now.
Because I can add in. First of all, I would say I was super encouraged by our group seemingly solving one issue in mere minutes. I mean, it's going to need deeper work, but there is possibility to make rapid progress in a short amount of time. Something we talked about in side conversation too is just how do we better utilize the structures that we have? Like this is the first time so we had our first ever version of a C9 summit in 2011. And then ever since then, it has been, we may have it, we may not have it. We just do, one slow versus the other. But now CWCB is committed to annually doing this. We have a whole day to work together on these ideas that are actually bringing a bigger cohort together. And then we have every single roundtable meeting in between the IBCC meetings to talk about this stuff. And if it's truly going up what'd you call it? The conveyor belt, the corridor? Something like that? Conduit, that was it. That was another C word. Then it's actually, we might even be able to take advantage of CWCB board meetings as well. So I think, maybe it certainly warrants more conversation, but we also can give it a go and see where we get in, a year's time frame and then see if there's additional need. But we maybe haven't even figured out how to best utilize the resources that we already have.
I see some nodding in the room. So what I wrote down as thinking about those time constraints that the IBCC only meets twice a year and then has the C9 summit. How does IBCC operate within that framework of meeting? So what is reasonable? What is a reasonable expectation to set, and what is reasonable accountability? Or to reframe it with your hype man, Russ, how do we leverage what we already have? So there's two ways to look at kind of the same thing, but did I kind of capture that conversation there? Okay. So maybe there is an additional constraint of the time, but what is reasonable for you all within that? All right, so I'm already over for time because y'all are so smart. Looking across these, so as I promised at the beginning, our objective was to start to create this process. So what is going to happen next is I am going to, oh, there's our slide for our breakout reports. I'm going to be taking all of these down and kind of synthesizing them, what you all noticed as commonalities across these, and we'll be sharing them with Russ and Kat to share out with you all, and then making sure that you all have access to them. It's the start of creating a process. It's not the finish line, but thinking about what is possible going forward. And I have homework for you too, because you all don't been for a little bit, and that's a great opportunity to go back to your roundtables. And for those of you who are participants in your roundtables, go back to your roundtables and bring this conversation to them. Even dialogue with them about, a number of the groups talked about, and one of the key things across is that ideas go up and down. So taking that back to the roundtables and talking with your roundtables about what that process with you as representatives can look like. And then the second part of your homework is also, what ideas do they want to maybe start putting through a process or bring to see discussed at the C9 summit? How can this conversation continue? So it's your two-part homework, is take this conversation back to your roundtables and talk about your communication with them and how they want to see that happen. And the second part is ideas and topics that could come back here. And then y'all can figure out how to go from there. Yes, sir. Ken. Microphone.
Do they have to vote?
That's up to you. Or your roundtable. Other questions, comments? Ken, other Ken.
Yeah, this list of topics has been out there for several years. Do we just pick one at some point or run with this cloud seeding ASO concept? But actually get to a topic, because Southwest is light on process, goes down, the interest level drops quick. Topic, maybe. Process, no.
Well, it seems that we could at least, one thing that we could accomplish as the IBCC is try to indicate at least, make that list of topics a little smaller. And I think we kind of ended up this last discussion that ASO, cloud seeding, weather modification might be one of those things that there's pretty good nexus on.
But I'm ready to start discussing it around the table, be it, we had some good comments on forest health, could go the ASO route. But let's start honing it down, that list down. I'm ready to, maybe not today, but the next meeting. If we're not narrowing it down, we're not making much progress.
Yeah, I was
Andy.
just, oh,
Sorry, Pat, and then Andy.
sorry, Eddie. I mean, I was just gonna build on my previous comments that given our time and resource constraints, we have to keep, I think, our list of topics as focused and manageable as possible, which is why I would recommend to pursue something like ASO. I think today's conversation, we got enough general consensus around that to bring that to roundtables, flesh it out, start thinking about what specifically we want to address or recommend, or what guiding principles we want around ASO, and just start small and try to get a win and test our process. And I think that's doable within the scope and resources we have.
And I would agree with both Ken and Pat. And I mean this as kindly as possible. we're a bunch of people who are generally employed by governments and nonprofits sitting around this table. And a discussion about process is something we're used to. The roundtables, at least on the West Slope, are largely populated by people who don't discuss process, they do things. They're growing things, they're building things, it's a little bit different. And I don't mean that as a judgment either way. Okay. It's a recognition that you go back and Ken tries to run a process discussion at the Southwest and he'll be looking for a job, you know. Or I think about, you know, the AMPA white-green roundtable, not necessarily a process discussion, more of a how do we tackle something, get something done. And so I think the process is important, but I think if we don't get moving on something, we'll continue to meet and talk about process. That's it. And we might not have meetings.
Hey, Kelsey, are we okay to move it along? I think we're tight on time.
We are tight on time, so thank you all.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
being here
Kelsey.
today.
Thanks, everybody. So I will build on those sentiments and talk about C9 Summit, and then we're going to close things out. But I just want to say, yes, Andy, 100% agree. And I also think the roundtables are hungry for that, right? Everywhere we're going, they're hungry for a real conversation, and it better not be about process. I agree with you. But maybe we've done that upfront work where it's easy just to say like, hey, we have this rubric, we're going to use that, but give us your ideas. Let's just get it all out there. And that's what I would like to carry forward is some version of what we talked about today at C9 Summit. Ken, what you're talking about, I think is absolutely right. We cannot tackle the world. And Lisa, to your point, we don't have enough time to do that anyway. But what I think we could do is if we look at the umbrella of the water plan and we, maybe we come out of C9 Summit, maybe we have some starting today, but maybe in addition to our conversation today at C9 Summit, we get 12 good ideas. Maybe we're really coming up with a 3-year strategy of how we're going to tackle those, and we're prioritizing what we want to tackle first. And I'm hearing loud and clear, ASO is right for us to tackle first. And I couldn't agree more, Andy. Like, we need a win. We need to be relevant again. We need that win. And for the roundtables and people to come to roundtables and solve these, we have open seat issues. We need to be talking about things that people are excited to come to a meeting about. So I could not agree more. And I think that is a perfect space for C9 Summit. So some of the things I'm not going to belabor these, but these are the topics that this is a combination of things we've been thinking about, things you've been discussing. I'm kind of curious if ASO maybe doesn't have a larger piece in a presentation at C9, but these are generally the topics that we came up with that we will probably hear at the C9 Summit. We put out the survey. We did not get a ton of feedback. Some of the things I think specifically that I could point to that are on here that we did get feedback on were probably like conversation with state engineer. There's some interest with that. And in talking with Jason, I think he thought maybe state engineer plus some of the division engineers. And then also I think the roundtable lessons learned, we've had a lot of good, how do we learn from each other and with the guide, how do we kind of combine those discussions maybe? But this is kind of how we will move forward, probably in pretty quick order with starting to set up the C9 Summit. Since we don't have a ton of time to dive into that and we're going to go to James Ranch afterwards, if something on here strikes you as right on, make sure you include this, or I don't like this, or you're forgetting something, just come up to me or email me because I think we're a little bit short on time. But this is largely generated from our IBCC conversations and that survey. There's a few things we didn't hear a lot about, surprisingly, but I added on actually ag security. I think we're hearing a lot of that, and I think it's really important. So there's a place for that, I think, in this discussion too. We will, just as a reminder for C9 Summit, day 1 is going to be a half day where we will incorporate some tours. I'm super excited about some of the stuff that we're teeing up, and it's not all locked in, but we're going to do a tour and kind of a little bit of an Ag 101, and then maybe for folks that need the 201 or want to look at other things, a tour of Kathleen Curry's ranch. So I'm really excited, the Peterson Ranch. So that will be really cool. We are also in talks with the folks at Gothic at the Biological Center to do a tour there. So we're trying to do something that, has a flavor of kind of environment, rec, ag, and muni, and we're still fleshing that out. But I think day 1 is going to be pretty exciting. Once we get that locked in, we'll put it up online and you can sign up. We'll probably space limited a little bit on the tours, but then the second day will be a full day summit that will be comprised of these topics. So because we learned our lesson at the water plan release party and we know everybody wants to get together and talk,
day one will end with a nice fiesta for us all to enjoy and just talk and have a dinner together. And we'll probably limit the speakers there, but day two, we'll get down to work. And I think IBCC has a critical role in helping lead the discussion we just had. And I'm going to call on all of you to help be at a table at that breakout to lead this kind of conversation. The quicker we move through process, I'm all for that. So that's all I have there, and I will turn it over to Kat and to Director Mitchell for closing thoughts.
Sure. Well, I think the quote of the day might have been "Great job, other group." Try to do one takeaway, but in jest. I want to just thank everybody for their time and participation today. I think we talked about a lot of things, and we should probably continue to discuss. We got some deep dive into how to flesh out the Low Regrets 2.0 action plan, and some of us even got a process for deciding on which topics to dive into. Russ alluded to, we want to continue that at the C9, and then we'll take some of the C9 discussion and input from this meeting and use that to set up our future meetings. The next one after the C9 being in February of 2025. I can't believe we're already talking about 25. And I hope some of the topics like forest health and ASO stuff get on there. I think we've got some good ideas around that cloud seeding and airborne snow observations. So some other topics we discussed, deferred maintenance and how to best revitalize the roundtable. So those are good conversations to think about. We'll touch on them at the C9, October 1st and 2nd in the beautiful Crested Butte. And at our next meeting in February. And another reminder is the meeting after that is in June of 2025. So there you go. Ken, of course you have a question on the closing argument.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. No, we just spent an hour and a half on this discussion about how to move forward with this. And I'm confused about where we're at. This seems like a perfect opportunity for us to say, go home, talk to your roundtables about ASO and weather modification or forest health or whatever we decide, but we need to decide that there's something that we're going to work on and bring back and becomes part of C9. We're test driving this process to see if it really could work. So I'm confused. Could you please clarify what our homework is?
Yeah, I think you are right. And any other ideas? Yeah. Sean, questions on the closing argument?
I agree. But Russ said we didn't have time, so I slammed my card down in protest. Since my buddy Ken brought it back up, I'm gonna add to it. I think it was Ken that said ASO stuff is highly technical. I would recommend against going to the roundtables and saying, what do you think about ASO and about weather mod? Because they're all going to say, sounds great. What are you going to do about it? And we're going to say, we don't really know much about it. And you know, Andy brought up the scalability of it, the costs associated with it. I would suggest there is a statewide chasm work group. And I would suggest if CWCB doesn't have the bandwidth to do it, I'd be willing to volunteer time. We'll schedule a Zoom to have a presentation by them. They are dealing with all these issues around the dollars and how to scale it and the different data that's needed and the applicability in the future. And there's some forest health applications that they're interested in. And there's new technologies that they're adding, different lasers to do different stuff that I know nothing about. And I think if I'm going to go to the South Platte Roundtable and tell them what I just told you, they're going to say, that all sounds really neat and nifty. Why don't you tell IBCC to do something about it? So I think it would be helpful to get educated and find from the work group what is needed. And then perhaps the IBCC can have some specific questions to bring back to the roundtable.
Would this group be open to that happening at the C9 summit? Or because there's roundtable meetings between the C9 summit and our next.
idea, tee up, talk about it.
I think I heard it two ways. So my proposal would be having the work group who knows the technical issues to give a presentation. Are you suggesting that that presentation be had at the C9 Summit? And then we're meeting in June of 2025 to say, what did we learn in October of 2024?
February. So my proposal, just pitching back what you said, is again, let's utilize the time that we have. We could still set up something if that's what's needed. I know you're just trying to push for a vote, Sean. But I think what we could do is kind of, we still need to, I think, mine the roundtables to get a pipeline of ideas, right? Because it's great to start with ASO and we need a win, agree. We also need what else is in the queue. And it may be we get somewhere at our first meeting, we need, what's the second idea we're talking about? So I think that could be the short-term work until we get to the C9 Summit. So tee up the discussion around the ASO, maybe find out from your roundtables what else they need to learn so we can plug that into the presentation there. And then you have 4 months of roundtable meeting before we meet again in February where we can kind of start to dive in on a specific question. Maybe we help refine at the C9 Summit.
I joke that my mini group were the EOR group. It seems to me, Russ, that there, it's been said that there might be consensus around ASO and weather mod. I think the other things have so many questions around the what is that and what is it for this basin and what does it mean, and we even heard the online group say, sure, storage might be good, but storage for who and to what benefit, and how do we know we're going to get through permitting and who pays for that? And I think the roundtable could just go down multiple of rabbit holes. If we feel like ASO is largely supported, what I was raising is I'm not sure people know exactly what they're supporting because it is a very technical sort of process. But a lot of roundtables have funded it. It's a lot of funding going into it. We know it's really expensive. And I think what I heard today was the IBCC can play a role in figuring out ideas on how to scale that. And we made up just a few in our small group. I think giving the IBC the opportunity to sort of bake all those ideas and throw them out is good. If we're going to the roundtable first, are we asking them for ideas on all the things, or are we going back just with ASO? And if we're going back just with ASO, it would be, I think, wise to take advantage of between now and October to get educated on what ASO is. And then in October, if there's an ASO sort of discussion and a breakout about ideas, it could get baked into that. If it's, hey, these are the ideas that already came out of the roundtables and we want to further flesh them out, October would be an opportunity to do that. It feels like there would be time between now and October to do that, but I totally understand the limitations on staff and preparing for something like this. I mean, 2-day symposium is not easy.
Yeah, I think here's my only flag to that, because I think you're right. I think that I see where you're going of trying to get that information in early. And I'm wondering if Jeff and I can play a role and maybe work with you on seeing if we can get some of those presentations to come, presenters to come to roundtables. My issue is, and we have the same issue at CWCB board, we want to talk about a topic and then we forget that only 40 people are logging into the meeting sometimes. So we're not really getting out there, but roundtable meeting, you've already got a crowd coming. C9 Summit, we're going to have 200 plus people there, right? So we have more bang for our buck at those meetings than trying to do another thing that may not land on the right date that only 20 people like, and we haven't achieved anything. So I'm just trying to make it a value add. And would that kind of meet what you're saying? If we help get presentations at roundtable meetings, is that a role that we could help facilitate?
Yeah, to me, I guess all the ideas are on the table. The IBCC has a habit lately to get really excited and then it fizzles out for a few months, and then we get really excited and then it fizzles out for a few months. And I'm feeling like there was some excitement around this conversation, and then Ken just asked, wait a sec, did we just get a sort of an action to go do something? And I heard go do something and ask them all the things again. and we'll talk again in October. And it feels like we got an opportunity to really talk about a specific topic that it feels like there's general consensus around. I believe there's a lack of understanding of it to come up with the creative ideas of how to scale it up. I think an education opportunity is an education lesson is necessary. I think that could be done on a single Zoom sponsored by CWCB or whoever, by the CHASM group, for everyone. And IBCC and roundtable members and advertise, not have to go to every roundtable. That's my idea. But if there are other folks that think there's a better way to do that, or a more acceptable way to do it, I'm not wed to that.
Can I just jump in real quick? I think you're right, Sean, and I've sat in on potentially as many CHASM presentations as anybody in this room, being at all the roundtables. And I totally agree with you. It's very technical. I think a lot of the questions are, how are you utilizing the data? And so I wonder if maybe this educational opportunity that you're talking about is ripe for something at C9 Summit. Maybe it's a presentation from the CHASM group. Maybe it's a panel of folks who are utilizing it. Like, I know you and Scott and St. Brain is utilizing it. I know Nathan's utilizing it in the Rio. And so maybe there's an educational opportunity, but also the next step of how are we utilizing this data, and then potentially bringing that group back to the IBCC in February to do a deeper dive on all the questions you all have about scaling that up. What does that look like on a statewide level? What are the basin concerns? I think, you all could do some work during the roundtable meetings before that February 25 meeting to understand where your basin sits, what questions do they want to know, those types of things. So maybe to Russ's point, we can strategize offline on what that might look like for C9 and moving forward.
I think Carrie and Ken.
Yeah, I
And
just
Joanne.
think that if we went back to our roundtable, we're gonna get 100 ideas. I mean, our roundtable has lots of ideas, right? And they're all over the place. So I think they're very much wanting to hear something from us that's solid. And it's gonna be Kevin and I at the C9 Summit plus Nathan, who, everybody knows. And so it's gonna be the same people going to the C9 Summit. It's not gonna be our roundtable members that hear a presentation about this. So I think it's important that the information goes back to our roundtable members that don't always come to these bigger meetings, because we're missing a lot of people that have a lot of different perspectives on things and would want to weigh in on that. So if there's a Zoom presentation or there's something that we could roll out at our scheduled roundtable meeting, we're trying to do more education stuff during our roundtable meetings, although they are a bit packed already. I think that's really important to do prior to the C9 Summit so that we can have a deeper conversation, C9 Summit, and actually move forward on something.
I totally agree. I will say your roundtable does represent at C9, so you're gonna get like 5 times that, but you're right. You still make a really good point. So I'm hearing what Sean's saying, what you're saying. I think there's a way to do that. I just question, if we set a special meeting, how many people will join? And if only one of your roundtable members does, have we solved the problem? Is it better just to do it at your meeting? We could record it, but will people listen? I think we can work, and maybe this is something we need to follow up on, but how do we best facilitate you? Because the other part of this is we do need the other ideas. So what is that going to look like? And I think might be like the structure of like, what's one thing additional, and really digging into, it can't be forest health. It's got to be like what Kristen and Burry said, like, we need to talk with the Forest Advisory Council. That's a recommendation. And I think we could work with each roundtable and IBCC member on the report outs to help you during that discussion, to either bring presenters or help facilitate that conversation, because we're going to be there too.
Yeah,
Does that help?
I think what I was proposing was that if there's a presentation that could be recorded, then we would have it at roundtable meeting. And so everybody would be there and we'd force them to watch it, basically.
Okay.
Yeah, and what I'm hearing is that October is not soon enough. And so we need to hear that, is that, but then it goes back to you guys. Where when we do this and they say, oh, we're not sure if we know enough about ASO, hey, here's the webinar. And so I think that's incredibly important. Joanne?
I was just gonna say, the longer we string it out, the harder it's gonna be to get funding. We're gonna miss funding cycles, and we need to get it going faster if we want to try to get funding for next year.
Thank you, Joanne. I think that's a incredibly good point. And the money might run out at some point. Never know. Ken? To close us out.
Yes, let's not wait. Let's have the webinar and be more informed for the October meeting. The thoughts that were expressed today about scaling up and all. If we just have another generic presentation, we don't get to the real question. So this group needs to be prepared on October 1st and 2nd to bring those scalability, what's the future questions, not what is ASO. So let's not wait.
I think we got the instruction, and I think we heard, might have taken us a few times, but I think we heard. And so we'll go back and work with Sean, who's committed to being the lead from the IBCC on this. And so we got our marching orders, and we'll go from there. Any final closing thoughts? You really aren't allowed to have them. Because it's 5:30. All right, well, I'm hoping everyone is going to James Ranch. You have to find your own way there. I already have my way. But I think we're intending for things to start around 6:30. Feel free to go earlier. It's an amazing place. And we'll go from there.
Is it on Google? How do you, I mean, everyone knows where this place is? I don't even know. It is around here.
Yes. So it is on Google. It's upriver. Put in James Ranch. It's about 12 miles away. I
Just past Honeyville.
yeah, I would find and try to coordinate as many carpool as possible. The parking is limited. And I think there's another large group there, so we'll be inside. That being said, really truly, don't show up with just you and your car. Grab some friends. We're gonna get close. Try to have at least 3 basins in your car represented. Grill.
We can send the address out to everybody too, to make sure you have it. Kat's gonna do that. For Sean's benefit. Thanks, everybody, and thanks to the audience for participating today. And everybody online, thank you so much. Adjourn.